Hello, everyone. This is the Platinum Endurance Championship here at the wonderful Nürburgring GP circuit. We did have a few issues that needed sorting out, but as far as I'm aware, everything works now. Everything's good. We have camera control, we have everything, so I hope it should go smoothly from here on. We did miss the GT3 qualifying, sadly, but I can give you a quick update on that. We have PGC Motorsport setting the fastest lap in that class with a 1:53.799, followed by Astro Racing, Agencia Moderna, and Euromaster Esports. All three of these teams obviously having great showings and performances over the beginning of the season. And in GT3 AM, we have Wise Motorsports Europe 1 quite a bit ahead of the next place car from Octopus Racing Team. The gap there being about half a second between P1 and P2 in the GT3 AM class. Currently, LMP2 qualifying is underway, with ATRS Esports currently being in P1, followed by Loose Crew Racing and 505 Endurance. Also 3 teams that I think are quite used to being at the front. So far, no big surprises. 046 Racing now snatching that 4th position. Third position. The numbers are going crazy.
I'm going crazy. Guys, just joined you at the moment, mate. He said no surprises. Well,
Biggles.
Surprises, of course, because it's a big old surprise. Hello.
Yeah. Welcome to the radio
I don't know.
version.
Tell me.
We are the relaxed version of the PEC stream.
Why are we relaxed, my friend? What have we done wrong or right? Or
Oh, they left me alone here.
oh,
Dan
I won't
left,
leave you alone. I
left
would
the
never
key in the
leave you
door,
alone.
and now it's mine.
It's not yours. It's everybody's.
Yeah. So
Yeah, sorry. I was actually I was dragged away for a free practice Formula One. Of course, I love all the other motorsports on the planet, but of course, Formula One's the pinnacle of motorsports, and I have to do what I do. That free practice session's over, but I'm here right now, enjoying the fun here for the Platinum Endurance Challenger.
Platinum Endurance Championship.
Champions, yeah. Well, all everybody's a champion. You're
Yeah,
a champion. I'm a champion.
I am actually a champion in
Really?
some things. Yeah.
Oh,
I
you're
mean,
Dutch, mate. So it just doesn't just come
I'm
with
not
your like
Dutch.
citizenship. You're just going to win races now.
No,
Just show
I'm
your
not Dutch.
passport as you enter a country and say, where are you from? I'm from the Netherlands. I'm like, well, here you go. Here's a trophy. Bang. Thank you very much. Welcome to our country.
But I'm not
Yeah.
Dutch, Biggles.
I know that. I just messed with you. Actually, I forgot. Just don't tell Dan that. He'll be mad at me. How are we going at the moment? 39 minutes into a 1 hour session. Who's looking good? Well, ATRS Esports are looking good.
Yeah, LMP2 and GT3 Pro. The teams that we expect to be at the top are at the top. As Schenkstrop Racing Koopmans, I think I said that correctly, go into P4 again. In GT3 AM, we have half a second gap between pole position and P2. So why
That's
is
half a second. That's
Motorsports
not too
1
bad.
there, being quite a bit ahead?
I like the low screw racing team, mate. I just love it. You'd imagine if they tighten those bolts a little bit. Imagine the pace that they could pull in that car. They need to find full tenths.
Yeah, it calmed down a bit. Obviously, now all the teams on their outlaps. In qualifying, usually there's quite a big just cycle of cars. As we can see here, we are using the slow chicane. Every iRacing driver loves it. And anyone that objects will be
Ejected.
sent away.
You heard it from the caster at the moment. You can't be casting cursing everybody at the moment, mate. You still have a little bit of time there. How about this? You only have 10 minutes to cast the curse, people, because we're down to 20 minutes left of the qualifying session. So I will give you the awards for casting cursing.
I can cast a curse teams without even saying anything. It's my secret power. That's how I'm so relaxed.
I remember last time you took me to the airport, the car there, and I was like sitting back, strapped there, going, I hope the seatbelt is nice and tight. I should really be wearing a race helmet, but you got me there in one piece. I was surprised. We did beat traffic.
We are on board with Loose Screw Racing now. Coming up towards the Dunlop-Kehre.
Dunlop.
Quite a exciting corner. You need to enter a bit in a V shape to get a great exit. Or do it like that, with a late apex. Then Schumacher is. In these LMP machines, it's easy flat out. As Wright Engineering goes P3. Now we are already in the later part of the lap. Quite a nice combination of corners up here, because everything is medium to high speed. So with the LMP cars, you can really use the downforce here. And now we're coming up to the slow chicane. Breaks apart the flow of the track all the way down to first gear, and out he goes again.
I love how relaxed you are at driving a car at like crazy speeds there. You like, just drop it down a gear. It's no problem. Driver's like stressed through the roof. Fourth gear, fifth gear, going down the main straightaway. There it is. Get to see another lap. Is a good lap you can get to see. Loose Screw Racing at the moment, we're focusing on need to gain, as I said, tighten up those bolts, find an extra couple of tenths there, and get yourself onto pole. 046 Racing at the moment on out lap just 2/10 down. Just 2/10. I'd like to hear from you, my friend, because you're like, just 2/10. There's no problem, right? Just upshift a little bit or brake a little earlier. The power down earlier. I don't know. What is required to get quicker around here?
Oh, 505 endurance. Ben Dutton being able to set a lap worthy of second place. And that seems to provoke ATRS Esports, feeling a bit threatened, to go out for another lap.
Plenty of time to get a lap, and I don't think they'd be too threatened, my friend, if you were the engineer for them. Dan's in the chat there. Hello. We'll do Pascal Haas there. I'll be whenever it's clear for the stewards there from Maximi. Hello, everybody in the chat. Welcome along, of course, for the 6 hours of Nürburgring. I can't pronounce the U with the double dots across it. How do you pronounce that? Am I doing it wrong? Is it Nürburgring? I mean, is there a way to pronounce that specifically? Nürburgring.
Nür.
Oh, Nür. Okay. So how do you pronounce your U with the double dots?
U.
U. Okay, U.
No.
No?
No.
No, I'm not a very good
I don't think that's something that we will learn today. Useful Racing, they did it. T4 overtaking Right Engineering Esports.
You can be my German teacher the other week. I'm not learning
That
too
will
well
be
at the moment.
$15 an hour.
How about I give you an Apex Tech racing supply? Would that cover the cost of my German teaching? Your teaching to my German language here?
I don't know. TSR Racing going ahead of the Gazex Team LMP. Gazex Racing Team LMP car with a 143.9, so the front is tightening up. About 6/10 separating P1 from P10.
Have you been to this track before, mate? How far do you live from this track? You just jump on a train or drive you? Don't let me drive you.
5 hours.
I'll drive you then. Let's go. Ride shotgun with me. You can give me a description of the motorways to make our way into Nuremberg.
So ATRS Esports, they have finished their outlap. So let's see if they are directly going for it or if they go for multiple outlaps. Get the tires warm. Get the car prepared.
My Max is picking on me right now, saying Biggles learning his German at the moment. I'm trying. It's blame my teacher right next to me in the casting box. It's his fault.
Obviously, if you've joined a bit later, we had a few issues at the beginning, as is customary, but it should all work now.
It's
if
working
there
on
is
here, mate.
anything, just write it in the chat. We are reading that actively, or if you have any questions or remarks.
Not about my German.
Not about Biggles German. That is...
It's close. Yeah, you're right. We're getting down to the business end, aren't we? Like, I've had almost 10 minutes to go. What do you do as a team right now? Just like, okay, who are we going to throw? What car are we going to throw? And what do you do to tune your car for the final dying stages of qualifying? Or is it very park firm,
no, I think you're going into qualifying prepared. You know what setup you want to run. So, Tempest Sim Spot moving into P6. Usually it's just down to the driver. He needs to get that lap in.
And the traffic out there on the track is quite a bit. Can't really see it too much. Wow! Bazinga! It's 1,000 millisecond off the qualifying pace there of ATRS Esports. That's gonna hurt, isn't it? That's about that's about the distance of a piece of paper of the notes that you have prepared right now for the Apex Tech Racing Supply Platinum Endurance Racing. That is close, my friend. That is close.
Yeah, but what counts? ATRS is still on pole position. You know, if you get pole position by 1,000th or 10th or a minute.
A minute? Not with these guys, mate. There's no way it's a minute. I'm not racing tonight. There's no way it's going to be a minute. But what about 1,000th of a second? You still have time, of course.
Biggles, they want you to say Nürburgring again.
Nürburgring.
No.
No, I've said it. I'm sorry.
No.
It's my way of saying it. It's my way of the highway. I'll end the stream right now. We can all go home.
No, you make me
I wouldn't do that. Oh, spin at the moment there from NCRS Esports as they're trying to put the quickest times they possibly can in there. It's not a big show at the moment, but how about these gladiators and centurions are on this track, of course, in Nürburgring?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Don't you deny me.
You're not getting closer.
Oh. Wow. All right.
So, ATRS
welcome to Germany. Pick on the Australians. It's okay.
Yeah.
Wait till you come down to Australia and I'm going to see how you pronounce some of those track names.
ATRS Esports, can they improve their lap?
Oh, they have improved?
Yes.
What do you mean, if?
By 1600ths of a second.
Throwing that car around like my bad German pronunciations, but that's all that matters, isn't it? To your car where your mouth is. 046 Racing says, denying you on that one, my friend. We know how to speak German in Nuremberg.
Yeah, 046 Racing, a 143.4. I would have to check, but that's not the fastest lap we have seen this session. The fastest lap in practice was a 143.2 by ATRS Esports.
But you don't get any points for practice, my friend. It's all about the qualifying.
Yeah.
You're expecting more pace out of the cars, and I'm noticed too in iRacing, it doesn't really matter about so much of being last across a line when the track grips up. It's all about doing it at the right place at the right time. But it's also traffic, isn't it? There's a lot of traffic out there. We have a lot of drivers on there. It's about timing it perfectly, isn't it?
Yeah, the GP circuit here, luckily, is quite big. It's a modern track, so it's also very wide. So traffic itself shouldn't be a giant concern, but obviously also, especially after the Dunlop car with these fast corners. You're gonna lose some time if you catch a GT3, but I think it should all go well.
I'll remember that next time I was flying from the airport coming here to the track. That's the reason why I'm a little bit late, because I got caught in traffic, but then I was like talking to you about it going, well, you said, mate, there's no problem with traffic, but I'm like, I'm sitting there at the moment, standstill, wheel-to-wheel traffic in gridlock. You promised me no traffic, and I'm in traffic. 9 minutes to go. But you promised me no traffic now?
You know, traffic comes and goes. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. The Singer Motorsport on an outlap again. In general now, it has shown that the second lap is the quickest for these LMP2 teams.
Yeah, Dan says that there. I'm going to call you Joshua. Calm and collected beast. You are calm and collected, my friend. I'll tell you what. I want you to record a couple of book to tape audio recordings. I like to listen to that. It's like, can you actually record some of my GPS track? What do you call it? Things you have in your car there for to directions, of course. It's like, okay, Biggles, turn left now, roundabout ahead, and at the next left, turn right. I like that because I'd be so relaxed, my friend, with your calm, cool, collective. You definitely be an engineer.
And when you miss a corner, it's gonna say, please, Biggles, activate your brain.
There you go. I'll tell you what, I would buy that one. Presented by, not Apex Tech Racing Supply, Apex Racing Supply will bring you that Joshua's cool, calm, and collective. How to make your way around Nuremberg. Biggles, you have to turn left and just drop that gear down. Turn 3 maybe, and then hit the accelerator button.
Yeah, let's take a look. Basinger Motorsport, currently on their first lap.
Can we go on board? I want to see the sensation of speed and give us a hot lap around here, because I want to feel it. I need to feel like I'm in riding shotgun with these gladiators, mate, because I can't pull these babies around this lap that quick.
Yeah, I mean, we can do a little lap guide as soon as Basinger Motorsports will start their qualifying lap.
Come on, Basinger, get on with it. All right, I pulled over. I'm in the car. I'm riding shotgun right now. I've got my
ATRS
KFC.
Esports starting their first lap. As we already said, the second lap for these teams is quicker. Oh, that's not the line for the chicane. I can tell you that much. Digital Spirit DS Racing jumping into 11th with a 144.1. And let's jump on board with Bazinga Motorsports here.
Let's go, Bazinga time! And give us the cool, calm, and collective way to drive your way
so
around.
into turn 1, very heavy braking zone. A very tight hairpin, first gear. Now we come into the Mercedes Arena, one of the, I would say, worst parts of this track. A second gear left-hander into a very slow combination of corners, especially tricky on the acceleration here, but you can use a lot of the outside track. Now we're coming up to 2 faster corners, medium speed, left, right. You carry a lot more speed through the first left, so you usually end up around the middle of the track for the right-hander. Coming up to the Dunlop-Kehre. Again, another heavy braking zone, going down into first gear again. You can, in these LMP machines, late apex it, get a lot of exit speed into the Schumacher S, flat out, in the throttle. Now, another quick left-hander, but you need to compromise your exit a bit, because you need to be on the left side of the track for this right-hander onto the back straight. Although this straight isn't really that straight, because we obviously have a big corner here, but easily flat out, even in GT cars. Now a very big braking zone for the chicane, all the way down to first gear, and he spins.
Oh. He jumped at the first and lost the rear end there. What happened, just to explain, what was the mistake?
Probably he went in too fast, too far rearward brake balance. It didn't look like he cut too much.
And it looked like a quick lap might have been denied on that one for Bazinga Motorsports, but does he have time to get out and do it again? I think he does. That was the most cool, calm, and collective hot lap guide I've ever heard around Nuremberg. He could definitely be my Uber driver day of week. Welcome everybody in the chat. Dan's the one that's chatting, a little bit hotter in the corner, of course. Drop it like it's hot. Not drop it like it's that much hot. And over to the GT3s, mate, because that's the LMPs. Who's the GT3 mastermind at the moment? They're the quickest team to look out for.
Well, PGC Motorsport, as we said earlier, took pole position, not by much. Astro Racing and Euromaster Esports very close behind. We have 3 911s in the top 3 positions. I don't think anyone that has watched any iRacing in the recent 8 or 9 weeks is gonna be surprised that the 911 is the fastest car.
I'm surprised. I have no idea what you're talking about, but that's the first time I heard about it. That's the good thing about it.
Oh, we didn't have a very long race yet. Yeah, Euromaster Esports. We mentioned them. Yeah, when we have another, calmer period, we're gonna start the BOP discussion again.
What are we discussing?
Well, the balance of performance, obviously.
Oh,
046 Racing
said POP.
couldn't better their lap.
POP is not balance of performance. It's a BOP. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, your pronunciation of the B is not my B English language. That's fine. I'm not messing with you, of course. But
yeah,
I can't do my little double
leader,
dots
MRP
over my own.
by Fields Academy, obviously also in P4, although they are 4/10 behind the rest of the pack, or behind the top 3 positions. That is. 046 Racing currently on their fast lap, seeing if they can maybe improve, get a bit more of a gap, but now with 3 minutes, 2 minutes,
Yeah, costing a little bit.
That's a bit of an...
Yeah, off the racing line, isn't it, for 046 Racing there? It might have compromised. You got to remember, you're working in about like 2/10s, 1/10s. That little snap of a moment there. Cost you a little bit of time. Moment.
Yeah, I mean the ATRS car going very slowly
Are
on
they
the racing
deliberately
line
slowing
now.
them down there to compromise their fast lap? Let's build controversy, perhaps. I don't
No,
want to do that.
I don't think that ATRS wants
No,
to
it is
build any
definitely
controversy.
Let's blow up Twitter right now with a Max Verstappen moment. No, we won't do that, of course. They don't do that here at the Platinum Racing League. We're not that dramatic, of course. We're not like Formula One. Keep it nice and clean.
Yeah, then that's true. Obviously, some teams are gonna be a lot quicker in the race than they are in qualifying in terms of their relative position. For example, if we look at LMP, we have DCW Racing.
We needed you to be race control, didn't we, a couple of years ago? Instead of Michael Massey, we needed you. You'd be like, Toto's like, no, Mikey, no. And you'd be like, Joshua's like going, Toto, shut the I know what I'm doing.
No, it would be differently.
Yeah.
It would be Christian
You would have been
going,
you'd be the best race control director ever, I swear. You wouldn't
it would
take
be
any trash from
differently. It
anybody.
would be Christian going, can we get those cars out of the way? And I would just tell him the paragraph of the rule book.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
But
You'd be the
to
best
get
person.
back on topic, because
Yep, go ahead.
Biggles is straying off again, I think we need to lock the door here.
Yeah.
Obviously, DCW Racing, they might not be the quickest. We've talked with them a few times already, but they always stay clean, do their thing. And it usually bears very well for them. If we take a look at the current championship standings for the LMP2 class, we can see that DCW Racing is currently third. So maybe not the quickest car in qualifying, but in the race, always keep it clean and consistent, and it pays off.
I got duct tape on my mouth. I'm sorry, I can't. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just, So, LMP2 qualifying is over. 046 Racing taking the pole position ahead of ATRS Esports, with Basinga Motorsport and 505 Endurance closing out our second row here. TSR Racing and Schenkstrop Racing Gruppmanns in P6, P5 and P6 respectively. Loose Crew Racing, they shot up to the front a bit earlier in the session, but couldn't improve their lap, now in P7, followed by Tempest Sim Sport in P8. Writer Engineering Esports in P9 with the Gazex Racing Team in P10 as DCW Racing manages to improve their lap. Going a bit forward into P16. And yeah, that's LMP2 qualifying done. I would say, except the one situation between 046 Racing and ATRS Esports. A very clean session for the GT3s too. So we're gonna see how the start is going to go. Now, is there any remarks? Because I would say we take a quick look at our free championship standings. Just a quick summary of the top 5 to see who we should watch in this race. In the LMP2 standings, we have Loose Crew Racing leading the championship here. Followed by the DLR Rotary Industry White Car in P2 with DCW Racing PEC rounding out the top 3. The Singer Motorsport in P4 and 505 Endurance in P5. For the GT3 Pro cars, we have MRP by Fields Academy, as we mentioned earlier, a team that you should always calculate with in the race, followed by Chicane Online Racing Red in P2, with Euromaster Esport being in P3 in our current championship. Austrian Sim Racer Cyan in P4, tied for points with Euromaster Esport and the Platinum Racing Team Orange, following behind 1 point behind Austrian sim racers and Euromaster Esport. For the GT3 AM class, we have Crips Racing leading the championship ahead of Platinum Racing Team Red. Octopus Racing Team Black rounding out our top 3 with DCA Silver Motorsports in P4 and YS Motorsports Europe 1, our pole sitters this race in the GT3M category, being P5. That was a quick championship rundown for you.
It is exciting, of course, as you know, because it's going to be an endurance race and it has a lot to go. Absolutely a lot to go. 6 hours to go. Now, what do you do and you plan there as a team? How many stints do you think the drivers are going to do? Like 2-hour stints, swap it over? How many drivers are you going to have? 2 or 3 per team?
I think the standard is going to be 2-hour stints. Just a double stint on the tires in the GT3s. So you will probably have 2 drivers per car. One driver obviously doing 4 hours and one driver only doing 2.
So 4 hours for one driver, 2 hours for another? All right. Interesting. Why wouldn't you split it up so everybody has... And then, of course, do you have a spotter on the team, an engineer, somebody to manage the situation?
Yeah,
all the other jazz
if you
going.
want
There's
to
50
have...
drivers in this race, my friend. 50.
If you want to have equal driving times, you have quite an issue because the race is 6 hours long and 6 divided by 2 is 3. And none of these cars can triple stint their tires, at least in the GT category. So, yeah.
I'm learning. I didn't know that. They're going to do a rolling start, no doubt. So we're going to have the LMPs behind that Porsche safety car. Then you have the GT3 classes. So at the moment, 046 Racing will be the ones leading the LMPs. Next to the ATRS Esports 13, lining up with them side by side. Going down to the GT3 class at the moment, it'll be the Astro Racing team, I believe, in the 181. Well, they'll be further back, of course, that they spread the field there and not having to clatter into each other for the 6-hour event. Any particular surprises out there anybody's expecting or not? Who knows? 6 hours is a long time, so
we'll see.
I would suggest don't bin it into the first lap or corner. Don't take gambles where you're not gambling, and just continue on. Remember, too, you have multiple drivers, multiple teammates, and yeah, you don't want to see the fence until lap 1. Almost going green flag. There's already an accident before they've even got to the green flag conditions, but it is go, go, go. Here we go. 046 leading from Bazinga, and a massive accident from the LMPs already in the midfield.
Yeah. Bazinga and 5.5 Endurance going ahead of the ATRS Esports car. Let's take a look. A
caution caused already. Let's have what happened.
For our GT3s, we are going to go green. Oh no, we have a caution coming out.
The caution came out because of the LMPs, my friend. There's a massive accident in the midfield.
Oh, the caution came out before the GT3s could even start.
Yeah, exactly, because they came down the main straightaway, and midfield collision caused that. The GT3s didn't even cross the line at that point, so that is the reason why that caution car came out, because otherwise those GT3s would be running straight through a mess of wrecks down the main straightaway.
Yeah. I would love to give you guys a replay, but that sadly is not available for us today. So we're gonna have to trust Biggles to give us a nice and vivid description of the incident.
I don't want to make carbon fiber everywhere. It's carnage.
We do have
I will have a look at that one real quick.
So we will take a look at whatever happened in the beginning of the race. As said, sorry again that we can't give you a replay, sadly. With the issues we had today, that's not something that we could set up. Oh.
Lap 2 of a 6-hour event, and we've already had a bit of an accident there. To go back to recap that one that has occurred. Welcome along, everybody that's tuned in at the moment. So it looks like we've had Fernando has crashed, Sebastian and Mark White. That was some of those LMPs, maybe Tristan. There was a few incidents in Daniel Webber that occurred. Actually, it was a lot. Actually, go back to this. Clemente, Christopher Rowe, and Felipe all had a moment. That was the midfield and the LMPs before they got into turn 1 and 2.
That was, in my opinion, caused by the Trackside Esport endurance car. It went a bit early, hit the GazX Racing Team car in the rear left, and then, well, Mirko Bortolotti in that car was a passenger. And once you have a car sideways on the racetrack, it's always hard to avoid it. Schenkstrop Racing, powered by Van Gilse, sliding a bit on his roof, but he landed on his tires again. Yeah, quite an eventful starting zone then. As said, the GT3s sadly didn't even get to start.
Well, looking at the replay at the moment there, Togo Brink accelerates into the final couple of corners. He's rolling all the way back there at almost pump last. Gets the acceleration, 34 car at the moment. And they got benched up at the moment as they're lining up line and stern to start the straight line finish. And then the green flag is called. Bonnie waves it. And I want to see what happens. No, there was a spin further up in the midfield. And I want to see who that car was specifically that just lost it and caused a bit of a carnage further back.
So, Biggles, we have an issue right here. We need to find something to talk about because this safety car period is gonna go.
I'm just looking through the replays. I'll give you information in a second because I'm just looking back through what happened at the start of the race with the LMPs.
Sadly, we can't. If you rewind a bit, I gave a description of the incident. Basically, there was the GazX Racing team got hit in the rear during the start procedure, throwing that car sideways onto the racetrack, and then the rest of the LMP2 field couldn't avoid behind them. So that was the cause for the safety car.
Oh, netcode. It was cut, yeah. So, 63 car got caught off by a car ahead that was backing off a lot. Now, 63 car is the Italian driver of Mirko, the GazX Racing team currently in the moment running in P20. They got a little bit of a back tap there, and that forced him into a spin and caused a massive collision with those LMP cars behind him. That's what caused that initial caution. Now, whether they were they caused the accident or not was also up to the car that was ahead of them, etc., etc., etc. I'm not a race control steward, but they're the ones that spun, and they're the ones that caused the other cars that were behind them was all bunched up. And this was just down the green flag race line finish straight. So they didn't even get a turn 1. And that, of course, is the reason why the GT3 cars didn't even get a chance to start that race. So keep an eye on that one. But that's a 63 car at the moment, and they are running the last place of the LMPs. That is why. There you go. It took me a little bit to investigate that one. But that's the information I have.
Yeah. Here we have the GT3s leading the safety car train as they got caught by the safety car first. So we're gonna, as far as I understood it, because of this, the GT3s lost a lap. So they will get their lap back during the safety car procedure. So it's gonna get resolved. It's just gonna take a bit longer.
It doesn't matter anyway because they're not racing their own class as long as they're on the lead lap themselves. That doesn't really matter too much, Gus, because they're not trying to battle with the LMPs for
Yeah,
now.
it depends. Some GT3s can lose a lap to the other GT3s.
True.
It's the iRacing safety car can sometimes do some weird things, but usually it's correct. Just requires some attention.
046 racing team for the Dutch squad there of Robin are leading this one. And there it is. See your Bazinga Motorsports there of Oliver Cornet, I think it is, for the German squad. You can pronounce it a little bit better. They gained the position, of course, there from the Swedish driver of Nicholas in the ATRS Esports 13 team there, running in the number 13 by down second and third, switching around, and then of course the Aussies, the 505 endurance squad there, 50 car will be running in P4, getting ready to start another green flag, the only green flag race so far that we had of this, because the first straightaway incident has caused that yellow flag, and now it should get ready to go green flag racing, but don't worry about it. Time is definitely not running out because we have a lot of it on our side. 6-hour endurance, and we're only 8 minutes into it. About 30 seconds of green flag racing so far.
Yeah, we are going strong. As said, the issue with the GT3s having lost their lap will be resolved. The race control is working on it, so just bear with us for a bit.
I thought you were race control.
No. You know that's way too stressful.
You get stressed? I actually like to hear stress in your voice. I think anybody can never get stressed. You're the calmest person on the planet, my friend.
So
I mean, if your voice raises like 2 tones, that means you're stressed. I mean, wow. Okay.
I would say while this gets resolved, I'm quickly gonna get me and Biggles a fill up of our coffee and tea.
I don't want to give you any coffee, mate. You're already hyped up as it is.
So I'm gonna leave you with Biggles shortly while I get this coffee pot filled up.
No!
Oh,
go
yes.
ahead. It's fine. You're right. You're good. Go get your coffee, mate. We're going to get him hyped up, of course. Let's get some caffeine. Actually, I don't want to get caffeine. So, loving it relaxes me. The man knows his racing knowledge at the moment. 046, no, their racing knowledge. The 46 car leading this yellow flag lap 4. We haven't had a full green flag race just yet, but the 46 car there with the blue and orange and Bazinga Motorsports making a little bit of exchanging at the moment between themselves and ATRS Esports. They're going to go back to their formation positions that occurred. They're the ones that had gained a position and lost a position. 69 car, 13 car. Getting ready to line a stone there behind them. The 505 Endurance, you have the TSR Racing Team 44 car. The US squad there in the 18. Then you get the Espano crew there of Hugo Peto for the Loose Crew Racing Team. And, well, no Loose Crews are available soon. It'll be going green flag, green, 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 green for the second time here this evening for 12 hours. Not 12 hours on Monza, of course, 6 hours. But, well, enough is enough. It says 12 hours racing on Monza, of course, but it's 6 hours in Nuremberg. 046 Racing have to hit the loud pedals as loud as they possibly can when they get the notification from Barney downtown there as he waves the green flag. I think it's go anytime soon. Barney waving it. Bingo time. There it is on the inside. 46 car, 046 Racing, Bazing on the outside. Behind him, ATRS and 505 Endurance going into turn 1. Play it steady, guys. It's an endurance race, and they certainly are as they hit the brake pedal for the first time. Here we go, racing. And so far, so good. A little bit of overtake. Maybe Bazinga got the inside line there. 69 car, they have got a great exit. Actually putting a bit of pressure right now at 046 Racing. What a fantastic launch at the moment, but they're coming back at the moment. ATRS has delivered their exit speed. as we make their way up through the extra turns here at Nürburgring and going into the stadium section at the moment, almost side by side. The 69 car, but the 69 car's got a more worry, but the 13 car there of ETRS. 46 still in control of this race there. Robin in the wheel, the 046 racing car.
That was Biggles commentating the formation lap.
That's not the formation lap. That is green flag, my friend.
No, you just commentated
that is absolutely green flag racing.
Yeah, I mean, we can see with the speed if we
go
on board. We are in second gear.
Hey, I saw the red lights go out. I know what you're talking about. My room was lit up with green, so something went wrong on that one.
No, that was planned. Obviously, still resolving the issue.
Yeah,
the safety car crossed.
I'm fired.
Yeah, probably. Get some more of the free coffee as long as you can.
You went to get me the coffee? I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, I have it here.
Did I just cast my first formation lap ever?
Yes, you did.
All right.
I wondered why you didn't notice.
Was
it
an exciting formation
slow.
lap? Give me that one. Was it an exciting formation lap? It felt exciting. Why were the positions changed there? What's the formation lap? You're not allowed to change positions.
If we had a highlight of the race, I think that would make it in.
No, nobody clipped that. If you clip that, I'm gonna find where you live at the moment. I'll delete that from you.
No, we can't cut that. It's in the internet now. You will never get rid of it.
You would never do that to me. You know what? You gotta do the race start now. I'm done with it. Do the 69 car. He's happy. He's like, Biggles, do it again. No, I'm not gonna do it again. It's up to you, 046 Racing. No, it's Bazinga actually.
Here we have our GT3s. Also going side by side in tight formation. So now we're gonna get a real start, Biggles. You're warmed up.
No, you're going. I've already done the start. That was it. To me, they're still green flag racing because Barney's just showing green to me, so it is what it is. I was wondering why they're going a little slow.
We're gonna watch this LMP2 start. 046 Racing getting a good launch. Bazinga Motorsports slotting in behind with ATRS pulling to the outside. And getting the switch back to the inside. Going side by side into the Mercedes arena, but Bazinga Motorsports can hold on. Oh, the 505 endurance car.
Yeah.
That's your Australian friend.
Yeah, I know. Don't rub it in. I know that went off track a little bit there.
More incidents as the GT3s are coming through. Oh. I don't want to be in the steward's office right now. They're probably writing their papers as they can, but 046 Racing, Bazinga Motorsport, ATRS Esports were able to hold their positions in the LMP2 class. And for the GT3 class, PGC Motorsport, Astro Racing, and Euromaster Esports also holding their positions from the start. Let's go back to our leaders. Zinger with a bit of a squiggle there. And 046 Racing managed to pull already quite a gap. Biggles is molding now.
I am. But that's only, I'm molding because my Australian team dropped all the way back down to P15 now.
They already got a position back.
Oh, spin in the background there. Who was that? That's a 77 car, I believe it is. 21 car. I don't know. I don't like it. No, it's Hugo.
Who is it? It's the
Hugo Perez, the Loose Screw Racing. Loose Screw Racing down, bang, drop behind my Australian screw crew. Of course, that's the Loose Screw Racing, called 505 Endurance. Yes, mistakes have been made already early. And you don't want to make those mistakes on lap 7 into a 6-hour endurance race on 17 minutes and change, because those GT3 cars are catching you tooth and nail at the moment.
As we have a battle here between the MV Skin Lab DS Racing. 046 Racing right now.
Championship lead in Lusco Racing.
Bazinga in ATRS Esports. Still quite close, these three, with a big gap to P4. Although we do have a small group behind them too. Now to recap. In GT3, still the field, if you look at it, quite close. PGC, Astro Racing and Euromaster Esports. We kept the positions from qualifying, with YS Motorsports Europe still being able to hold on to the 5th place in GT3 overall.
Just a quick question. At the moment, Tempest Sim Sports are about to make a run there on trackside for P6. There's L2 mentioned next to those names there. Just to clarify, everybody, what does that mean?
Oh, they're pit lap, as far as I am aware.
How could you box on lap 2 and still be in P8 when you're on lap 8 after a safety car? I'm curious about that one, but it is what it is. And look at Tempest there, making a run there, but can't quite get the traction down there. It's the #1 car. If you have #1 in your car, there has to be a reason. You're going to be #1 for, but I'll tell you what, at the moment, the Dutch squad there of Trackside Esports are going to hold off that one and deny you. Orange Army are in town, and the Netherlands are on the side rear wings of that crew. Don't talk to Dan about that. He's pretty patriotic about his Dutch Army team.
Yeah, but Dan isn't here today. So.
Yeah, Dan. Ha!
Euromaster.
You've been denied
Austrian Sim Racer Cyan. What has happened to them? They lost a few positions going into the Mercedes arena.
You like saying that, don't you? Because you're German.
No, I don't like the Mercedes arena. I think most people dislike it.
So if I turn up one of those Mercedes safety cars in your garage tomorrow as a gift, you'd be like, no, because I don't want it. I don't like it because I don't like the Mercedes arena. Okay, you heard it live. Yeah, I will not be able to give you a Mercedes. Anybody else want a Mercedes? Just put your hand up there.
Yeah, just
I'll give you an Aston Martin. How's that sound?
Yeah, just wire me the money. You know the value directly.
You could sell the car. It's yours.
No, just give me the money directly. That's less hassle.
I don't know, man. The conversion from US dollar to European dollar, it's all just confused. I'll just give the car.
You heard
046 Racing,
European
up the road.
Coming soon. 046 Racing, fastest lap of the race.
You give it Dutch marks if you want, mate. I don't have any of them anymore.
Bazinga, a second behind, so 046 Racing still managing to hold them a bit outside of the draft. ELR Rotary Industry White is currently our last running LMP2. We can see them here. And yeah, I think both starts here quite eventful. Obviously the first start with the incident that we had. And now the second start, also a few incidents, a few spins, but
was that the race start under the formation race that I was casting, or the other race start?
I mean the real race start.
Okay. See, in Australia, we're a little ahead of time. So I was actually looking at a race in advance of what you were looking at, of course.
Oh, you're from the future.
Of course I'm from the future, mate. Looking at New Year's to celebrate it before you guys do in Europe. At the moment, Tempest can't find their way around trackside esports still, and that's actually bringing, if anything, GazX racing team into play. Overfiring Endurance after that little moment on the back there of the Roadie Industry Orange team, as well as the Platinum racing team was on the back there of Lithium Motorsports, of course, powered by, well, rare earth materials, of course. So they're using that battery charge there, P12. Leaders 046 Racing still commanding lead of this race, but early days, of course, 21 minutes into a 6-hour event.
Yeah, let's see if we will get a overtake. here from the 505 endurance car as the number 36. Ooh. That's optimistic to pull in front there. Going side by side. And the 505 endurance car can keep their position.
Yeah, but they're Australians, mate. Ben's not going to give that up. He's fighting for two for now. He's like Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. Into oi, 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 to defend against Lithium Motorsports, of course, and also try to take it to 505. They are 505 endurance, of course. That's up the road there. Oh, the roadie industry orange team there. Come on, mate. Don't let the Dutch beat you. We're better in Australia. I'm turning this one now into a intercontinental battle between drivers, but you know, I love the Dutch as much as I love as Australians as anybody else in the world. My alarm's going off at the moment too.
Everyone the same, from formation laps to race starts to Dutch people.
Yeah, you're not going there again.
I'm not gonna let that go. We have Astro Racing now here, still managing to hold on to the BGC Motorsport car, with MRP by Fields Academy falling off a bit, also now being outside of the draft range, as Tempest Sim Sport finally manages to get ahead of the Trackside Esports car, putting them into P6. 046 Racing still in the lead, but they are losing time. Bazinga Motorsport about 4/10 faster on that last lap. With ATRS Esports also being about 5/10 quicker than the 046 racing car, so I think we might have a battle brewing here.
Oh, we have battle brewing area at the moment, and Let's Go Britannia, of course, is called out there in the chat. And if you want to go to that team, that's P4 currently at the moment. They're controlled by Mr. Dennis Robin. Oof. Try to put a little bit of pressure. Yep. '78 car, bit of orange in there. Presume somebody might be from some part of the European community. They got a. Can you pronounce the team in P5? I'm pretty sure you'd be better at that one.
Schengstrup Racing Koopmans is what I think it's pronounced.
Sounds pretty
Dutch,
damn good to
so
me.
I have no idea.
Well, they're putting pressure on them at the moment, and then, as you said out there in the chat, maybe you need to be screaming a little bit louder. You need to hear the support. The 18 car is charging them down. Lap 11, 25 minutes into a 6-hour endurance race. 18 on the back there of P4. Dennis Robin Wolf for the TR Engineering Esports team.
So, coming into the last corner.
Could you go on board for a second? I want to see how it feels once again. I like the sensation speed, especially when you're tucked up behind the gearbox there and you can't see the braking points. This is interesting. You have no terror visors, of course. You have to have a little windscreen wiper.
That in iRacing again you can't use, sadly. Some cars have them activated, but...
So how do you spot your braking point right now? Your car's full of a car ahead. You can just see the braking marks to the left there. And you're also thinking about that and you go, well, I'm going to brake my usual spot. But then again, the slipstream, you have to brake a little bit earlier. And now you're going to have to listen to your spotter. You know, car left, car right. You're looking and focusing at your steering wheel, second gear at the moment. Third gear, fourth gear, whatever. He's trying to bring it up there. And he's tucked up behind the gearbox. He wants to get the overtake done. What do you do as a driver? Where do you get the overtake done here in Nürburgring?
Well, one thing definitely is that you need to, if you have the pace advantage, get the overtake done a bit earlier, just so you don't, because when you start driving behind another car, you start obviously copying them a bit, just subconsciously. And if you don't get the overtake done early, it will get a bit harder to get out of that rhythm that you build up from following them and actually go for it. But the Schengstrup Racing car not really able to make a move here on the right engineering.
Where's your
esports.
overtaking spot right now? Where do you, I mean, you size them up for a couple of laps, right? So you know exactly how they're accelerating, braking. DRS is enabled. There's the rear wing. Bang. No, unfortunately, it's not falling one down the main straightaway, of course, to start lap 13. Bray, usually in turn one here, you could get an overtake, but too far back because they're so evenly paced on speed. Could be risking it versus the biscuit around the first couple of turns, but once again, have to tuck him behind. Are you going to perhaps wait on a little bit of GT3 traffic? Might be coming up soon there and seize an opportunity. What do? You're a race driver. Tell me this and tell the audience.
I mean, GT3 traffic is going to be a factor, as we can see here. Our leaders already encountering the first GT3s. Having to go through that traffic.
It's like just like me, isn't it? When I'm like driving down the German Autobahn, like overtaking you because you're so slow, going to the airport to come to this race. And I was like, come on, mate, pick up the pace. I'm like overtaking the outside. Look at this. Well, that GT could have cost a little bit of time there. That's a BMW as well, too. That ain't no slow car. I took that one in my garage. But has it compromised the exit speed? Overtaking opportunities. Another GT3 in play. Oh, it's so nice to slice through traffic like that. But hey, you got to do it timely. And of course, they're in their own race. The GT3s are in their own race. And heating up in the moment. This is the closest battle you're going to find between P4 and P5 here. But we're only 28 minutes into this race, mate. You got to do this for another. A breaking point in this is going to tuck up behind the BMW through the S's. That's painful. Very painful. How much time does that just cost him?
About a second. Also, it was a Mercedes. Biggles is still learning.
It's German manufacturer, okay? Put it that way. There you go.
It's stuck behind the insert German GT3.
You're talking about Mercedes corners all the time. I got confused and said BMW, but you're right. It cost him a ton of time, didn't it?
We did have an incident involving the PGC car. They've now dropped all the way down to 10th from the lead. So we're going to have a look.
Yeah, we need to see a replay because that's painful. And, you know, in an endurance race, you don't want to be losing time instantly. Let's have a look at the replay of that one. I can't see the pictures that you're showing me at the moment.
They
but
went
I'm
into
definitely
the
going to see it.
pits.
Oh.
They served a drive-through.
Oh, too many off-track excursions. Is that the reason why they're doing drive-throughs?
If they would have reached the incident limit about 20 minutes in, I don't think it's going to look good for them for the rest of the race.
What other reason why they would get a drive-through penalty unless race stewards have actually deemed that one? Yeah, I'm just curious. Anybody in the chat know? Please let us know. I know Dan's saying he's going to be back in a little bit.
Yeah, they got a drive-through penalty. I'm unsure for what. We're going to try to find that out for you.
Eating too many bitter bowlins, I think it is, that Dan stacked up. Not quite sure. Too many bratwursts, isn't it, here in Germany? Hey, I've been to Oktoberfest a few times in Munich. I haven't been this far up in Nürburgring, but I'm loving the bread and food here in Germany. I'm not here for the motor racing. I'm here for the food.
Yeah. They received a drive-through penalty for a starting zone infringement.
Oh, what does that mean?
That they accelerated before the starting zone.
Oh. And that it took 30 minutes and lap 15 to dictate that one in order to serve that penalty?
Yeah, I mean, getting the penalty.
TRS Racing putting a little battle, but go back to P15 and Loose Screw Racing, of course, that made a little bit of a mistake. There's also a battle between Lithium Motorsports and the Rotary Industry team. So battles everywhere on track. Maybe the P11 battle at the moment between P10 and P11 actually is one that's brewing up, of course, because, you know, Lithium Motorsports and the Aero Rotary. Look at that. And they got traffic left, right, and center, mate. It feels like you're on an Autobahn highway at 8 p.m. in the morning on a Monday morning, isn't it? Traffic, and traffic. Welcome along. Apex Tech Racing Supply is supplying yourself 6 hours of entertainment here for the Platinum Racing League in Nuremberg.
Yeah, traffic now coming in, being a factor. if we take a look from the sky, we can see the traffic. It won't stop for a little bit longer for our LMP2 leaders here. But obviously it's more exciting when we look further down the field,
never stops, my
as we
friend.
have some side-by-side action. But Tempest Sim Sport decides to not go for it into that corner.
Yeah, gas racing team at the moment, bringing it here. With the Italiano there of Micarolo, a 63 car. Sorry, I apologize if I mess your name, but I'll tell you what, I know you love pineapple in your pizza, don't you? Ha ha ha! 63 car! Bringing it to the Tempest Racing Sport team. And they're all within the gap there of, you know, that 18 car I can't pronounce that you do so well there. The Schulenskop Racing Kompass. Yeah, don't even make me repeat that again.
I won't. I will let you be.
Hit the thumbs up if you agree with how bad my team pronunciation. If my team pronunciations are really horrible, hit the thumbs up and say Biggles. Just remind me of how bad I am at pronouncing these European team names. But wow, there is so much traffic on the circuit already, isn't there? It's insane as what's going on. How difficult is it as a driver, my friend, to try to navigate your own race and navigate the other GT3 races occurring at the same time? The same track, same place, same planet. 33 minutes.
Yeah, obviously the GT3 cars, both classes need to work together.
Somebody just took off the racing cone, just goes flying onto the track, so disregard
Right
that one.
Engineering Esports dropping down the order fast. It seems like they have retired their car.
No, don't retire. You got so much time to go.
Maybe
What?
Biggles, you can have a look for us.
I would not want them to retire at all. If you have damage, just get that bit of duct tape always fixes the cars. I mean, especially 34 minutes into a 6-hour race, you don't retire that early. Way. Anything can happen. It always happens into endurance races. Now, obviously, if you're 10 minutes into left of the race and you've just dinned your car into the wall, that okay, granted, I will give you permission to retire, but you cannot retire right now. There's so much racing to go. Think about all your team and your effort, your practice, other drivers. You can't just retire.
Right Engineering Esports with connection issues sadly took out 2 GT3s.
That's fine. Connection issues.
The way that he just drove through them, I suppose he probably couldn't see any other cars.
So get back out there, but let the stewards decide that one. It happens. It happens in the world of esports. But you know, you committed to it, so just get out there and put some laps in. Think about your I rating.
I don't think the stewards are going to be too kind on that.
So what if you get punished for it?
505 endurance here in a battle.
Yeah. As well as Gazek going to Gazek's Racing. P5 and P6 on the inside there, setting that baby side by side. Get excited, of course. And does the 63 card get it done? He certainly does. Committed to that corner. And Tempest Racing, of course, Sim Sports had realized, okay, we are going to battle, of course, but are we going to battle that too for now? They will yield that position. Number 1 car will be in P6. Gazek's Racing Team will be in 63. And all the while that occurred there, 046 Racing just says, I'll set at 144.1 on your dial for the fastest lap.
Yeah, 046 Racing, they are just expanding their lead. Leading, I would say, with quite a solid margin now.
2.4, mate. Ain't that much endurance race. I'll shave that off just like I shave the hair off my bald head every day when I go to shower. Saves me shampoo, of course. What do you think I wear a top hat when I cast? This is exciting racing. Now, of course, we know 046 is leading from Bazinga Motorsports by that 2.5 seconds you mentioned. And of course, the big battle between Gazek's Racing Team and Tempest had brewed between the 63 and the 1 car. Further back for the GT3 club, well, P by Fields Academy about 3.9. So that's a gap, of course. We'll talk about gaps. That's a 3.9 second gap there for the GT3 class there over the Euromasters Esports. At the back there is a Brew battling course 119 car and Chicane Online Racing. They're bringing it for the battle of down in the field there. So the GT3s, of course, and that's a battle for the P8 class, and that many overtaking opportunities occurring.
Yeah, the 99 Trackside Esports car having to wait here before they can make their overtake.
Don't wait for anybody, mate. You're in your own class.
046 Racing again setting a new fastest lap. But these LMP2s very low on fuel now. We expect them in, I would say, in 2 to 3 laps.
I'll send out the medical car, mate, with a fresh tank of gas to try to do something about it. Also, Tempest are trying to make their way back again, but keep an eye on this GT3 class because this is definitely a battle brewing for P8 and P7 per se. Maybe even P6 there for the Austrian Sim Racers Scion team.
Yeah, obviously, if you remember Gazek's racing team, the ones that got caught in the starting incident before the safety car, now back in P5. So they have made a really good recovery. Loose Screw Racing after their spin in P10 now. Slowly but surely moving up.
Marnix, you can't give me the commentating blessings. Thank you very much for that. Don't forget about Nunn. Everybody forgets about the Nun, but the Nunn's not forgetting about the AVL Sim Racing because they're trying to battle that for P10 as well, a little bit further back in the field. Enjoying a little bit of entertainment for the 124 car in their different classes as well, my friend. This is heating up. It's only 39 minutes and change into Nürburgring. And yeah, don't quote me on that one, but it is what it is.
Yeah, Octopus Racing team behind them.
You blink, you're going to miss anything.
To see if they can make a pass here.
Yeah,
these two being GT3 Pro machines. So the Octopus Racing team black car ahead, sister car of the one we are watching now.
Keep an eye on the Tempest making a run down into turn 1. That's a battle for P5. But they can't go. Maybe the 505, maybe the Australian of Benjamin can get it done. Benjamin definitely gets it done. And he says, you know what, guys, you didn't do it. But listen to the Australians. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. 505 Endurance team up into P7 and holding off the flying Radell Racing team. Good on you, blokes, mate. Representing Australia. Have a Foster's on me. Have a Vegemite sandwich. Delivered results early.
The only legal breakfast in Australia, a Vegemite sandwich.
It's fueled by vitamin B, mate. That's all they need, right? A bit of vitamin B. Bang. You get your vitamins. Certainly get the right number 50 vitamins for the 505 Endurance. I'm surprised they're not 505 car number, but I'll take it any day of the week.
PGC and Austrian Sim Racers Orange battling here, but PGC managed to get that position ahead of the Austrian Sim Racers car and have already pulled a bit of a gap coming out of the Mercedes arena with the Chicane Online Racing Red Mercedes following close behind.
If you say Mercedes one more time, I swear.
Well, did you know that the Mercedes grandstand looks at the Mercedes
Here we
arena?
Go. Now, all right. You better have a Mercedes parking in your garage after all that promotion at the moment. If you don't have Mercedes parking in your garage, Mercedes, pay attention. He just said that word multiple times, okay? Each time he says Mercedes, he needs a $1,000 paycheck in his casting booth.
I will take $1,000 right now.
Yeah, mate, Mercedes, all right. I mean, you could say BMW, you could say any other manufacturers here at the moment. I haven't even said you didn't even say the word Ferrari, of course, and that's probably banned language, isn't it? In Germany, you're not supposed to say the word Ferrari in Germany.
No, we only say Lamborghini because we own them.
Yeah, well, there you go. Wow. All right. I like it. So heating up on the track and it's heating up in the casting booth.
Yeah, I'm sorry if we are missing some action. It's
You only have one camera and
bit
one
hectic.
great caster. And besides, he only focuses on Mercedes, so if you're another manufacturer, I'm sorry. There's no pictures on you this evening.
Oh, look, there. We have a Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo 2020 version in the picture.
I knew you were going there.
Obviously a fantastic car if you don't like driving.
If you don't like driving, that's what you said.
Yeah, we saw the incident with the 78 car. That was unfortunate with the disconnect. We hope that the two GT3s that were affected, can get back in, that it didn't cost them too much.
Chicane racing team at the moment, 264, 269, of course, and 176 there of the Austrian racing team. They're going for a two finale, of course, as they battle their way through traffic on the M2 highway in Nürburgring. And that is the Mercedes, of course, of the 269 car for Chicane Auto Racing team. And yeah, it'll keep you a little bit of a smile on there. But then again, he's up against another German manufacturer, of course, of BMW anyway. So either way, Germany's going to win this scenario. But Pascal is under the German flag. So he's in control of that wheel of that car and under massive pressure right now.
Yeah. We have, obviously, here BMW versus Mercedes. The Austrian sim racer's car carrying a bit of damage. And going wide, allowing the Chicane Online Racing red car to get side by side.
Gonna commit to the first corner? Last lap breakers? No, you're gonna have to back off. We're gonna tuck in. He can't commit there. No way. He's gonna go for it.
Smoke.
He's done it. That's bold and brave.
He's got the overtake into turn one.
That's Nissla's core for the Chicane Racing team there. Setting up the inside, bold and brave, last late breakers, lick the stamp and send it Mercedes style up into P8.
Yeah, Austrian sim racers orange there, getting not a good exit onto the front stretch, so sadly that cost them this position.
It's Austria versus Germany, maybe, friend. And I'll tell you what, over the Formula One history, there's been a ton of Austrian and German drivers. Who would you say is the better? German drivers or Austrian drivers? I mean, Niki Lauda versus Michael Schumacher.
Oh, big incident here between
let's have a look.
The Reiter racing car.
Oh, yeah, it's off the track there. And he has to wait as he even get it out of the sand track. You can see get the acceleration down and wait. And lucky he has a break in the traffic as well.
Oh, no. It was the YS Motorsports 01 car. Obviously, our GT3 AM pole sitter. And they were leading quite, I would say, convincingly in their class, being involved in an incident with the Right Engineer Esports car. The Right Engineer Esports car obviously being on the same lap as the GT3s.
Now, you mentioned to me earlier, my friend, saying the old LMPs are running on fumes right now. I'm not to see them come into the pit lane yet.
Yeah, they're going quite a bit longer than I expected them to.
We have to check their fuel sensors later, of course, in the scrutiny hearing after the race. Blue Screw Racing
Obviously
putting pressure on.
Obviously, what I forgot, with the safety car period, a lot of these cars were able to save a lot of fuel while the time ticked down. So
how did you forget that?
How did you forget? It's a formation lap.
Oh!
You can't come back at me, Biggles.
I can. I got the
Every
bumper.
time in this
And
race.
Lusku Race is coming at the moment. Look at this battle. He's got a GT3 in here. They just cleared the BMW. Lithium Motorsports, the 34 cars, the only one up the road there. 77 car. Lusku Racing is battling and battling and battling. Remember, Lusku Racing, of course, making an error early. Losing a couple places. Out of the final corner. Pedal to the metal. Gasoline. Burn, burn, burn. What's going to happen here? That's a cue for you to speak, my friend. Here we go.
Yeah, typical turn 1 pass. Manages to get by, get the power on the track, and now he has a GT3 to contend with, but this is not a hard overtaking spot.
Yeah, but the thing is a GT3 holding up? Yeah, he got the gap there. Half a second. Bang. Bingo. Got it done.
Niklas Hedberg for the ATRS car is the first one to pit from our LMP2s.
There you go, right on cue.
And we're gonna see if 046 Racing still has fuel left or if they're gonna come in now.
They won't run out of fuel, mate. It's happened before. 24.
Oh, they are saving fuel. So maybe they are just trying to extend this stint as far as they can. Let's look a bit at our GT3 AM class back here. They're currently being led by the Octopus Racing Team Black car here. I managed to get that correct the first try. And Platinum Racing Team Red in P2, Winston the Echo driving that car. And Wise Motorsports Europe 1 position behind. As said, our pole sitters were involved in an incident and now are going to look to get their lead back.
You want lead, but it's Brewing is up P5 currently in the GT3 class, and that can go anywhere. Astro Racing teams are battling each other, of course. They're supposed to be Astro Racing team and PGZ Motorsports splitting up the Astros into that fantastic GT3 classing racing. It's 181, 119, 180. It does sounds like a bingo. Cold bingo or not? Well, you're gonna have to wait at least about 5 hours right now if you want to be calling bingo at the moment, because it's early days and still battles are occurring. 2 for now. Welcome along. It's fun, fun, fun. It's called Platinum Racing League.
Sometimes I wonder, Biggles, if you smuggle anything into the commentary booth.
I smuggle into your suitcase, mate, when I travel overseas, that's for sure, so I didn't get in trouble with it. Like, yeah, that way, when you go through customs, it's like, that's not mine. It's not mine. Like, of course it's not yours. Because it's mine, but I've already through customs. You're already stuck at the moment there with, yeah, a couple. I basically smuggle a couple of gallons of booze in your suitcase when we go to Abu Dhabi, but at the moment we're here in Nürburgring, so it's not going to be a problem. I put snaps into your suitcase. Tempest Motorsports putting a bit of pressure there on GazX again. And we're still yet to see, and Loose Screw Racing at the moment losing a position there to TSR Racing. We get to see some of those pit stops that you mentioned there for the LMPs. Loose Screw Racing. What is going on? What is going on with Loose Screw Racing? What's the screw? I'm not very sure.
Yeah, I don't know if they're running with damage after their spin that we saw that threw them all the way back to P11 here.
We go to the GT3s, of course. The P6 and the GT3 battle is brewing up big time. The Astro Racing Cellular team. Do not drive and talk on your cellular when you're in a Porsche. And the 180 car trying to bring the energy. Of course, there's traffic every single way you can look here. He's got the Mad Sim Sports 111 car behind him, so don't worry about that. We're all mad, especially if you're racing around here in Nuremberg. All these cars on track. And the LMP car of 69, they're about to try to get around him. That's the P2 69 car of Bazinga. It's got a whole lot of Mad Sim Sports behind him. Exciting? Not? Glad you're tuning in. Yes, that's right. The Biggles has a few loose screws in his casting box, but once again, at least I don't get caught with smuggling alcohol into the various places, as you mentioned, my friend. You know what? Yeah. I did pack a jar of Vegemite in your suitcase, so check that one out later. Screw Racing still tucked up there in P11. They're trying to put pressure on Trackside Esports for the LMP class. Still, the battle's brewing here in the LMPs for 5, 6, and El 70 of Siente in Espanol.
Yeah, Euromaster Esports now getting close to the MRP by Fields Academy car. Obviously now due to PGC Esports getting that penalty that promoted our championship leader into the lead.
Randall Racing box. You mentioned the LMPs are going to box soon because they're running with Vapors. They certainly are. How's it going to pan out? We also have another driver in the pit lane. Of course, Lithium Motorsports have decided, well, lithium batteries need to recharge. They're in pit lane.
Yeah, the first two to pit. Except, of course, the ATRS Esports car.
What's the gap? I mean, I didn't know the pit lane time around here at the moment. I know an F1, but I have no idea what it is in the LMPs. See that in a second, of course, where they're going to pan out.
Yeah, ATRS Esports should gain a few positions from this. As said, they pitted quite a bit earlier, about 3 or 4 laps than the rest of the LMP2 field.
Well, Tempest also boxed, didn't they, at the moment? They're currently running in P5. A bit of pressure on the back there of the GazX Racing team. They already boxed early, but too early, I'd say, on lap 2. Damage that they had, so they're practically in the same class as everybody else is yet to box there for the LMPs, which is be top 10 at this point. So, yeah, first to box racing would be, as you mentioned, would be the Randell Racing squad, currently running in P11.
Yeah, we have our LMP2 leaders, 046 Racing, Bazinga Motorsports, and Shengstrop Racing, all coming into the pits. GazX Racing team is gonna continue for another lap. Tempest Simsport also coming in, 505 Endurance. So the pit lane is gonna get quite busy now. But we do have some cars continuing for another lap.
Just to let you know, you got to spot your braking points, of course, because pit times, of course, entry and exit are crucial. And how long you stop and how much fuel you take, if you take tires, etc., are key. Want to get you that information in just a little bit, because it looks like a very, I'm going to get those information and sit down on the counters. Of course, we have everybody down in the pit lane there with their stopwatches out. 32 seconds for 04 Racing Team. 32.7 for the pit stop in the box. The overall 33.5 there for Bazinga, so they're very, very close. 33.2 there for the Sloop Shop Racing bus, and I say. So, what would you say there as a race driver? A 33-second pit stop. Does that mean a splash and dash and fuel, or did you change tires? What would that be?
That's just pitting full fuel, and then you're done.
Okay, so just a fuel stop there, right?
No
tires,
LMP2s
right?
Can take their tires a minimum 2, more like 3 stints. Obviously, knowing that they have 40-minute stints compared to the GT3s, 1 hour-ish.
And if you took do you take tires when you take drivers? Because you got a little bit more time if you take drivers. Is that what would you?
Obviously the driver stop, the driver change is gonna take you more time anyway. So,
how much is it more? This is a 33-second stop box for fuel. What would it be if you took tires and driver?
I would guess around 20 seconds, around a minute.
Okay.
I think you're gonna be stationary for about a minute.
Okay, cool. I'm asking because I have no idea. Just checking that one. Yeah, for sure. So, and would you take tires because you're doing a driver swap because it takes so long? Is that the reason why you would do it? You also get fuel at the same time.
Yeah, you usually want to do a full service. 046 Racing, not having the outlet.
Is that like the guy pops the bonnet there and puts the pulls out the oil thing and just wipes it and says, "Okay, your oil levels are low," and starts pouring a little bit of oil in, like when you go to the garage in your car, like.
These cars have more than enough oil. I think.
I'm just saying, does he wipe the windscreen, or some guy in the stoplights there is trying to get like some change for wiping the windscreen down? Like, is that the kind of scenario that happens? Anyway, scenario has happened. 046 Racing are in the lead of this race. Bazinga are in the lead of this race. So not much has changed in the business end of this one, as some of the other drivers are boxing there from their first pit stops, as you said, for the LMPs. Look at those laps at the moment. 27, 26, 28 will be laps that they have endured the LMPs for. Lap 29, we're almost an hour into a 5-hour race. Is it to be expected of what you have expected so far from our 6 hours in Nuremberg?
Yeah. Now our LMP2s all have finished their pit stops. And we do have... No, he left. Okay. We could have had an interview. But
Yeah, get in here. Now, it's mandatory required at the moment. I've decided right here in the Platinum Racing League that drivers are contracted. If you sign up for the season, you are signed up for an interview. Now, if you don't conduct your interview, you're deducted points, you're penalized points, you'll have a race grid penalty pending the next race. You don't conduct the interview, so you have a little bit of time to get that one done. Otherwise, I will dictate that one. Trackside Esports, bringing it to the Rotary Industry White team. And are they going to bring it, my friend? That's the 99 car. Check that one out. P10 battle right now, live on lap 30.
Obviously, Biggles was joking about a contractual obligation for interviews.
No, not.
Not that any teams
No, I'm only kidding.
watching the stream are gonna get panicked now.
No, I'd be panicking at the moment because Screwed Racing is bringing this one
racing car unlapping themselves.
Oh, yeah. That's interesting to unlap yourself in that battle that's brewing, isn't it? With Trackside and Loose Screw Racing. That's bold and brave to someone on the inside like that, isn't it? They could have all gone pole shape. Check out the 77 car in the background. That's Loose Screw Racing. 99 car is defending in P11. Now, they're a second and change down from the 10th place position there of the 23 car. And that's a great battle brewing up here on lap 30. At about 1 minute right now, my friend, and until we click over the 1 hour mark, and I'm going to hear the clocks ringing in Nuremberg when it goes dong, dong. I think it's going to go dong once, isn't it? Because it's 1 hour. I'm not sure how many dongs you're going to get on those clocks.
Well, seeing as we currently in-game are at 2 p.m., the clocks already were done 12 minutes ago.
Oh, the traffic is everywhere. How do you manage this? It's going to be stressful. Go on board with a drive. I want to see how it feels to navigate your way around Nuremberg with this car's tooth and nail everywhere. Look at the 77 car, 48 cars on the outside there. But the big battle, of course, with the Loose Screw Racing team is the 99 car up the road. Go on board the Loose Screw Racing team if you don't mind there. 77 car. I want to see how it feels to be in an LMP in traffic in Nuremberg. Welcome, 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 man. You know, is he going to give me a 5-star Uber rating? I don't know. He's in the 5th gear.
DCW Racing there, giving up the track position, just letting the cars that are fighting for position fight with each other. A gentleman move. And we have finished our first hour of the race.
There's no gentleman amongst motor races, my friend. It's game on. I like it. It's war on the track. It's battles. It's the Centurions. It's the arena. Fighting to your death at the moment. Of course, just having fun, of course, in motor racing. But, you know, treat it like that. We're just dramatizers, are we? We're entertainers, and GT3 may very well be the tiger in the gladiator arena, throwing a spanner in the mix there, but still. Screw Racing, you don't trick them too easy, my friend. They're happy to follow the orange car. It's pretty easy to spot. It's like a black box, isn't it? A flight recorder on an aircraft. When an aircraft goes down, it's not a black box, believe it or not. It's an orange. So painted orange is a target, isn't it? Easy to find. No doubt Rotary Industries cars is fine. Just talk to Lewis Crew Racing 77 car, hunting down the Dutch squad.
Yeah, 046 Racing, just building out their lead. Slowly but surely. And ATRS Esports, their early pit stop. I don't know what exactly compelled them to do that.
77 Loose Crew's going to be making a run right now. There's contact between the cars. 799's gone around. He's gone around. Oh no, what's going on track side? Contact because of the back markers there. Well, the back markers GT3s have put everything into this. It's all gone pearl shape for the Dutch squad. And Loose Crew Racing will go through. We'll get a replay of that one in a second for sure. Wow, it all happens in a split millisecond. 1 hour and change into a 6-hour race. What has gone on? Let's look at the replay.
Don't worry, Bengals was soon remembered that we can't do replays today, unfortunately.
Oh, come on! It's in my head. That was crazy. It was absolutely ballistically crazy. Overtake opportunities. It was the GT3 car that came between them. Now, nothing wrong with the GT3 car. GT3 car did exactly what GT3 cars need to do in their own race. It was the challenge between both of those gladiators, and they didn't find the racing line in the right time, and it was definitely the Rotary team that made a little bit of a gamble there and went spinning off. Apparently coming in 2 to 3 minutes there will be my next.
Yeah, looking onto obviously also further back the field in our GT3 AM category. 10 cars currently still running from that category, it seems, at least on the lead lap of the GT3s, with the Chicane Online Racing orange car, a Mercedes-Benz,
Here we
being 10th in this situation.
All right, chat. Somebody count every time he says the word Mercedes, but go ahead, my friend.
The Mercedes-Benz.
Now, holding it to you, my friend. I never heard you say anything else aside from Mercedes, but keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean...
You never said the word BMW once in this whole stream.
Look at the car
You've never said
ahead.
Ferrari.
Oh,
You've never said Lamborghini.
Mercedes-Benz.
You never said anything else but Mercedes. Hang on. Are you paid by Mercedes? You're paid by Mercedes, mate. Share the wealth, okay? Share the wealth.
Let's go to another car. Here, the BWT Motorsport
another
Audi.
car. I see how he avoids the use of the manufacturer. Oh, wow. All right. I love it.
The only Audi in the field.
Oh,
obviously,
he's like, and of course he mentions another German manufacturer.
That car,
Nice.
sadly, butchered by the BOP. But they are doing what they can. We can see a Mercedes behind.
Oh, contact! No, car sensor, GT3 into the wall! You didn't see that, but the 99 car trackside had contact with GT3 car, and the GT3 car went burling right down into the Mercedes wall, maybe. I'm not quite sure. The Mercedes corner, somewhere along the line. Not a happy camper. And that's one for review, of course. We can't show you the highlights on that one because, of course, we're not sponsored by Mercedes. We'd be able to show you that one, but it is heating up at the moment. It's definitely heating up. Wow. I mean, I wish Formula One was as exciting as this.
Octopus Racing Team, our GT3 AM leader, setting their fastest lap of the race.
I want you to say the word BMW. Go, do it. Or Porsche. Can you try it? Anyway, focus on the other action. Oh, 1799 going 2 for nail. You got to remember the 17 car at the moment is not in the same track position, but he's fighting like they are fighting.
Wise Motorsports 1 here are still recovering from their incident. BGC managed to
you
get all
pronounce
the way
the-
back to P4.
The 18 car and P3 at the moment too. At the moment, they school stop racing. I can't pronounce that. You can do it perfectly for me, my friend. But yeah, they're
So
not in
overall
a
P3, LMP2.
18 car riding in
Schenkstrup.
P3.
As far
and
as my feeling says, it's the Schenkstrup Racing Koopmans. But
they're driven by an American driver at the moment, by Dalon. And Lidhard Zanger is the driver up the road there for Bazinga, representing the German driver. So let's see it. USA versus Germany, of course. And whether or not you guys in Europe are a little bit upset about the USA stealing away a couple of European races in Formula One, at the moment, the 18 car wants to steal away at least a race position here, gaining 3 positions at the start of the race as they make their way around the GT3 car. And here we go, braking there, hunting down the 69 car and trying to do something about that. Mr. Dallin Love is doing anything he can to bring an 18 car versus the 69 car. This is a battle for P2 currently in the LMPs, and we are on lap 35. 1 hour and 7 minutes into this race. And here it is, mate. What do you think? Cast this one.
yeah, Bazinga Motorsports holding on. Going too wide into this section of the track is not a good idea. And now with GT3 coming up, it's gonna be interesting.
Well, hello guys.
Hello. I mean, how exciting is it to try to make your way around GT3's racing line? Here we go. Welcome along to the battle for P2 and P3 currently at the moment. And who is hello? Tell us who is hello.
Hello, I'm Alex, the founder, of course.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, you broke up a little bit.
Marnix, the founder of the Platinum Endurance.
Marnix.
Yes,
Hello,
sir.
boss. Okay, sorry. I'll call you boss. How's this at the moment, mate? Lap 36 and battle's brewing P2 and P3.
I
Cast
thought
this
I'd
one,
be
mate.
helping out with some commentary since
Well, come and cast this one.
Yeah,
Oh, it's brewing.
is it? Well, I've seen some good overtaking so far, and quite some events and incidents on track, and quite some good battling as well. I think it should be alright, right?
Absolutely
yeah, so
right,
good racing.
Because if you look at this battle, it's what is it? Schenkstrup Racing, Koopmans, and Bazinga Motorsport, right?
Absolutely
battle.
correct on that one. Yep, it's USA versus Germany at the moment because the USA driver driving in the 18 car and German driver driving in the 69 car. Either way, they're both quick. We all know that for a fact. Who wants to be able to take it? 046 Racing, 12 seconds and change down the road. This is a battle for P2, which is brewing. Now, they all boxed lap 27, you can see on the screen. So even Stevens, there's no advantage or disadvantage at the moment apart from driver skill, driver ability, and the GT3 cars, of course, always coming into play.
If you see, considering the start, of course, having a big pile up and having our first full course yellow of the season, I think the way that Gazix was hit and by it, they were pulled back to P10, I think, and they were back in P4 already. So but of
There's a
course,
run. That's a bold and brave run. There's contact. Oh, I didn't know. Sure, it's going to be very difficult to get out of the S's here. Get a good exit. Has he got the exit? He has got the exit. The 18 car there. Have they got it done? It's going to be done. Also followed by another LMP as the GT3 goes through there. It gets a tow from the 78 car. And I have to say, bingo, job done. So here it is. 4 positions gained. Currently at the moment, the Racing Bars team up in the P2. Well done. USA, oi. No, not oi. Yeah, of course, USA. America. Land of the freedom.
Hey,
but there's no freedom on track at the
penalty.
moment because you got to get past.
A penalty coming for your team, Biggles.
Wait, but it's not
505
my team.
endurance.
Oh no! That's Ben currently driving that car in the pit lane, serving a penalty.
Serving
I really
a
love their
drive-through
livery.
penalty.
What for?
Pretty stunning.
Being too Australian? What's going on here? All right, Aussies. You made a mistake, mate, but guess what? You got 5 hours to make it up. No doubt that the Aussies will come back And, well, you saw that at the moment there. A great comeback there for the 18 car. Getting the job done. And he worked on that one for a couple of laps, and that was fantastic. So that is what's been brewing at the moment. And welcome along, of course, my friend. You've now joined us in, 1 hour and 8 minutes, I think you joined us. We're 1 hour and 11 minutes into this race. Any surprises?
Well, I'm gonna say my biggest surprise is how good Gazix managed to recover
Agree more.
so far.
With Mirko Bortolotti behind the wheel, a Lamborghini factory driver.
Yeah, try to tell the other caster to say Lamborghini, mate. He's never mentioned another manufacturer apart from Mercedes tonight.
I mentioned Audi.
Okay, yeah, great. Audi and Mercedes is it. That's the best we've got out of you. It took an hour and change to get it, but all right. Okay, I know how this is going to pan out. It's a racing between TSR Racing and Randall Racing panning out for the battle for P6. Same laps, of course, they boxed on. Well, a couple laps difference. It's not a lot. But traffic, once again, will come into play. 44 car versus the 36. Orange versus green. That's Aston Martin versus McLaren. It was Formula One.
Yeah, I would say the blue doesn't fit that much. Probably
It's
more
green.
of an Alpine blue.
You colorblind?
No, that's not green.
It's aquarish. That's one. You can put a poll up at the moment and chat and decide whether or not it's green, blue. Certainly not red and certainly not orange. It's not a Mercedes.
All of our
either.
GT3s coming into the pits. According to the live timing, except Euromaster.
They all at the same time. What's going on there? It's like a party down there in the pit lane from the GT3. So they're celebrating a birthday for somebody we're not
giving
aware
out
of.
free fuel. I don't know if you know, but on the Nürburgring they use normal gas station fuel pumps.
Really?
Yeah, and they have people there to record how much you fuel. They read it off the fuel pumps.
So I just go down there and slip somebody like €100 and say just misread that fuel pump.
Spun there into turn 1. Somebody had a bad time there.
I'll give somebody a Vegemite sandwich and just say, just put a little more gas in there when nobody notices. TSR Racing, currently for P7, getting a nice slipstream down the main straightaway to start lap 39. Can't get anything done at the moment. Green versus orange. And on the backside there. And that's the backside there of Florin Chilzis. I'm going to try to pronounce his surname because I'm the biggest butcher of names. But either way, doesn't matter. You are putting your racing where my bad pronunciations are.
TSR Racing, following them for a few laps now. Sadly not being able to catch up and just get an overtake done.
It's because the problem is, my friend, he's not a Mercedes, is he? There is no Mercedes when it comes to the LMPs.
Yeah, I mean, it's an Italian car. So.
Oh, wow. Okay, first time I've ever heard you. Very patriotic, aren't you? And let me guess, when you race, what manufacturer do you race under when you race?
Oh, I don't race.
Oh, you do race. Come on. Spill the beans.
No.
Spill the beans. Spill the beans.
Is this showing enough?
Come on, chat. Tell me secrets. Is this GT3 car at the moment going to be a bit of an issue there? It's a BMW course. I know you don't say that word. But it has cost them through the S's. For sure. 44 cars going to have to back off through that one. Gets a nice toe to the exit. Gets the overtake done here. How much time does it cost him? Well, it actually cost him about 7/10 as well. That's what you don't want to see. But now he's back into the slipstream of the Rando Racing team and gets past the BMW down the main straightaway. No problemo. Take it into turn 1. Break it to 100. Bang. Job done. Back down to half a second.
Yeah, he's back with him again, so he definitely has the pace. Obviously, slipstream helping with these straights. It's gonna be interesting seeing how this battle pans out. And in GT3, MRP by Fields Academy, now really close behind the Euromaster Esports car. Obviously, these two Porsche 911 GT3s, the probably most popular car on the iRacing service right now. No thanks to its performance. And our current championship leader, trying to obviously defend their championship from last season, as you can see nicely by the one on their car.
And what car are they in at the moment, mate? Because you failed to mention that one.
It looks to me.
Oh, here we go. I can't wait to see you stall this
it
one.
Looks to me like we are looking at a Mercedes AMG
78 car
GT3.
made a mistake in the LMP coming out of the corner as well, as you mentioned. Sorry, go ahead.
Nothing.
Delay of game warning there for the caster.
We do have a small gaggle of cars here. Austrian Sim Racer Cyan trying to get past Chicane Online Racing Red, coming now onto the pit straight.
Yeah. Well, what car's about to overtake, mate? What car's about to overtake?
Oh, Chicane Online Racing Red. Lapping another car here. That looks to me like it's the DS Sylvan car. And oh, incident in the back with the LMP2 and the DS Sylvan Mercedes. ATRS Esports still didn't manage to get ahead. And Euromaster Esports able to pull a small gap against MRP by Fields Academy now. Coming up to 1 hour and 19 minutes in this race. Obviously over 6 hours. Many things can still happen and we're gonna see how it develops.
When are we expecting to see driver swaps?
I would say about the 2 hour mark. That's when we are gonna see, I think, most of these teams coming in for tires and then they will change their drivers too.
So Marnix, at the moment, how are you finding this match at the moment? 5-5 Endurance are putting a little bit of pressure there on the back of Lithium Motorsports and TSR Racing and putting a battle on that Randall, and of course Lusca Racing put a battle. So the LMPs are heating up big time at the moment, lap 42, as well as you can see Chicane Racing as well, putting a battle there on Mad Sim Sports. Well, I have to say the LMPs are going to be bringing something. Lusca Racing may be the ones bringing a little bit of a battle down the main straightaway, full speed. Gas pedal to the metal, and that's a 77 car braking late and getting the job done. The 505 Endurance, not quite. 23 car blocking them side by side. What a racing we go. 42. Don't all speak up at once, guys. Come on.
Side by side through the Mercedes arena, but the 505 Endurance
Oh, there
car
it is. There it is. I knew that.
able to get the position, coming up to the Dunlop Kere now.
Come on, I've been casting all day and I have to cast later on as well, too. So don't make me into all the casting, guys. Step up to the plate and bring this one out of the ballpark, aka Nürburgring. They're still going for it, aren't they? Lithium versus Lusca Racing. Side by side, 77 versus 23. And it's, well, we're 43 laps into it, and they have not yielded yet. They've boxed lap 26 and 27, 28, and they're still going for it. Still going for it. Oh, El Capitan. Where is it? El Capitan. He's left us. Oh, look at the traffic they got right now, mate. They have so much traffic. How do you navigate this?
You just race in a single class series. There you go. No traffic anymore.
Oh, you got to get past them in the corners at high speeds.
Yeah, the GT3 field now. Obviously, overall, the entire field is spreading out a bit. As we are coming up onto the start-finish straight here. 046 Racing managed to quite significantly grow the gap to P2. Now 16 seconds ahead of the next LMP2 car.
We don't need to see them. They're leading the race. It's fine. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. But I'm really interested in the other battles at a brewing course. Maybe P6, P7 is brewing. Nürburgring Racing is brewing with Lithium Motorsports and DRL. They're very, very close, but it definitely go to P7. P7's a battle right now that you need to be looking at because TSR Racing are trying to get the Orange Army there of the Randall Racing squad. They're about half a second and change. They cleared a GT3 car climbing their way up the hill. Another traffic coming up soon. Can they get the job done? Oh, they're similar in race strategies as well. Can the, as you said, blue, green, orange, doesn't matter. Scion, GT3 cleared, maybe. He's going to block the racing line. It's going to cost you a little bit of time. 4/10. It didn't cost too much. Guess you got a great slipstream. Here we go. 3/10 right now. Here we go. Battle for P6.
Yeah, here. TSR Racing. Now, again, all the way on the back of the Vandali Racing car. Coming up to the start-finish straight now. Obviously, turn 1, the prime overtaking opportunity here on this track. But I think they are quite a bit, they are too far behind. Or will we see him pull out? No. In other places of the field.
So much quicker through corners, but so much quicker through the corners if you don't mind going on board with the 505 Endurance. I want to see my Aussie boy there, Ben, controlling that baby. 44, my apologies to TSR Racing there. That would be Jonas. I want to see Jonas controlling this car on board. The 44 car there, just trying to tuck up back behind the 36 car and doing anything he possibly can to get an overtake done. Now, they're cleared for traffic for a little bit. Concentrate in the dirty air. Get that down there. Head down. They obviously clear way much quicker during the corners, but when it comes to straightaways, they're not lacking the straight line pace. They're very much
505 endurance, losing positions. Doesn't look good.
Thank you for reminding me about that one.
Always.
Oh, actually, Blue Screw Racing and DRL, there's another battle brewing behind that one, wasn't it? So P9 and P10 are also engaged. I still want to see TSR Racing try to bring it currently into P6 in the LMPs. Go on board. I need driver's perspective. I don't drive myself, so I want to feel like it would be if I was in control of the LMPs at this speed. Here we go. Sensation speed. Look at that. Second gear, third gear. Slam in the fourth. Get the revs up, fifth gear. Now you're in the slipstream, but then you're too far back to zone 1. Sit back a little bit. Follow them through. No traffic up the road just yet. Exit speed so much better for TSR, but straight line speed so much better for Randall Racing.
Yeah, probably a difference in setup for these two. And TSR Racing still not able to get the position that they want.
Because they don't have a straight line speed, that's the problem. They got them in the corners. Easy peasy, get them down to like 3/10, 2/10 in the corners, but then as soon as it goes to the straightaways, they just no speed, it drops off. Now they have a GT3 coming up. So this is where maybe an overtaking opportunity. Now you said in the LMP class, if you can get ahead of somebody, it's easy to maintain the lead than it is to chase somebody down, correct?
Yeah, I mean, if you drive behind someone for too long, you're subconsciously gonna start copying him. And that's gonna result in you probably slowing down if your goal is to overtake.
And it happened right there because he got to 1/10 and made a little bit of an error in the dirty air and had to scrub off speed there and dropped about half a second. Now building his way back up again. Of course, building his way up as Jonas, running in P7 at the moment. The TSR Racing 44 car. Once again, look at that, gaining another 2/10 in the corner alone. Look at the straight line speed right now. You're 4/10 tucked up in the air, in the slipstream. 3/10, get down to the braking point right now, but too far back to be able to make an overtake. It's got to be frustrating, doesn't it?
Yeah, we can see how close he gets, especially here in the Mercedes arena.
There it is.
But
everybody make note of how many times this man says Mercedes tonight, but here we go. You got plenty of time. We got about 4.5 hours to count the Mercedes.
yeah, we're gonna, get that money rolling in. These two still neck and neck, but TSR Racing seems to lack that little edge in pace.
Well, we've given them enough time. Let's go to the battle, of course, P9, P10, and P11. That's P8, P9, and P10 that's forming behind them. Because Lithium Motorsports is under attack there from DLR and Lusky Racing. Because, sorry guys, you had your chance for an overtake. You didn't get it done. I want to focus on this other battle that's occurring further back, and that's definitely where it's at. Because they're close. This is a battle for P8 at the moment. Lithium holding that P8, but Mr. Rotary Industry and Lusky Racing are challenging themselves for that P8 position. LMPs.
Yeah, Lusky Racing. On the back of this, he's probably observing what's happening in front. And Lithium Motorsports, not under real threat here, I would say. With the DLR Rotary Industry white car about half a second back, and now going into here, GT traffic.
Yeah, out of the exit.
Obviously, in this chicane, the traffic from the GT cars is not that important, as the LMP2s are usually slower than the GT cars in this kind of corner.
Well, still compromise your exit speed, of course. We get a good power down here. 77 making a run, setting a dummy up there on the inside. Definitely can't get the job done there. And the Rotary Industry crew should be very well aware of that one. But the thing is, at the moment, mirrors are full. Blue Screw Racing Team, and that's what maybe could be throwing you off. A psychological warfare game, isn't it? You just mirrors are full of a car behind you. And you gotta remember, he's trying to take the 34 car of Lithium Motorsports up the road. So it's difficult when you're in the middle of this, isn't it? It's like you're looking forward and you got to be looking behind at the same time. I'm admirable of these drivers that can handle the pressure and situation of this race. And not to mention, it's not just one lap. They're doing it for multiple laps. 1 hour and 29 minutes into this race, they're going to have to continue maybe to do this for another 5 hours. Yeah, there was a lockup.
Yeah. A very tight battle here.
I love how calm and cool, relaxed you are.
We give our friends in P7, TSR Racing, also still battling with the number 36.
They're not getting any time anymore. No, I'm not giving any more time. They had their chance to overtake. They didn't do it. Sorry, TSR. We only had one camera one time. You had your chance. You didn't get it done. I want to see the battle between the Loose Crew Racing and DRL because it's a 3-car battle right there for P8. And TSR Racing had their chance. Biggles is determined that you're not getting it done in time. Let's go back to the other battle. Of course, we can look at the replays later on, but this is it. This is definitely brewing to be a brewable brews beer in Germany. I know German beer is fantastic, of course, and I'll be testing that one. The BMW at the moment is flashing his lights because they get past the GT3 car into turn 1 to start lap 48. I mean, laps really don't matter, do they, at this point, because it's an endurance race. You have 6 hours of laps. That's what you care about.
Yeah. DLR Rotary Industry White, benefiting from the traffic, getting a bit closer again to the Lithium Motorsports car, while the Loose Screw Racing car lost a bit of time. And going now again into the Dunlop-Kehre. The gap 5 to 6 tenths. a bit too far to...
I'm waiting for the Mercedes turn. When's that one?
Oh, we need to wait a bit.
GT traffic coming up as well. That's going to come into play. But navigating that traffic. You don't want to be hitting GT3 traffic when you're in the heavy braking zones to VSs. That's the crucial part there.
Yeah.
And Lithium Motorsports know to try to defend not one, but two, of course, very quick LMP cars, P10, P11 behind them.
Yeah, this now again. Bring Loose Screw Racing quite a bit closer.
Even closer. Going for it. Oh, at the back off there. It was like 1/10. Then realized S is coming up. No way go side by side through there. Especially when you have under 5 hours to go on a racing. It's not the way to risk it for the biscuit. Very, very smart driving from the teams, and they make their way around GT car. Causing a little bit of time, of course, but Loose Screw Racing 3/10 now currently. And 505 Endurance actually lost a lot of time there for the traffic. But here it is. Game on 77 versus 23 on lap 49.
Loose Screw Racing still trying to get close, trying to do a pass, but...
Oh, Gazza got past Bazinga there earlier, up in the shop there. They caught him big time too for now. We'll keep it on this battle, but that was, yeah. So Bazinga losing a place there for P3 and P4. But still going back to this battle, that was just that caught us off guard. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Choreograph your overtakes according to the cameras that we have, but traffic is definitely come and play right now here in the battle for P8.
Yeah, the Platinum Racing team, BMW.
Oh, did you just say BMW? Wow, that's the first time I heard that. So let's go racing now. God, they're 2/10, so 2/10. This could be a fantastic exit if they get on a slipstream here. Get the back off. Oh, it's tied at the moment. Remember, Lithium's in P8, so this is P8, P9, and P10 battle. Brewing and brewing and brewing like a German beer manufacturer. Welcome to Oktoberfest, but in November. It's definitely exciting here in Nuremberg, and it's definitely heating up. And we're only 1 hour and 33 minutes into this. I expect to see this for the other 5 or 4.5 hours remaining.
Loose Screw Racing, pitting.
Don't break up that party. They are breaking up that party, aren't they?
We have other parties to go to, like Bazinga Motorsports. Here following the GazX Racing Team car. GazX
Dan, get
now
your butt in
P3.
here, okay? So I need to sleep soon. Bazinga, you mentioned exactly. But the Gaz got past them. GazX Racing Team got past them. So, well, the Italiano Mastermino of Marica got that job done there over Leonard Inga. And I don't think it's going to do too much about that, but the battle's still brewing, isn't it? The rotary industry versus Lithium Motorsports. And now you've just seen that. So no longer they have the threat there from the team that just boxed. Now it's them. And is it about to jump in the pit lane? You know that for a fact that the LMPs have to go for their second pit stop right now soon.
Yeah, we are gonna see 046 Racing continuing for another lap. GazX 2, so I think it's gonna take a bit longer. PGZ Motorsport with Astro Racing against Moderna. Quite close together here.
It's so close. The exit speed. But he can't get it done here. Now the traffic's gonna be crucial. Look at this side by side. There's a couple of GT3s here. And they're diving in there at the moment safely. Randall Racing has boxed just up the road here. Look at a couple of GT3s here. You're looking at P8 and P9 battle of 23 versus the 34 car. He had to drop a little bit out of the final corner down the main straightaway. Couple of, yes, that's right, Mercedes there in front of the GT3s. 23 gets past there. And also, it'll be, but then there's Randall Racing's going in. The Lithium Motorsports has gone in. So that battle is not going to be on track. It's going to be in the pit lane. Lap 51.
Yeah, both pit crews here gonna have to work their best to get that car out ahead of their competitors. Also being the first LMP2s to do their second pit stop. except the ATRS esports car, which had to take an early pit stop early in the race, obviously moving them off cycle.
Yeah, broken up that great exciting race, guys. What's going on? Hello?
Yeah, in terms of battles, not much happening. I would say we take a look at our GT3 AM class.
Yeah, Austrian Sim Race is putting a bit of pressure on as well too, isn't it? So the battle for P3, P4, P5, P6.
Yeah, trackside endurance team orange here being the last, being the top 5 car. In the Ferrari 4, is it still a 458? Or is it already a
Wait,
488?
hang on. Could you repeat what you just said? What? Starts with an F.
Mercedes AMG Petronas Formula 1 team.
Oh, somebody clipped that. He actually said Ferrari, I think, for the first time ever this evening. Yeah.
Yeah, here Austrian Sim Races yellow
Joshua.
in P4.
Come on, Joshy. Come on,
The
Joshy. Just
Platinum
admit.
Racing Team red car in P3.
You like
YS
it. You like
Motorsports 1 in P2, and the Octopus Racing Team black car is still leading this class now. After the incident of the YS Motorsports 01 car. Even more LMP2s coming into the pits. Bazinga Motorsport, Shankstrop and Tempus Simsport all diving into the pits. And 046 Racing still managing quite a comfortable lead.
It's 17. It's 19 seconds to change down to the GazX Racing Team that admit they gained some places at the moment. And GazX are getting places, of course. 8 positions gained from the race start, doing a fantastic job there. Well, because we have an Italian driving that car, right, mate? You know, and as much as you don't like saying the word Ferrari, well, GazX has a Ferrari driver and in for the race leader. So let's see if they're going to follow there for the 63 car. Well, they're on lap 27, 28-ish. They need some gas. Running on fumes. They follow 046 in. Once again, they're a little bit down the road. Stay up for another lap. It looks like they may very well do that. And they will. Undercuts. Maybe brewing. It's a lot of time to gain, bud, isn't it? Even now the pit lane, like 12 seconds. That's a stretch.
Yeah. Fueling
But I
up.
have gained 9 positions, mate. 9.
We are taking a look if they are taking tires. It doesn't seem like it for me.
No driver
Keys
change.
are racing, GazX Racing Team.
Michelle.
They are. They are changing
Yeah,
tires.
Michelle now Michelle Visa of the 04 Racing Team now stepping into the big boots of the leading car at the time of the 046 Racing. So Michelle's got big shoes to fill, but don't worry about that one. Michael, Michael, Michelle, I don't know how you want to pronounce it, but either way, it's Netherlands. And hey, Netherlands, you don't mess with them. Very quick. The Dutch are quick, no doubt. I mean, double world champion currently in Formula 1 and currently 46 car. I would have to say maybe the net leader of this race because we still know they're not actually. Yeah, they are because they get out in P4. We know that the top 3 cars at the moment will have to box soon. What is the gap? We'll find out after the short commercial break. Sponsored by
ATRS Esports.
There you go.
ATR Apex Tech Racing.
I'm just
Supply.
queuing. I'm queuing up YouTube and Twitch, of course, to actually YouTube because if you say that, they actually shove the ad in there. Hopefully, YouTube insert ad now. And they do actually. It's a key word. If you do say that, they'll do it. Anyway, there's GazX going in. So this is the battle right now. Now, what were they? 12 seconds behind our race leader 046 Racing? Was 046 Racing on the track right now?
046 Racing is coming through the Michael Schumacher S. A bit of traffic ahead for them.
A lot of traffic. LMP and GT3 traffic. GazX in the pit lane. If you can pull up a track map, it'd be even better. Oh, this might compromise a little bit of speed here. I think they might still be okay. But have they secured, like, shoved a little bit of a gap there? Final couple of corners, pit exit there for GazX Racing Team. Pit exit. Down the main straightaway there for 046 Racing. It's going to be close as Gazak's got him. Has Gazak's got him? They have. I believe they have got him.
Yeah,
They've
Gazak's
taken the
Racing.
net lead of this race.
Gazak's Racing team didn't change tires, and obviously those saved 20 seconds paid off, giving them the lead. Although their lead now only is 7 seconds, because they obviously were behind.
Yeah, but they've shaved 11 off the gap that 046 had. So they have a bit of a gap, but as you mentioned, it's a lot less of a pit stop. 046 Racing took a 56-second pit stop, 33 seconds there for GasX, so a lot less. No driver change. There was a driver change, actually, because now another Italiano is in there of Microral. I'm not even going to pronounce his name, but put it this way, it's another Italian driver there for the GasX Racing team. So a lot less time, so no tires exchanged on that one. But track position is always key. TSR Racing now have to box soon. You see on the track map, on the guide there, 28 was the last time they boxed, and in the LMP class, right now on cue, they're box.
Yeah, TSR Racing, last of our LMP2s to pit.
It'll cost them a bit of time too. I'm wondering if they can squeeze their way back out in P4, P5. That may very well be positions they would hope to gain. I'm sure they get out ahead of Tempest too. Those times are way too close.
Tempest Sim spots coming into the chicane right now.
Yeah, they're gonna lose out to them for sure. Maybe Bazinga might get them. Yeah, I'd say so. Because they're in the pit lane right now. See how much they're taking on by they're 50 for a minute on change, so they might be taking a driver swap. Jonas was in the car before. Let's see if Jonas is going to be in the car. They're a minute right now. Definitely taking on tires, definitely taking on fuel. Jonas still in the TSR Racing team, still in the pit lane, and bang, yeah, all of a sudden right now, there's Bazinga going past, there's DRL going past. And now they're out of the pit lane. Jonas is still in the car. And can he get out ahead of Randall Racing? Will be the key.
Easily.
Yeah. There you go. So they will come back out there in P7. So that was a 56-second pit stop, mate, without a driver change. So that would have to be tires, right? And tires and fuel.
Yeah, they took tires too. A bit of a change in strategy for some of these teams. Some teams taking tires, some teams deciding to go for
GasX not taking tires, right? And Tempest not taking tires. Those top two teams in the LMP class, in and out, in their positions they are right now, and you can see they all boxed on similar laps, but it's the difference. They took a pit stop 33 seconds, so just a splash and dash, no tires. Teams like 046 Racing took a minute pit stop. Team like the team in P4 at the moment took a minute pit stop, as well as the Bazinga team. So that means took tires and driver swaps needed. So that'll come into play a little bit later on, won't it? For sure, when those tires start falling off the cliff. We're almost a 2-hour range of a 6-hour range. 4 hours left, of course, 6 hours for the endurance race. Welcome along, of course, to 6 hours in Nürburgring, presented by the old Apex Tech Racing Supply. Now, Apex Tech Racing Supply, you know, what does Apex Tech Racing Supply for us?
Sim racing hardware.
What sort of sim racing hardware? Let us know. Elaborate, my friend, because they're tools that we need to use.
Especially if you're in the US, it could be worth checking them out if you want to save the hassle of importing some European products yourself.
What sort of products are we talking, my friend? Because you're ordering this sim racing accessories. What sim racing accessory do you get?
Well, they are carrying precision sim engineering wheels, those obviously being hand assembled in the UK. And for the rest, I would suppose you guys check out
you're right.
ApexTechRacing.supply.
You get you racing rigs, mate. You can spend as much money as you want. Now, it's minimal money. You don't have to spend a lot of money. You can spend as much money as you want because it's a professional organization. But as racing suppliers are going to give you rigs, of course. Now, you see the guys in the iRacing, you know, with 5,000 ratings in iRacing, and you can see professional Formula One races and their sim rigs. Well, you can buy that on Apex Racing. I mean, the Pro Sig Racing, the PSR1 Tierras bundle, you get for about $1,000, mate. Now, $1,000, it just seems like a lot of money, but hey, you're putting what, 10 hours a day into iRacing? It's not a lot, is it? But this is a kit. This is a seat. You can adjust it. You can put it aligns all your seats, your screens. Put your computer there. You got your pedals. Everything's there, and adjust it. They'll, you know, obviously there's monster stands, there's wheels, there's brake pedals. I love the wheels. I really, more than I love anything about Apex is about the different wheels. I mean, if you want to look like a Ferrari, if you want to look like a Williams, if you want to look like anything you want, there's so many diverse racing wheels, and they look like legitimate. They are legitimate F1 racing wheels. I mean, if you want a simulation, you are spending money on a simulator to simulate your esports, closest thing you can get. There's a bit of ATEX racing supply there, and it's Christmas time coming out, right? So talk to your family, talk to your girlfriends and your other family members and go, "Wait, what are you thinking about for Christmas?" Apex Tech Racing Supplies, please. Send them a link there and say, yeah, if you want to give me a Christmas present, have a look at this. There you go.
Yeah,
Lap
I mean,
57.
especially if you're a man like Biggles that has multiple girlfriends, you can rack up a good amount of presents there.
Oh, wow. Where'd that come from?
You said it. You said talk to your family or your girlfriends. So.
Oh, yeah, I did say girlfriends. Yeah, it's meant to be girlfriend, singular. And I'm too busy casting. Do you think I could hold a couple of girlfriends down at the moment there? And on top of it, spend the money and race it? Yeah, no, I can't do that. But it is what it is. But hey, I'm not the one that's putting in all the effort here for the fantastic racing that you guys doing. They do a fantastic racing. Remember, the future is esports, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. We all know TV is dying. It's all esports. Future is here and now. Get the right equipment, get as quickly as you possibly can, and may very well be the one shaking the bubbly champagne, right? Next to
going for the overtake.
Yeah, you're right. Go ahead.
Yeah, Loose Crew Racing went for the overtake on the number 36. Managed it. And already, partially thanks to the traffic, they managed to pull a little gap, get themselves out of striking distance from the number 36 and continue on their way.
4 hours to continue on your way, perhaps. It'll be very, very soon, like 58. Again, laps don't really matter because it's not about lap count, it's about the time count. Just to verify with you, are we going to a dusk situation? Are we going to a nighttime race perhaps soon? What is the time currently at the moment of the race?
It's 3 p.m.
We're definitely going to go into a little bit of nighttime.
Yeah, so we're going to finish at around 7, half 8.
And are you a driver that likes to handle the old headlights and your mirrors and forward at nighttime racing? Is difficult. Concentration's through the roof.
Yeah. No big battles forming up right now. MRP by Fields Academy. They are following the Euromaster Esports car by about a second for a longer time now. Both teams holding their current gaps.
You know what's amazing at the moment? Because being almost 2 hours into this race, we still have everybody essentially on the lead lap. I mean, look at that top 14 cars there for the LMPs. All on the same lap. You don't have to go down to the NCR Esports team being a lap down. But that's not a lap down's not a lot. When you're in an endurance race, of course, because it all changes for your pit stop strategies. But it's great, isn't it? It's good to see Close encounters, a little bit of mistakes early on in the race, but so far great racing. And that's what you want to see, because you want to see the teams that put the effort in there. They're changing drivers. They're putting in 6 hours of their life, not to mention the hours of practice beforehand that they put into this racing. And concentration levels are through the roof at different time zones around the world. Of course, we have US drivers in here, we have European drivers, we have everybody from all over the planet, Australian drivers as well. So you can imagine the time zones are through the roof there. But essentially, they're still on the lead lap. And isn't that great? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised not on the lead lap for most of the LMPs or even the GT3s coming down to the last dying stages of the 6-hour endurance race.
Yeah. Currently in picture is our GT3 AM leader, the Octopus Racing Team Black, with quite a substantial gap to the YS Motorsports Europe 1 car behind them. Platinum Racing Team Red still on P3 in this class, rounding out our podium for the GT3 AMs.
What's been the most thing that's impressed you, everybody out there in the chat world? Welcome along, of course. We are reading chat messages. It's been the biggest impressing team so far in all the classes that, I mean, don't mention a Mercedes, please, if you have to mention Mercedes, but what's been the team that's impressed you the most so far?
Probably GasX recovering from their incident that brought out the first safety car. All the way to the lead now. Obviously off cycle with their strategy, so they will lose the lead next time they come into the pit lane. But still, lead laps on the statistics sheets are lead laps.
You're right.
Nobody can take
and on
it
top
away.
of it, they've gained 9 positions in this race. Even after the first lap, that's 9 positions from the qualifying. They've gained 9. And even with those momentum, that's just show you, isn't it, man? I'm telling you, I mean, I know you don't want to say it, but they're Italians, mate, and they're passionate about their motorsports, and they're passionate about the GasX racing team. And yeah, but they are down a little bit because they did not take, they took a shorter pit stop. They did not take the tires. And 046 racing team for the Dutch squad have. But hey, still, if you're on 9 positions gained, as you said, in the squabble at the very start of the race, and you're leading this race at the moment, I would take that one any day of the week.
Yeah, MRP by Fields Academy now. Close down the gap to the Euromaster Esports car.
It's Martin Ray, the Espanol. I think the other Espanol calls of Juan Manuel, the Euromaster team up the moment. So the battle of the Spaniards, of course, and they, you know, Spaniards can race. We all see Fernando Alonso back in the day, and Fernando Alonso, of course, is still motor racing and putting the effort in to putting the pedal to the metal there in Rapido for the Porsche of MRP Fields Academy. He's a little bit and changed down the road, but they have traffic, of course, coming up at the moment. That's not the traffic of the well, they're P1 and P2, so that's lap traffic at the moment. There's a 101 car we're looking at currently at the moment. And we'll see whether or not Martin Ray going to get the gas pedal down. Got a little bit of orange in here in his name. 101, of course. The Spaniard. Once again, the Spaniards, of course. It's great. You got to think of this. In the GT3 class, my friend, Spaniard driving P1, Spaniard driving P2, French driver P3, Spaniard driving P4. Spaniards, like GT3s. Very quick.
Yeah, Spain enjoying a bit of publicity right now. We have Bazinga Motorsports following closely to the Schenckstrop car ahead of them. About a second the gap now. So they will get the slipstream down the straight. Coming up to turn 1, they are obviously too far behind, but a bit of traffic for the car ahead. Maybe that can bring them closer into striking distance for an overtake. The entire race now having calmed down quite a bit from our excitement that we had in the beginning stages. Yeah, no big battles around the track as far as I can see. If I'm missing something, please put it into the chat.
Well, P7, P6, as you mentioned there, that's the TSR really brewing up for the battle between Jonas there. He's still been driving the same car. He's been driving the 44 car since the start of the race on the rotary industry, trying to bring that battle there. And once again, the debate more about whether it's a blue or green car. We do know one thing at the moment, the 23 car of the rotary industry is black and white. They are definitely battling for P6 and P7. You can't deny that one. I will have to retire from this one. I need a little bit of a lay down, a little bit of a snooze as they make their way through all dangerously up the hill through the S's. Cost them at least half a second right there. Big time. Oh,
Yeah.
lap traffic at the wrong place at the wrong time definitely is punishment. Once again, I said I do have to depart, you guys. I've got a day of casting to come up at the moment. I can't just keep casting. I need to sleep. I've been doing it all day and all along, but it's been an absolute pleasure to share the casting booth once again with Mr. I have to say, I'm going to call you Mr. Mercedes from now on, right? Is that right or wrong to call you that?
Yeah, I'm expecting my Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo 2020 model in my driveway around next week from you.
I like how specific you are about the model, isn't it? You like just say, not any Mercedes. Whoa! I'm not leaving just yet because it could have been the final challenge there. It's going to for now. I'm not going anywhere just yet, my friend. Give me a Mercedes or not. Tell you what, how about you give me an LMP car? I mean, I'm not quite sure the police officer will be happy when I'm driving that one down the freeway at 200 plus miles per hour. But yeah, I'll take the ticket. They're about to pass a Mercedes. That'll be you in that Mercedes, my friend. As they zoom
I'm
on
not
by.
going fast. Fuel economy, my friend. Fuel economy.
Fuel economy. Bazinga! Bringing it, of course, to P4. It's all bad. I'm just about to leave. Can you guys let me sleep? I'm tired. Anyway, Dan's going to take over. Thank you very much, Josh. You've been a legend, my friend. You are the cool, calm, and collective. You're like good cop, bad cop. Well, he's the good cop. I'm the bad cop. I am the Dean Beagles. Thank you very much, everybody. Take care. Enjoy the remainder of your 4 hours of Nuremberg.
Thank you, Biggles. Well, Joshua, first of all, I'm back. Hopefully it keeps working now and my PC doesn't crash again. But tell me, what have I missed in the first 2 hours?
Our first safety car of the season incident involving GasX Racing Team, causing a bit of carnage in the entire LMP2 field. And yeah, PGC Motorsport on the restart received a penalty, putting them into P3 now. YS Motorsports Europe 1, our pole sitter in the GT3 AM class, sadly also involved in an incident that threw them back quite a bit, coming up to P2 now. But in terms of cars leading, I think we are seeing the teams that we expect to be at the front during these races at the front. GasX Racing Team going for a bit of different strategy, free stinting their tires, not changing them earlier. So they are in the lead, but if the pit stop cycles play out, they will probably come out around P3 or P4.
Okay, so that's a lot of interesting stuff happening. Of course, the new teams, Scherpstorp Racing, Koopmans, and I think Scherpstorp Racing for Gils, yeah, they are in 15th. One team doing quite well in P5 at the moment, pressurizing P4. And one team who is down in 15th.
Yeah. Overall, in the beginning of the race, we had quite a few incidents involving GT3s and LMP2s that we saw in the background. So maybe they were involved in something of that. 505 Endurance also involved in an incident earlier, receiving a penalty. That's why they are in P9. If I am not mistaken, I am not. And yeah,
I'm gonna try something here. Oh, there we go. There we have it. Now we have everything on the screen. Joshua, what I will do for you is this. Maybe this works a bit better for you. Let me know if it does.
yeah.
Great. So that's now directly from what I have. Yes, you guys can see it now as well. Good. Well, Joshua, first of all, a big thank you for jumping in. I don't know if you could go just yet because Marnix is busy. He's coming in 2 minutes, he says, but the 2 minutes that Marnix has are quite long, as we've learned in the past times that he said 2 minutes now. But yeah, I hope everyone is well who's watching this. We are, though, going to do this real quickly. Now, there we go. The pit lap, to be honest, don't need to see that really at the moment because that's not quite interesting. So now we have a little bit more of a view of the screen. Of course, Joshua did not have the opportunity to do so. For the people who didn't know, my computer crashes. This is the battle for P3 at the moment. This is Oconert in the Bazinga Motorsports, pressurizing the Tempest Simsport LMP2. That's the #1, the champion from last season. 20.7 is the gap to P1 for them. They both are trying to make inroads, which isn't really happening. Behind that is Skankstrop Racing Koopmans car, driven by Chris Scar at the moment in that number 18 LMP2. What do we think, Joshua, is going to happen here? There's a touch!
Oh.
And the LMP2 goes round. I don't think he expected him to cut back as aggressively as he did, or brake as early as he did, but he's around and he's lost quite some time with that. And I don't think, Joshua, that they will be happy with what exactly just happened.
No, I don't think. I think we will see some more battles, and what I'm interested in is if we will see some penalties for the incident point limit that we have in this race. Because it looks like some teams maybe are gonna run into that.
Yeah, of course, 6 hours, I think. Somewhere around the 20 incident limits mark.
It's 40.
And 40? Oh, that's quite
Yes.
quite a lot, to be honest. I think we had that at the 10 hours of Suzuka as well, the 40 incident limit.
There's been
Yeah,
a little bit
obviously
of a
being
mistake.
two very different tracks.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
there
been
he
a
is.
mistake with the incident limit. There for today it's 40 and only a maximum of 2 times 10 extra X's. So every 10x you get a drive-through until 60x. But unfortunately, there has been a mistake. So it should be 70x, but there was a mistake within the iRacing UI. But yeah, the drivers have to find a way to work around it, of course, to stay and try it.
It's the same for everyone, right?
Exactly.
But
Yeah,
Joshua,
I'm gonna leave you two now.
exactly. I think
We're
you've
gonna
done a
give
pretty good job.
We're gonna give a full Dutch broadcast.
Yes.
So Marnix and me in the commentary booth for the last 4 hours. Joshua, I do have to thank you, of course. Thanks for jumping in and working with us, as that is, I think, the BMW of the Wise Motorsports team going wide. But I thank you for jumping in with all the chaos that happened at the beginning. So Joshua, yeah, a big thank you. Of course, a well-known servant of the broadcast here, so I think it will be very much appreciated by everyone who's watching at the moment, Joshua. So a big thank you. And yeah, of course, free to leave. Of course, I'm gonna debrief Marnix real quick after you've left. So yeah, a big thank you. And yeah, if you have anything to say before you go for it.
He's already off. I'd like to thank him.
Is he already off?
Yes, he is.
Oh yeah, of course you had to go pretty quickly, but yeah. Marnix, of course, I have shared my screen so you can watch with me. We're on lap 68 at the moment, if that is correct. I do think 68 laps is not a lot. Is that the correct information that I'm being given here?
I think so. Yeah, it looks like it. We are in for the GT3s. The top 1 or 3 are in lap 63, and the current leading LMP2 is the Gazix. Remember, they had a big spin-off in the first lap, where they ended up in P10 or maybe even at the back, and they fought their way back up, and they are in lap 68.
Yeah. Well, as you can see on the bottom left, we're looking at the moment at Loic Rabier. I hope I pronounced that correctly, Marnix, from the PGZ Motorsports Porsche.
I think so.
They are in P3. The gap, though, to P1, only 3.3 seconds, 2 hours and 6 minutes into the race. The gap to P2, though, 0.5 of a second. The PGZ Motorsports team behind the MRP Byfields Academy, I think it is. At the yeah, the MRP Byfields Academy Porsche. Only Porsches at the front of the field. I think the top 4 is only Porsches. Yes, it is. So, yeah, I think one car is quite dominant at the moment.
I think this is Porsche, like we've seen at the 10 hours, of course, in the officials. The Porsche getting a bit dominant in the iRacing GT3 field. Hopefully, iRacing will have a time where they can stabilize it and get more balance through the other manufacturers. Of course, BMW has had their time with a lot of performance and a lot of time that they were at the front of the field. And yeah, it's good to see actually an Audi there in the field as well. And of course, the Ferrari of Nick Kerstens.
I do have to answer quickly on Jens de Roy in chat. He says, is there any live timing? There was live timing until, I don't know who, we don't know who, we're not going to blame anyone. But some people decided to, well, ruin the broadcast with it. Of course, you get the room name with it. That's how SDK does that. And sadly, they put in the room name and they started to change cameras and things like that. So the broadcast was all over the place. Since then, we've decided not to do it anymore. So whoever did it, you have them to thank for it. We don't know who it did or who did it. So we're not going to put the blame on anyone. But the ones who did it, you have them to thank sadly for it. So we've of course taken precautionary decisions there to not put a live timing in anymore. That's why there is no live timing. But yeah, Marnix, first of all, thanks for joining me.
Always glad to help.
The first 4 places in the GT3 Pro class, all Porsches. But in the GT3 AM, it's all a BMW, it looks like. Is that just because the BMW is easier to drive? And so, is that maybe why the AM cars are, well, maybe swinging towards that BMW?
Well, at the beginning of the season, it looked like the BMW was really fast. So I think that a lot of teams chose the BMW, and the Porsche was the second car. And through the second half of the season, it kind of switched that the Porsche became a lot better. But of course, like you said, the BMW is a really balanced car. It's good for performance. It's really consistent and doesn't really get off tracks, or it's not that twitchy as the Porsche under braking. So whenever you try to stay consistent as possible, you go for the BMW.
Yeah, well, we of course have done the 10 hours of Suzuka. I personally did it in the Mercedes, which is a very good overall car, very good in high speed corners. I think we do see a couple of them. The first Mercedes that we see in the field is this one from the Chicane Online Racing, a red team. A good overall car, not the quickest overall, but easy to drive, and let's say in terms of cars, quite quick.
Can't agree more. It's also a good car that as soon as it came out, it was really at the top. It looks like it's being a bit nerfed, a bit less powerful than it was at the beginning. But yeah, it's still a fast car stuck in P5 at the moment. While we see that Rabier got passed by the Astro Racing Agencia Moderna. Of course, they were really fast in the GT class last year, or last season, I should say. But looks like they're making a comeback after having a drive-through penalty for having or doing the start incorrectly and not starting it in the green zone.
Who's that for, the PGZ or the Astro?
The PGZ. So they are making their way back up in the field. Hopefully they can get some results back in. They're really close to the second team, the MRP. last season's GT3 AM championship, if I'm correct, or Pro.
Yeah.
Can't really remember.
The GT3 Pro champions, so they were the GT3
Correct.
overall champions.
Yeah, so that's why they of course have the number 1 above their car on the top roof. So it's good to see them on top again. Just 4 seconds, almost 4 seconds behind the number 1. So looks like we'll be having a eventful middle part of the race.
Yeah, well, of course, you drove the BMW in the 10 hours of Suzuka. Any experiences with the BMW at the moment? I know that your team didn't quite like the BMW. That might also be down to setup. But just how was the general feeling in that BMW?
I mean, overall my experience with the BMW has been enjoyable. But at the specific race, the 10 hours, it was horrible. The setup was shit. And yeah, it was not really likable to drive. It was not like how I expected it to be.
Yeah. We're looking now at this team, the Kazakh racing team, Mirko Bortolotti in that car. They have really made a comeback. Of course, at the beginning of the season, they weren't quite up to pace. Wherever that might be down to, we don't know. And they've just been consistently getting up the order throughout the races. Of course, last time out at Monza, they had a beautiful fuel-saving strategy. They got 4th at Suzuka or at Monza, I think.
Monza, yeah.
And now it's Mirko Bortolotti with at the moment a 12-second lead over the 046 racing team. So they've steadily been working their way up in the season, and at the moment in the lead. Do you think they can keep it there, or?
I think they can. Yeah, I know Mirko a little. He's a fast driver, consistent driver. I think it's just unfortunate they had some damage from the start on, from the beginning. So I think the gap could have been way bigger than it currently is. But yeah, could see him finish there if there's not any trouble with any back markers or any pit stops. I think it might be also take a good back at the GT3. Yes, that's what I meant. The PGZ closing in. Oh, that's an incident in front. I don't know what car that was. Looks like a Moderna car.
On the inside, though, there is the Moderna car now on the outside.
Close.
Is it going to do 2 in 1? It's going to try and slot in back behind the MRP car. Not quite able to do so. The inside will now be, though, for the Agenza Racing car. There we go, up into P3 for them. PGZ down to P4 again. So they're having difficulties coming back through the field, as I think the Skankstorp Racing team is now coming through. Has 2 done before we go into the left-hander. Not all 3. That is now going to create a little bit of a gap, Marnix. As the Agenza car tries to go back down the inside. That's a touch. That's a touch. I don't think, Marnix, it was a smart decision from the Agenza car to go back down the inside of the LMP2. I think it was a better decision if it just left it there. Of course,
I think they understeered it into the Skankstorp car. I think the stewards will have a look into it. That seems really unfortunate for both teams. Losing, of course, the gap to the upcoming car, and also losing its place to the PGZ, who dived into the Schumacher S's.
Well, I have to say, though, now, we're looking at the 15th placed LMP2, the only LMP2 who's ahead of the GT3 field, because, of course, the 16th place DCW Racing LMP2, they are behind the GT3 field. This is well, what do we call it? Is it the brothers team? Is it the sisters team? Is it well, the
Father and
team?
son team? Yeah, exactly. I
What
don't
do
know.
we call it?
Say the mother and sister team.
So
which one is the mother and which one is the sister?
exactly, that is what I was asking. I think this one, at least from their performance at the moment, is the mother team. They are in 4th. Their sister team is in P15. We've just touched on them. They have just lapped them. And I think, Marnix, it's always painful to be lapped by your own teammate, isn't it?
So I think it puts you on your place where you actually are.
Another touch between the Agenza car. Sorry to cut you off there, Marnix, but they were not happy with that, and they showed that diving up the inside. And a little bit of a touch there now. There is a battle a little bit further back. This is the battle we're talking about. This is Johannes Troppé in the TSR LMP2 behind the Tempest Sims for LMP2. Of course, they had a couple of setbacks. Of course, they had that touch a little bit earlier on, I think, with one of the other LMP2s. I think that was the Bazinga Motorsports car, which is now in P3. 22 seconds of the lead, 10 seconds behind P3 or P2. So they have had a couple of setbacks. They've been working their way through the field, our former champions. If we do now, because I do want to take a look at this real quickly, if we do want to take a look now at the championship, here we go. This is the LMP2 standings. I don't know if it has sent it, but it looks like it has. Marlins, if you just want to go over that for me quickly.
All right, so we have Loose Screw Racing with 80 points in P1. After that, we have the DLR. That's a new entry this season. White with 72 points. Behind Loose Screw Racing, 8 points. And then we have in third DCW Racing PEC with 61 points. In third, then in fourth, we have Bazinga Motorsport with 54 points. 505 following them. We have 046 Gasix Racing Team. Tampa Sim Sport, ATRS Esports, who started the season really good, but unfortunately now in 9th after a few results. Then we have Lithium Motorsport. They've been racing with us in multiple PRL leagues. Good to see them in our Endurance Championship. DSR Racing, Venom Racing Team LMP2 in 12th. And in 13th we have Digital Spirit DS Racing, DLR Rotary Industry in 14th, 15th Rides Engineering Esports, DLR Rotary Industry Orange, Rendell Racing in 17th, Trackside Esports PEC LMP2 in 18th and 19th, Octopus LMP2 with the last 10 points. After that we have Eclipse and NCR, who hasn't scored any points, but NCR Esports seem to be scoring points as they are now in the position they're in. So it seems like they will gaining a few spots maybe after this race if they manage to finish the race. So yeah, it's good to see a tight and good championship within the LMP2. Of course, the first couple of positions, 1 to 5, gets prize money. It will be 100 euros for P1, 80 euros for P2, 70 euros for P3, 55 and 45 for P4 and P5.
Well, there we go. I do want to point on the Trackside Esports PEC LMP2 team. Again, they have retired, one of the first to retire, I think. And
look at the pit street. Look at the pit street. It looks like really close between they just exited the pit street with the pit lane between Martin Dukšek, if I say that correctly, and the MRP guys. It's really close in the pit exit with the number 3 and number 4, if I'm correct. No, the number 3 and number 4. It's really close on the pit exit. They've just exited after they had their refuel.
Oh, okay.
Maybe tire change. Look, there they are.
It's like on the pit lane, but in the pit lane, they are not on the pit lane. So I was confused for a second. They do get past, I think, the Astro Racing Agenza car again. So that gap now up to 4.2 seconds. They're now hunting down the team ahead of them. That is MRP Biofields Academy, as we can see in the 101. So it's looking rather close at the moment, Marnix. And I think that once we get, as we have a gap on the screen, which you don't want, as I think once we get to the latter stages of this race, the strategy is going to play out a bit more. At the moment, though, pitting on the same lap. We have a couple of new drivers in. One of those.
So that's the pit, the number 1, the Euro Masters. I think they still have to pit, don't they?
The Euro Masters still have to pit. They're now into pit lane. I have suspicion that they are.
Through the Schumacher S's at the moment, looking at them. So I think they are already pitted. Or, oh no, I think they might be ahead. I don't know how long the
pit. They did have a little bit of a gap though. It depends. This is where the team is. They definitely need to pit. They definitely need to pit. They're now through the Schumacher S, so they need to pit. This is not the gap they had. They had about, well, was it 5 seconds max? I think on the exit of the pit lane.
Yeah, but so I think they might be even coming out. I think they might even come in front of the MRP because
here we have
of
the
course
answer. They were in the lead.
The MRP and the PGZ are battling their way out, so I think they might have the chance to get the lead after this one.
Well, they were in the lead before that MRP and PGZ went into the pit lane, so they should, by all means, cycle back through into the lead. We are going to keep an eye on it. As we can see, there is the Euromasters team. That at the moment, who's that in the car? You can see on the bottom left,
Gomez.
Juan Manuel
James.
James. What a name.
I really like the livery too.
Oh
It's
yeah,
really good.
It
Dirty now.
It reminds me of the old Williams liveries, I have to say. And you say a bit dirty, Marnix, an endurance racing
Gets a bit
car,
dirty.
which is not dirty, hasn't been raced properly. That is my argument. Here we go. Here he is, the MRP car. Now going into the left-hander, the right-hander, of course, after this, leading on to that long straight.
They're changing tires as well in the pits. The Euromasters.
Good information there from Marnix. Here they're up on the jacks. They dropped. They're gonna have a big lead though. This lead is gonna be bigger than 3 or 4 seconds here, Marnix. They might have won a little bit though. Their pit lane time gonna be wow, that is considerably shorter than all the others. 12 seconds shorter than MRP by Fields Academy and PGZ. Their pit lane time 1 minute and 30 seconds. Pit lane time from the MRP by Fields Academy 1 minute 25 seconds.
There's a crash, seems like to me, for the white car, the DLR Rotary White, who are in P2. I think for the standings, just had a little crash or spin. Going out of the chicane, of course we can't see the replays, but I'll give a description of what happened. It seems like they got on too much curbs, get a bit on the exit grass, and then get the throttle down and spin off, going into the last corner. They are, of course, now in P4. Looks like they be scoring some good points again.
Well, not only that, I do think we have to point on this lead. 38 seconds, of course. I do not think that they have to go into pit lane yet. Their pit lap, yes, their pit lap was lap 53. The first car that has
all different strategy, of course.
Yeah, the first car that has pitted is this car. Their pit lap 1 lap ago. The 046 Robin Glerum now in the 46 046 LP2. They are the lead car which has pitted. I don't think they will cycle through into the lead. Mirko Bortolotti going for another one. So they at the moment, Marnix, looking as the best team out there in terms of fuel strategy and which will be track position. So at the moment they are in a very, very strong position in order to win or try and do the best they can in this race. The pit lane time from the 046 was 1 minute, almost exactly. And the gap to the car in 5th is a little bit bigger. If we look at that and we divide and we go to the gap real quickly, here we go. That's the gap, 1 minute 10. So they have about a 12-13 second lead over this car. And that is not going to be 12-13 second leads because, of course, you're not standing still all the time. So I expect that gap to be around 20 seconds, 22 seconds once Gazax had made their pit stop. So I'm not expecting it to be very close on exit. And I do think that a couple of cars could fit in between those cars. The number 4 or the number 50 now going into the pit lane. That is Dennis Cho for the number 505 Endurance team. Marnix, a lot of pit stops happening at the moment. We're well into the pit stop cycle for almost all teams. What are we expecting at the end of the pit stop cycle, of course? We are going to give you an hourly update as we do, of course. But yeah, it's Robin Glerum in P4. He's the one who's made his pit stop now and is the lead car. The leader of this race, still the number 63, Mirko Bortolotti, as he now enters into the pit lane, Marnix.
I think they will maybe get in front. Also depends on the tire strategy. Don't know if they are triple or double stinting. But yeah, don't really know how it will unfold. Really hope they'll get the points they deserve, because they look really fast, and I don't know if they maybe get a driver change through. I think let's take a look at the entry list they got. They are having Martin Stadtmann with them as well. It looks like Mirko's still in the car. Of course, we have driver swaps within iRacing that takes about 30 seconds. Normally you take tires with it so you don't lose any time. I think we'll see that in any moment if they are driver changing.
Well, they're certainly on there for quite a long while. Here is the 046 racing machine. They are now up the back straight. They're going to come to the chicane in a second. Mirko Bortolotti stays in the car, is on pit exit. There we go.
3 hours
That's the
into
gap
the
they have.
car. They still haven't changed the drivers.
Wow. So I suspect that Mirko Bortolotti is going to do half of the race and Martin Stadtmann is going to do half of the race then.
I think so.
5:05 endurance, hot out of the pit lane, a purple sector time for the 5:05 endurance in sector 3, a green sector time in sector 4 for the 5:05 endurance. LMP2, they're hot out of the pit lane, Marnix, and they're going to be chasing them down. Here's the gap they had. Yes, like I said, about 20 seconds to Robin Glerum in the 046 LMP2. Like I said, about 20 seconds that gap. They are in massive traffic. Look up ahead in the GT field. I think there's a big battle going on there as well. Here we go. Between car and P4, the PGZ Motorsports and the Astro Racing and Genzo Moderna. They have fought their way back up. The Astro Racing car looking quicker than the PGZ, to be honest, at the moment. Marlon Ducek in the car for PGZ. Looking consistent, but not the quickest out of these 4 at the front of the field, I think. Also, still with quite a big lead, Marnix. Euromasters Esports Porsche in the GT3 AM class.
Yeah.
It's the YS Motorsports Europe 1, 2.6 seconds over the Octopus Racing Team Black. Then we have the Platinum Racing Team Red car. They're quite a long way off, 41 seconds. In the BMW, of course, I spoke to Miles Owens not so long ago. He said he disliked the BMW with how it feels at the moment. Might that be the case with the gap they have at the moment as well?
Hopefully we'll see a change for them through the next season. Of course, starting in 4 weeks, we'll have the first season of the 2023 iRacing season. Hopefully they'll change the car towards their positive ways.
Yeah, they're liking, of course.
Yes, they're like...
The closest battle that we have on track is the one that we just showed between the Astro Racing and Genzo Moderna and the MRP Battlefields Academy Porsches. This battle in the GT3 AM class is the one for the lead. Here we go, this is the closest battle. This is Rafa Campos in the Octopus Racing Team car. The Octopus Racing Team BMW, 2.3 seconds is the gap. Last lap time for Rafa Campos, 1 minute 55.0. And Jure Sakok, I don't know how to really pronounce that. Sakash, I hope that's the right pronunciation. In the YS Motorsport Europe car, he did a 1:57.4. So quite a big gap between those last lap times. Across the line, a 1:57.4 and a 1:56.9 for the Octopus Racing Team Black. BMW, so 5/10, another 5/10 gain here. This could be a battle brewing here between those 2 BMWs at the front of the field.
So it would be really exciting for the GT3 AM class, of course, and then maybe we get there might be a little bit of a time loss for them that maybe Miles Owens could get a little bit closer, but it's that's unlikely, I think. Yeah, let's take a. I think you want to take a look at the GT3 AM Championship. Platinum Racing Team Red looking for a good result this race, of course, being 5 points behind Crips Racing, who's in first. After that, we have Octopus Racing Team Black with 51 points in third. Then we have involved the GSA Silver Motorsports with 49 points. With 1 point behind that, we have YS Motorsport Europe 1. And then in fifth, we have sixth, we have the Chicane Online Racing Orange. Then the Trackside Endurance Team Blue with 35 points. Austrian Sim Racers Yellow with 25 points in eighth. And then in ninth, we have the RFRO Orange with 17 points. Followed by Trackside Endurance Team Orange with 15 points. And the last team that has managed to score points is the 046 GT3 with 14 points. Followed by the both non-scoring teams Bottom Split Heroes and Many T Racing Yellow.
Well, of course, Crips Racing, we've seen it at the beginning of this race. They are down in P40. So their closest rivals in P2, Platinum Racing Team Red, are on the podium. So the Crips Racing team here Not too happy, of course. We did have a safety car at the beginning of the race, Marnix, and I think you know more about that.
Yes. All right. So there was we have a green zone, of course, where teams are allowed to start in. This way we have a more specific time whenever teams are allowed to go. Of course, we have 2 grids, so it would be odd for the GT3s to start in the middle of the field or in the middle of the circuit. So we've decided to have a green zone, and the LMP2s went off where they are allowed to go off, but unfortunately they had a crash, and there was a big pile-up at the start-finish straight. And then eventually the GT3s came up to the start-finish straight, and there were still LMP2s on the track. So we've decided to pull out the safety car and full course yellow and go safe there. Also giving some teams time to repair their cars, get the pit stops in, maybe make some tire changes or team driver changes, and have a restart.
For the people who didn't know, I think, Marnix, the safety car is only being deployed at the beginning of
Yes.
a race, not halfway through. So halfway through, if something happens though, the safety car will not be deployed. Or there has to be another big pileup.
Yeah, no, I mean, iRacing unfortunately doesn't have the function yet. We are following one developer who's developing his own app, where you can manage full course yellow by yourself, and you can see the deltas, and you can tell the drivers where they are on the grid or where they have to go to, in what position they are in, or maybe have to let someone pass or not. And unfortunately, iRacing does not have that function yet, nor does the app creator has that yet. So we are only able to do it in the first couple of laps where the LMP2 doesn't or hasn't lapped the GT3s yet. Because otherwise we'll have to play around with wave arounds, and that would create a big mess. And to prevent that, we only do it in the first couple of laps where the LMP2 haven't lapped the GT3s yet. So in this case, the first lap, where we saw that the incident was occurring, we've decided to throw out the full course yellow.
Well, we're going to take a look back at the leader in the GT3 Pro class, and with that, we're going to go to the points for the GT3 Pro class as well. Here we have it, the championship in the GT3 Pro class. MRP by Fields Academy is the champions from last season, in the lead with 10 points over the Chicane Online Racing Red. Like I said, those are the champions from last season, so defending the championship pretty well at the moment is the MRP by Fields Academy. Austrian Sim Racer Cyan in third, 51 points, as is the Euromaster Esports. Porsche, the Platinum Racing Team Orange, of course, they are in fifth on 50 points. 1 point behind that is Astro Racing Cellular Mode, and then 1 point behind that is the Astro Racing Agenda Moderna. So all to play for at the top. The gap from P2 in the championship down to P7, only 7 points. So not a lot there. So all up for grabs still. Platinum Racing Team Blue, of course, on 43. PGZ Motorsports, after not quite a good result out there last time at Monza, of course, they crashed. I think with another LMP2 car it was. So they did not score points there, of course, the 10-hour race. So a big points haul missed there for the PGZ Porsche. So they're down in 9th. No Limit Sim Racing in P10. Manatee Racing Black in P11 on 32, 28 points for both AVL Sim Racing and Tempest Sim Sport Blue. Then in P27 it's the SR Technic in P14. On 15th place we have the Tempest Sim Sports car on 25 points, 1 point ahead of both Austin Sim Racers Orange and the Mad Sim Sports 111. Then we have Reiter Racing in a P18, and in P19 we have the Octopus Racing team on 21 points. 9 points for the GTS Racing team and 8 points for the NetRex Grand Prix GT3. MV Skinlab DS Racing, Reiter Racing Full Send, Aventus Racing Red, Vice Motorsports and Verve Racing Team Black, all still on 0 points. This is of course the 4th race of the season, Marnix, of a 6-race season. If you're still on 0 points, I think you can safely say, Marnix, that you're not in with a shout of the title anymore. Isn't that right, Marnix? I think we've lost Marnix. so that's not too great. But yeah, of course, that we can't say that you're then out of the championship if you are that far back already. 12 hours of Monza. No, on the top left. Yeah, of course, 12 hours of Monza. We need to change that. This is, of course. Where do we have that? I need to find it now, actually. Oh, there it is. Here we go. Thank you again, XNNL, for pointing on that. And well, Marnix is gone for a second. He's just told me that. Here we go. I'll try to fix this at the moment. Here we go. Of course, we had, that PC crash at the beginning, so all of that slipped through the PEC 6 hours of the Nürburgring. There we go. Of course, PEC Season 2 presented by Apex Tech Racing Supplies. Of course, we both know that the Apex Tech Racing Supplies is quite big in terms of what they do, of course. They provide you with all your sim racing needs, of course, steering wheels that are put together by hand in the UK. They give you advice on what exactly you need. Their, of course, their slogan is, better equipment doesn't make you faster, but the right equipment for you does, as we see that Ducek get past the number 4 or the number 181 Astro Racing car. They have let them through. Maybe a little bit of a slowdown there for cutting the chicane a little bit too much as they pull all the way to the left-hand side of the circuit, lose quite a lot of time. I do think that was a slowdown there for the Astro Racing Agenza Moderna car. Take a look now at the teams. Here we have PGZ Motorsport. They have a better race at least than they did at Monza, the 12 hours, of course, of Monza. At the moment, if we look back at the GT3 Anfield, the YS Motorsports BMW is now in front of the Octopus Racing Team Black. BMW 2.2 seconds is the gap there. Last lap from the YS Motorsport Europe 1 car, a 1:57.6. Last lap from the Octopus Racing Team Black car, a 1:56.8. So almost a second difference there between those lap times. Almost a second deficit for the YS Motorsports BMW. So Octopus Racing Team Black are reeling them in. The gap now 2 seconds. We're going to see what the gap was this time around as they come across the line. Last lap time for that team, a 1:57.2 and a 1:56.861 for the Octopus Racing Team Black car. So again, 4/10 won there that last lap by the Octopus Racing Team Black team. So they are reeling them in. As we take a look back to P3 here, this battle has been going on for quite a while. The championship leaders in front of the car in 9th in the championship. PGZ, of course, at the 12 hours of Monza, they had to retire. So that's why they're quite far down the order in the championship. We've just shown you the championship in the pro class. 2/10 is the gap. We're going to take a look on board with Marlon Ducek. And I think Marnix, you're going to give us a lap around the Nürburgring.
Right, so there we go. On board with the PGZ Motorsport Porsche with Marlon Ducek, the German driver, trying to and taking a look down the inside and breaking them out into turn 1, overtaking the MRP Motorsport Fields Academy team, and then we go into turn 3, following the LMP2 in front of us. At the following corner is a really late apex. You want to make the next corner, which is I think he's defending now, of course, for the other team. Then we go into the right corner here. Then we go downhill now towards the stadium section, I should say. And this corner is a bit tricky because of the exit. You don't want to take too much curb because it pushes you off and maybe too wide like they go here. And I think they're under pressure, of course, of the car behind the MRP Fields Academy. And I think also the LMP2 just coming through here. You can take a little bit of the Astro curb on the left, taking a hugging line, as they say. You're hugging the corner, taking a bit of the exit line right there, and taking a bit of, we're going through the Schumacher S is going uphill, and they're still 5-10 gap between them and MRP Fields Academy. Taking the curb here, you can eat the curb all the way on the left, trying to get the best exit for the next corner to the right, where there is a big long straight. You want to take speed with you towards the fast chicane. We've chosen the Grand Prix layout instead of the best back because it's a bit safer for the drivers. Drivers have to slow down more. So here we go, eating the curbs. You don't want to be doing that in the LMP2s, but it's okay with the GPs on the curb, and then that's a lap around the Grand Prix tracker of the Nürburgring.
Of course, well, that was the lap, like Bodik said. I think a few places to point out where they did go a bit wide. Finally up to P2 though, is the PGZ Motorsport Porsche. I think not fighting too much at the moment with that team here, the MRP Fields Academy, because of course they know that they have a big lead in the championship. The team that they're fighting with as well, Euromaster Esports, they are out in first, 24 seconds. They're now going to try and, I think, hang in the slipstream of Marlon Ducek of the PGZ car, and they're going to try and lift with them onto the back of Juan Manuel Games, the Euromasters Esports Porsche. Still quite a big gap. That was a late launch from the Loose Crew Racing. They, of course, had that spin in the beginning of the race, Monix. So they are now down in P9, working their way up the order. It hasn't been as smooth sailing as they would have wished, of course.
I think you just want to have your race go smoother, of course, leading the championship. So it's a shame to see them all the way down in P9, but yeah, sometimes it's part of the racing and you just have to make the best of it. I think they're trying, of course, still a long way to go. We're not even halfway of the race, so I think they still have a shot to get themselves up further up the field.
Yeah, there we go on the right-hand side. We pass another car. The Loose Crew Racing see the gap to P8 for them at the moment. Oh, 12 seconds again, deep into the chicane. And you lose heaps and heaps and heaps of time with that. So you don't want to be doing that too often. Into the pits now is the RFO Orange and the Digital Spirit DS Racing machines. That's a GT and an LMP2. If we go back to the battle in the GT3 class, here we have them. Astro Racing Argenza Moderna might be able to overtake the MRP Fields Academy Porsche. Do we think that this battle is going to be there till the end?
I think so. It would be lovely to see that, of course, having a few great fights so far, and hopefully they can stretch that to the end of this race, of course, to have a little bit of an excitement for the broadcast.
And of course for themselves as well. I think if you're in a fight, you're always pushing as much as you can. The gap is coming down 4/10 the last lap from P1 to P2. So they're doing a good job here, the PGZ Motorsports team. They still have about 3¼ hours to go in order for them to, well, take the victory.
Oh,
maybe
the MRP spins, the MRP car spins. They went off.
Right.
Let me take a look at what happened.
Well, we're not used to seeing that, to be honest. We're not used to seeing these championship leaders make a mistake. So that, of course, caught us off
by
guard.
himself. There's an LMP2 in front of him and he brakes. Under braking, he loses the rear end of the car and goes into the gravel. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for the championship leaders, of course. Nope, not too much harm done. Only 4.3 seconds behind P3. But they have lost that P3 now to, well, I think it is the Astro Racing Argenza Moderna. Yes, it is. Here we go. These are this is the car in P3 right now. So doing a good job here, chipping away a few tenths a lap to maybe the PGZ, which is now finally clear of anyone behind it and can now finally focus on the car in first, the Euromasters Esports. The closest battle on track at the moment is the BWT, which is trying to overtake Platinum Racing Team, a red BMW. This is not for position in class though, so keep an eye out for that. It's not going to be an overtake in class. It's going to be an overtake for overall position, but it won't matter too much in terms of the points. So Monix, we're into which will be almost halfway through this race. Talk us through it. What has happened so far?
A lot of battles, of course, within the GT3 class. We've seen a lot of incidents also with the LMPs and the GT3s. Trying to pass them, it's a bit of a narrow track, but that's the characteristics of the track, of course. The drivers have to adapt to it. But the battles have been good with PGZ, who had a penalty at the beginning of the race, but causing a lot of racing and some exciting moments that we have seen so far. Of course, the battles we've just not seen on the broadcast. Hopefully they can get back to P1 and get some pressure on the Euro Masters esports. G3 has been a bit neutral, not a lot of happening there. Our Compass trying to get back to Sokac in P1, the 474, and the NMP2s. That's been an amazing job by Mirko Bortolotti, who had a spin and a crash at lap 1 after we've thrown the yellow flag out, the full course yellow, of course, and they've made their way all the way up into first. I think that's the driver of the first 3 hours.
Yeah, of course, Mirko Bortolotti has had a tremendous time in that car. And they haven't changed the driver yet, so it's Mirko Bortolotti at the moment all the way, flashing his lights, letting the ASR car know that he is coming through there. So I don't know why this is happening with the overlay at the moment. Hang with us. This should be done. It's going to do this a couple more times. There we go, and then now it should be done. It does this from time to time. It's software, and we don't know why it's happening, but luckily it's not anything too harming. It's just flashing in and out. If we have that once every 3 hours, it's going to happen one more time, I think.
I think we'll be fine then.
Of course. Well, Monix, the 63 of Mirko Bortolotti, like I said, no driver change there yet. Last lap time for Mirko Bortolotti, a 1:45.98. Last lap time from the 046 LMP2, a 1:45.56. So it looks like the 046 Racing machine has the edge by about 4/10 last lap. A personal best lap time for the Tempest Sim Sport as well, a 1:50 or a 1:44.55. So it looks like the track is getting quicker with the second.
We're getting darker and darker, getting more towards the end of our light time. The sun getting under the horizon.
Are we going to get to full darkness?
I think so, yeah. We've seen the practices, so of course we're only halfway through and we're almost don't have any sunlight left. So I think we'll have the last hour of shimmer, and then of course the darkness getting over our heads, and I think we'll only see a couple of lights.
Darkness descends over the Nürburgring Grand Prix Strecke. Of course, we both know that once we go to dark at this track, this is one of the most difficult tracks to keep the car actually on the track. So it's going to be interesting to see how the drivers are going to manage that. Of course, we both know that where you are now doesn't matter too much compared to where you are finishing.
Your braking markers will disappear. You don't know where you're braking, or you have to redefine where you have to brake.
Yeah, well, track limits, of course, is something to talk about as well, Marnix. Of course, the incident limits. What was it again? 40x?
40x and then 2 times 10. So every 10x you get a drive-through until 60x, and then you have a drive-through or a disqualification by the game itself, just like iRacing itself has.
I think the drivers are quite lucky, because I do think that it was supposed to be a little bit less at the start of this endurance race.
It should have been a bit more actually, so they are a bit in difficulties, but I think they'll be fine as long as they keep it on track. I mean, it's the same like you said for everyone, and yeah, they'll just have to deal with it and find their way around it.
40x for what will be 6 hours. We had 40x at Suzuka, Marnix.
For 10 hours, that's insane.
So this is quite weird, to be honest. I expected it to be a little bit less here, the incident limits, but of course the drivers do. Well, 40x is plenty enough, then if you get a drive-through now, you've really, well, let's just say you've really been naughty.
Yeah, I think then you have had some contact, you have had some off tracks, maybe slowdowns, and maybe some lose of controls, or it's just I think then it's more driver related and event related than your actual driving on track. The drivers have had plenty of time. We of course provide 5 practice sessions with each 5 hours of practice time, where multiple people all over the globe can enter with different time slots and time zones, so that everyone can have a spin around the track. So if you're having a lot of off tracks, I think that's just driver related and missing some practice. And yeah, I think there is plenty of time. There was plenty of time to get your laps in, of course. Just teams, of course, have to do 20 mandatory laps to qualify and to be able to enter our series. And we'll see a change for that next year. We'll be changing it to each class. So, for example, the LMP2 is way faster in the lap. That means that they, for example, they have to do 50 laps, and the LMGT3 will have to do less. Of course, we have the introduction of the LMDH next season, which means that they will have to do around the 70 laps. As we see a really big pile up here, another little pile up with a bit of traffic in front, with the Euromasters being led by the Loose Crew Racing, or the 046 Racing. Yeah, my bad. But like I said, we as an organization are really looking forward to the next season, having the introduction of the LMDH class with the BMW V8 LMDH class. Really looking forward to it. Hopefully iRacing can increase their laps by having car selection. Currently it's only 8. Hopefully they can increase it. We've seen some staff members working on increasing the laps or number of cars selection to 14. Hopefully we can implement that already in our first race, so that we can see and keep the GT3s within our own class or endurance series, of course.
Yeah. Well, Monix, we've seen, of course, at the beginning of the race, Mikkel Bootstad had difficulties. You can see the last lap time, 3/10 lost by the 046 Racing with that massive amount of traffic that they had. So it's going to be difficult, I think, for them to catch up in this way, of course. Mikkel Bootstad, though, only 3/10 won. If we take a look back at the gap now that they have 10.1, so they didn't actually gain too much through the traffic. They're actually losing at the moment, so traffic not playing in their hands at the moment.
Does seem like it.
Well, then 1 minute 44.472 for the car in 8th. That is Jean-Paul Seeman in the DLR Rory Industry white car. Of course, they had a little bit of setbacks. Not what they were hoping for, I think. Monix?
Sorry?
Not what they were hoping for.
No, of course not. They are up in the championship fight. We've spoken about them, of course, earlier. They are up to the championship, looking to get over the P1 at the moment. That's the Loose Crew Racing. They are up into P9, I think. So they're close to each other, but I think it's also something to do with the pit stop cycle. Of course, coming up in a couple of minutes.
At the moment, we have 60 people here watching this. Oh, welcome to the stream. At the moment, we're looking at the car in P8, the DLR Road Industry White, the car in 2nd in the championship. Behind this car, the Loose Crew Racing, they have both been making their way up the order because they both had some unfortunate incidents. Loose Crew Racing, of course, had that spin on the main straight at the start of the race. Nuno, oh, that's a bit wide all over the gravel there. That will give him an off track. Nuno Kyoto in the Loose Crew Racing at the moment. He's pushing indeed to try and catch up to Jean-Paul Seeman in P8 and the DLR Road Industry White LMP2. The closest fight on track is not within a second. It's this one. It's Manatee Racing Black behind the Octopus Racing team. Of course, the Porsche fighting the BMW. This is, if I'm correct, for position in class. Yes, it is. Of course, the Octopus team has an AM team, which is actually ahead of the pro team at the moment. So who is actually the pro team here, Marnix?
Well, you tell me. Seems like, of course, there's a bit of a difference within the drivers. Pro teams are allowed to have AM drivers in their team, so sometimes there might be a bit of a pace difference. Teams have to, of course, apply to the 40 and 60% within the AM championship. It would be unfair for pro drivers to be in an AM car class and drive way faster than they actually are allowed to. So that's something teams have to look into, and sometimes teams choose to pick or go for the pro championship because they don't have the to apply to any PEC rules. They only have to apply to the racing rules, driver pair share rules.
Yeah. So that's why they maybe have gone for that. But at the moment, it's the team which we're looking at right now, the Octopus Racing team, who are behind their pro team. Of course, we don't know what happened. We don't know what played out with them. There might, of course, be some unfortunate incidents that happened, or a crash. We don't know. A pit stop cycle that went wrong for them, or maybe caught up in the starting crash. We don't know. But what I do know is that we are going to give you a quick hourly update. In the LMP2s, we have Mirko Bortolotti leading the way ahead of the 046 Racing team for Robin Glerum. And then in P3, in that class, we have the TSR Racing LMP2. That is Johannes Troppé driving that car. Just off the podium, it's Bazinga Motorsports, Leonard Ziegler in that car, and Chris Ska driving the Skankstrop Racing Koopmans in their debut race. They're doing quite well in P5. Moving on then to the GT3 Pro field, Juan Manuel Frey Games. They're driving the Euromaster Esports leading Porsche in the GT3 Pro class. Marian
It's come down a little bit by 20 to 21 seconds, of course. PGZ in P2 coming from a long way after they've had their drive-through penalty.
And in P3, it's the Astro Racing Agenzia Moderna. Carlos Moreira de la Chica, I hope I pronounced that correctly, in P3. P4 for Christian Streitenberger in the MRP by Fields Academy. Of course, they had that spin, that's why they are this far back. Also look to be dropping a little bit of pace maybe on the old tires for them. 11 seconds is the gap now to P3. And Harry Gaylor in P5 for the Chicane Online Racing Red team. They've slowly but surely, Marnix, been working their way up the order. And behind them now is the Astro Racing. I think the Astro Racing Cellular Mode. There they are. They're currently in P12. Moving on then to the GT3 Anfield. There it's Rafa Campos driving the Octopus Racing Team Black. Leading a BMW. They've once again got ahead of Jura Sokac and the YS Motorsports Europe 1 car. And then in P3, we have the Platinum Racing Team Red car driven by Miles Owens. Ahead of David Omissi in the Trackside Endurance Team Orange Ferrari.
Our graphic designer.
Some damage on the left-hand side. As Marnix said, the graphic designer for Platinum Racing League and Platinum Endurance Championship. Matthias Zara is in P5 in the GT3 AM class for the Austin Sim Races Yellow. And this, once again, has been your hourly update, sponsored by Apex Tax Racing Supply. Marnix, we're 3 hours into this race. We're almost halfway through. We are halfway through now. We're over halfway through. And at the moment, at the halfway point, is GazX Racing Team leading the way. You should say 6 seconds, that gap there. That has come down a bit, but you should say if you're at the halfway point in the lead by 6 seconds, at the end of the race, you're in the lead by 12.
You might think that, but of course you,
It's not quite how endurance racing works.
No, you as a driver think when you're behind him that the driver that gets into the car after Mirko might be a bit slower. That's all what you always hope, and that you are as a driver that is behind are faster than the driver that's coming in. So it's always most of the time, as we did it in endurance series, that the faster driver gets into the cars first, and then the what's somewhat slower driver gets in after, and then you see, of course, a big or a slightly pace drop, and maybe then the P2 or P3 can close into Mirko Bortolotti in P1.
Yeah, we do have Xan NL in chat, what is the RFRO Orange in the pit doing? If we go to the RFRO Orange team, there they are. They're out of the race. They're not in the pits anymore. They are out of this race. 39
I can
cars.
take a look at what happened. I'll take a look at what happened. Yeah, I cannot see it. No.
They were in the pits last time around for 40 minutes, so that's what happened to them. 29 people, of course, watching again. I think I have a suspicion, Monix, that the F1 qualifying is done, and that is why people are here. Let us know in chat, guys. What is the top 3? What is the top 3 from the qualifying?
Well, I've seen it. I can tell you.
You've seen it. You were commentating. What were you doing?
I was not. I had
You've been found out.
No, I just started the app on and I saw the guys coming out of the car. That's all I saw. Didn't see any of the qualifying, but I saw that Max was in P1 and Checo was in P2. I think Leclerc was in P3.
That's
so it looks
Checo.
like. Yes, I think actually Max gave him a tow in the middle sector. Not completely sure, but yeah, that's the top 3 for you.
Of course, last year around, that was the other way around. Checo giving Max that slipstream, and thereby Max getting pole position in the championship-winning race in the end. This year, the roles are reversed. We're not going to go too deep into F1 because we do know, Monix, that sometimes you do get into a little bit of controversy if you start talking about Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, or Max Verstappen and Checo Perez. So we are going to focus us on the race that we have in hand. As you see, the Rights Engineering Esports team stopped on track. Or in the pit lane, never mind.
Yeah, in the pit lane, yeah.
It looked like this was on track, but they're stopped in the pit lane. So they're in the pits. There they are in the pit lane. We do have, if I am correct, no, we do not have any pit buildings. Is that always the case here?
No, I think one of the stream PCs decreased the graphics in this case. So, yes, just to be safe that the computer can hold it.
So no
pit buildings for now. No.
Indeed.
That doesn't make it any less. The racing doesn't get any less of it. Of course, we've seen a lot of good racing so far. Really happy with it overall. The reports also, I've seen the report form has decreased, which I'm really happy with. We saw about 50 reports only in the first 2 hours, which is insane. That's immense.
The most you've had, I think.
Yes, exactly. Just
over
want to
2
say
seasons.
Yeah, that's insane. The amount of reports within the first 3 hours is 59. That's insane. And it includes disqualification, drive-throughs, no corrections, and warnings. Oh, that's close.
Because this is the Austin Sim Racer Science team. Sorry once again to cut you off there, Monix, but they were almost pushing them through turn 1. They were almost pushing them through the Okoyama curve now into the AMG arena, coming out of the AMG arena already into which is turn 5 here. That little kink, turn 5. I don't really count that as a turn. And then into turn 6, which also doesn't have a name. Then into turn 7 and onto the Goodyear Kere. That is, of course, the long right-handed, the hairpin on the bottom of the hill. And we head uphill to the Michael Schumacher S. The gap was almost less than a tenth when they were pushing them through the Yokohama curve. The gap has opened up slightly, but this is a battle. This is the closest battle we have on track. A little bit further back for P10. There's a battle as well. Marius Janka and Davo Ramos for Octopus Racing Team. And Manatee Racing Black in battle. That gap 7 tenths. We're going to keep an eye, though, on this battle. We're going to go on board with the BMW of Marco Zaila, as we have a dog on the back of the Mercedes. I like that dog.
It's one of the stewards' team. He has actually a gun pointing towards us now.
Okay, so on the deck, there they go, down the inside.
Oh, he goes deep.
He goes deep, though, but with that, he makes it stick. He pushes them wide, and it's Marco Zaila now, having none of the dog with the gun on the back of that car. And they're passed down. They're going to try and shoot away from them. If we're talking about guns, a little bit further back, there's a battle for P8 as well in this class. BWT Motorsports under attack by Perry Oosterveer in the Platinum Racing Team blue car. I think the BWT has actually overtaken Perry Oosterveer here. Also, they are now only one position in overall class at 13 seconds ahead of, I think, no, if I take like 10 seconds ahead of this man, Miles Owens, and that's their sister team in the AM class. So that gap isn't too big. Welcome back all, welcome back from the Formula 1 qualifying. Hope you had a tremendous time watching that, but now it's back to the amazing endurance racing action from the Platinum Endurance Championship. We've had a look over the championships in the last hour. We're going to do that in an hour time again, just to have as many people here. We're more than halfway through. We're over halfway in this race. It's, of course, my voice, the voice that you are so well known of here on this channel. Of course, my name Dan Pepels and Marnix Heister in the commentary booth with me. Of course, the founder of Platinum Racing League and the founder of Platinum Endurance Championship. Jumping in because there was no one who could commentate with me this evening. So, yeah, Marnix, a big thank you, of course. Marnix, we know him always up for a good chat. And Marnix, by this time tomorrow, we know, because we are getting into a little bit of a quieter phase of the race, so I think we have time to talk about it now. We will know where we have finished in the first ever kart racing event for Platinum Racing Team.
Yes, I think we are all really excited for it. We're really looking forward to it. We'll be having our first 1 hour race at the karting track of Lelystad. Really looking forward to it. It's tomorrow a bit early at 10 a.m. So maybe you'll see some pictures or stories coming through on our Instagram, Platinum Racing League. And yeah, really looking forward to it. We have a plan, we have karting suits, we have karting shoes, gloves, we got helmets, we are ready.
There's the link in the chat. If you want to follow it tomorrow, there's the link to the Instagram in the chat. You can, of course, follow there, and you can keep up to date with our progress tomorrow. But yeah, Marnix, go on with your story.
Yeah, I think we're all really buzzing for it and really looking forward to it. And I just can't wait till we hit the track. I'll be starting because you and I will be teaming up, and then we have the other team who are partially in Team Blue, Platinum Racing Team Blue in the GT3, BMW. That will be Winston and Vincent. At the moment we have Perry, Ooster, Veer in the car, with the blue mirrors, of course. And yeah, Winston and Vincent, don't know who will be starting. Oh, and there's what's happened there?
Wow, that was a really weird one. There was contact, I think, or no. Well, it doesn't look like there was any contact. Maybe got caught in the gravel.
I think it's hardware related. Seeing the replay now, you can see the tire. You can see that the tire just suddenly moves completely to the left, and he went straight into the wall. I think that's something to do with the hardware. Maybe his wheel just disconnected, and then he just slams it into the wall to the left, and that's back to the pits we go.
Well, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it because, well, here we go. This is all or nothing. I hope this works on screen for you guys. There we go. We're back to live pictures because I didn't think it worked. We're gonna go for another chance here. Oh, this is
there
already...
he is.
There he is, but this is not early enough. Here we have him. There we have Barry Oosterveer. There we go. We're gonna go on board with him. Let me try and find the onboard camera. Oh, there it is. It's actually not lagging on the stream from what I can see. Here we have it, the cockpit cam. Look at the steering wheel coming out of the right-hander. Boom!
It's completely left. Yep. I think that's hardware related, unfortunately, for Perry and Vincent and Vincent. And now Vincent in the car, but at the moment that it happened, it was of course Perry Oosterveer in the car. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I think that's their competition over.
Yeah, that's sad to see there for the Platinum Race team. Just as we went on board with them, so maybe a little bit of commentators cursing there by us, but yeah, that is a really unfortunate incident. And I do think with the amount of damage that I see in that car, Marnix, they will probably be calling it a day. I don't know if you can inform by at the team as we have our leaders into the pit lane now. Martin Stadtman, Marnix, big news, finally taking over that car. So finally, Martin Stadtman going to be able to jump into that car. But I do have a feeling that the team who are behind that they are not going to continue with the amount of damage that they have on that car. I think they're going to be calling it a day.
I think so as well. That's really unfortunate.
We have seen the 046 Racing team into the pit lane as well. Here they are on the back straight. It's going to be quite close between those teams. Martin Stadtman now up on the jacks to take the tires. Here we have them. We're going to stay on board until we see pit exit for Martin Stadtman. They're quite early into the pit lane. So this could be a close one on pit exit. As we have Gleren now coming through pit exit. Here he is, Martin Stadtman coming out of pit exit. The 046 Racing
that will
coming
be
through
close.
exactly there. It's going to be very close on pit exit though. The LP2. Here they are going to go side by side to turn one. This is maybe going to be a lead change. He's going to go deep into turn one.
Oh,
the switch back though for 046
3.
Racing. They're on the outside now for turn 3. And I do think that they're going to keep it to the inside. Those switches, Robin. And he will now have the inside for turn 5. He will not take it though. And that is a provisional lead change here. It's the 046 up into the lead. And Robin Glerum has done a tremendous job catching up to Mirko Bottrot, who we know is really quick, Marnix, who we know is tremendously quick. And now finally pay off there for the 046 car. And they are up into the provisional lead. Of course, we have Johannes Troppe into the lead now in the 44 car for TSR Racing. But I don't think with a pit time of 1 minute 17, they're going to be anywhere near close enough to try and beat them to the lead.
I don't think so. As I've just checked the pit lane. Looked like the Platinum Race Team Blue tried to go out, went to the end of the pit lane, and they felt the car, and I don't think they felt it. That felt right, and they towed back to the pit lane. I think that they will be calling it for the day. Quite unfortunate. They had a lot of practice going into this week. Hopefully, we'll be able to see them back at the 8 hours of Fuji.
There we go. Pascal Haas says sensational from Martin. Haha. Well, Pascal, I do owe you, I think, a box of beer the next time we see each other. I think we established that at the beginning of this stream, but let's keep it Peggy 3. I'm not going to talk about alcohol here. Of course, going to give... oh, this is quite close. This is the Chicane Online Racing Red, and in front of that it is the Austrian Sim Racers yellow car. If they finish where they are right now, Marnix, they will be taking their first points of the season.
I hope so, and I hope they will be able to get their rhythm back and find a rhythm actually, and go into the last half of the season with a positive vibe. Of course, the 8 hours of Fuji and the 10 hours of Road America still ahead of us. Quite some points, because of course the 10 hours and the 8 hours are more points, or worth more points than the 6 hours, 4 hours races. So yeah, I hope they can get the positive vibe through to the last couple of races.
Well, Marius Janke is the one who is in the car for Manatee Black. Exactly first 2 stints was very hard for Pascal Haas. So I think Pascal Haas was in that car, I think, for the Gazix Racing team. The first 2 stints, is that the case? Pascal, if you can let us know. In which car you are, because I don't know. I can't actually see.
There are so many Austrian sim racers cars.
I am going to take a quick look. Pascal Haas, because I do have, of course, the ability to do so. Pascal, where are you?
Oh, you want to drag him in?
He's in the Austrian Sim Racers Cyan car.
Alright. Well, if people are down for an interview, feel free to hop in the waiting room, and we'll drag you into the commentary booth, and we'll have a little chat about how your race is going on and what's all going on track.
Yeah, we're looking at the Manatee Racing Black car. Of course, Midley Tight Panda, of course, a big fan of this car. Yeah, there you go. We've had them now, and ahead of this is the Octopus Racing Team car. They're going to try and overtake the car that is the Platinum Racing Team, a red. Of course, this is not. Don't worry, everyone. This is not for for class position. this is for overall position. So Miles Owens won't actually lose too much with it. Oh, so Pascal Haas is eating.
Miles Owens can stick to this position and maybe gain some more. Thijs Merckx, I know a bit of their strategy is getting off in the car after them. One of the faster drivers in their team. Hopefully he can make some time up to the teams, of course, in front of them, and gain some positions, and hopefully get in front in position 1 in the AM Championship.
Well then, like you said, not a battle for overall position, a battle which is for overall position, or for class position. No,
Yeah,
this
we
one
of course
isn't
have multiple championships, the LMP2 championship, the GT3 overall championship, the GT3 AM, and the GT3 Pro class. So there's also different classes within the GT3, the Pro, AM, and overall. The overall doesn't get any prize money, but of course there will be prize money within the Pro and AM classes.
Well, Monix, I think we have to go back to this battle because this battle has been brewing for quite some time now. This is Thomas Burling behind Matthias Zaura for the Austin Sim Races yellow car. Of course, as you just said, a lot of Austin Sim Races car in this league, so you're almost losing track of who is who at the moment. But yeah, of course, he made that pass a little bit earlier on, Matthias Zaura. And he's trying at the moment to get away from that Mercedes from Thomas Burling. He has done so now. Quite a big gap. That is the Nürburgring Racing making that move almost around the outside of the Chicane On Racing red car. They're not wasting any time here. Neither is the DLR Industry white car. They are up into P5. Luis Crudo still down in P9. Luis Crudo have made their pit stop already. And if I look at the Industry white car, they have as well. So this is actually a lead on merit for the DLR Industry white car. They are in P5, and I think with the position that they are in right now, they should be able to gain a couple of spots in the championship and should move up to the lead. If, of course, this stays this way until the end of the race.
Still a long way to go. Hopefully they can stick to this position, like you say, and maybe Loose Crew can improve their spots higher up the field and get some more points. And then, of course, we have to wait until the championships gets official and gets published, and we can see what happens to the standings. And hopefully they'll be able to stick up P1.
Well, Monix, I do think, because of course we do sometimes have different championships in different classes, there is no such thing as an endurance championship where at the halfway point of a race you get points and at the end. So there haven't been any points dealt out.
No, of course, it's until the finish flag falls there, the points will be going out. As we see a few GT3 AM teams coming into the pits. Miles Owens and David Omissi into the pits. There might be a driver change. No, there's no driver change for Miles Owens. Coming back out on the track in P3. Quite a big gap to P2. I think they still have to change, of course, or pit, get a few changed through.
Oh, that is the 046 pushing the MRP wide. That is the leader of the race.
Doesn't seem to be the day of the MRP today. Quite some incidents and going off track a couple of times. Hopefully they can get their things together and drive back to the front of the field.
Yeah, well, of course, there are always days in endurance racing where you will not have your day, but it's just Monix, and that is endurance championships, making the best of your worst days. That is what a championship and endurance racing is all about. Making the best of your worst days, of course, and trying, of course, to try and make the best of what you have in hand. As Robert Lannon says, hello, Monix in chat.
Who says that? Robert Lannon. I know Robert Lannon. He's a good competitor. I've been racing with him side by side a couple of times in the Radical series. Welcome to the broadcast, my man. Please give us a thumbs up and give us a thumbs up. Welcome to the Platinum Endurance Championship broadcast. Of course, we as a Platinum
And give us a follow
group.
on Instagram.
Exactly, that's how you should do it. No, we have multiple broadcasts. We broadcast W12 together with some great in real life drivers. We broadcast our racing sprint series, which became a little bit of a sprint / endurance series, which is 3 hours with only GT3s. And then we have, of course, the endurance series you are watching at live right now, which is our biggest series with over 60 cars competing in it. So yeah, we are already 3.5 hours into it, and yeah.
At the
All right,
moment,
that's
it's this car
down
leading.
this. Sorry.
At the moment, this car leading.
Yeah, there you go. And let me try to let's check if I am able to take a look at the drivers and maybe change the cameras, but I seem only to be able. Right,
I
let's
don't
give it
think
a
you
try.
can. I don't think
Let's
you can.
let's give it a try. It's just I'm still running through the no, I'm trying to go to Martin Stadtmann. Let's see.
But it's not letting you, of course.
No, it's not.
No. Then we
Currently
can't.
focused on Tempest, the João F. Magaleas, if I'm correct. Magaleas. No, it
Difficult
doesn't
names, I
seem.
have to say. Now, Monix, you see what we always have to struggle with, as the
It's
leaders are
insane.
into the pit lane. Of course, we know that Euromasters can go a little bit longer than all the other cars. So here it is, the Euromasters being overtaken by the Schankstop Racing by Van Gilze, the number 17. So yeah, here we go. I'm gonna go on board for them with a second, and I'll be right back.
All right, now we'll take you another lap around the Nürburgring. Here we go on board with the Euromasters Porsche. Porsche seems to be really good around this track. And the, of course, after a couple of updates within our racing, the Porsche seems to have changed a lot in the favor of the Porsche drivers. Of course, the BMW doesn't seem to be working out anymore. That is good for the Porsche choosers because, of course, they drivers, as soon as the season starts, they have to stick to the same car they've entered with. So, for example, if you start the season off with the BMW because it's really fast, but you have faith in the Porsche, your fate is playing out. Your Porsche is back on track, and in the back on track in front of the BMWs, who seems to have be lacking pace. I of course driven the BMW before, and also to the other BMW drivers who've driven it before know that it's lacking pace compared to the Porsche, and it's the drivability has decreased a lot. We've seen PGZ getting closer and closer to the Euromasters, but it seems like they've already pitted. Of course, we're getting close to a pit cycle. I think we can expect a pit stop by the GT3s really soon, because everyone, of course, is on different strategies. Whenever you're behind a LMP2 or a slower GT3, when you're lapping, you want to be fuel saving. If there are any drivers within the Platinum Endurance Championship, or you're another driver, but you want to have a little of an interview or have a little chat, feel free to hop in the waiting room and we'll have a little chat about the ongoing race. Looking at the next races, we have the 8 hour of Fuji planned. That's the next month. That's the 17th of December. And then the last race at the middle of January, this 10 hours of Road America. We've had a little of a break. We've been away for more than a month. The first 3 races was really close to each other, but of course we have Christmas upcoming, New Year, so it will be a bit more divided and out of each other. So yeah, really looking forward to the second half of the season. We've had a few announcements which I've already made, which I'm happy and which I'd be happy to share with you guys. We of course have the LMDH coming to PEC next season. Really looking forward to the LMDH class. The BMW has been confirmed. Hopefully we'll see another few cars coming out as well to fill up the field, so that we don't only have the LMDH BMW. Alright, so then moving on to the GT3 AM, where we'll see still what team is there. I can't really see it. That's still the Octopus Racing Team in first, and then in second we have the Manatee Racing Black in the BMW. It seems like the BMW is the car to pick for the AM class. We've spoken about it. As we see the lights getting brighter and brighter, and the actually sunlight's getting lower and lower. Miles Owen, P3, a good fella I know, a good friend of mine. Happy to call it a friend. In P3, trying to secure that P3 and getting more championship points. Then moving on to the Austrian Sim Racers. Austrian Sim Racers has become a good partner of ours, who've entered a lot of races with us. Also races a lot in the W12 series, where it's a common livery on the cars in P4. And then moving on to David Omissi, our graphic designers, like I said. Happy to call it a friend as well in the Ferrari. And never really expected to see a Ferrari back on track with a little bit of side damage and rear damage as well. Then moving to Rune Bobbars, another trackside endurance team in P6. And then followed by El Greg in P7, the Crips Racing. Of course, they're leading the championship, so they'll be losing some points. So it seems like if Miles Owens keeps it on track in P3, we'll see them getting back on the top spots. And hopefully they can keep it there, as, of course, I'm the team manager of the Platinum Endurance teams. Then I'd like to take a look at the, oh, there they go, I think in the pits, the Euro Masters, looks like it, went into the pits, don't know for sure. The Euro Masters are into the pits, so I'm curious to what it comes out. Maybe they'll be having a driver change, as we see a close battle between 9th and 10th with the Manatee Racing Team and the Platinum Racing Team, or the Octopus Racing Team behind. Seems like a good close battle. As they go into turn 1 really close to each other, as we see the Euromaster still in pits. The PGZ cars tries to close in, of course. I think they had an early pit stop because maybe their pit strategy was a bit mixed up because they've had a drive-through at the beginning of the race. And of course your whole strategy goes somewhere else. Really hoping for iRacing to introduce rain as soon as possible, because of course with it only be dry, teams can plan out their whole race on the minute, which is unfortunate. But hopefully we'll see them getting the rain introduced as soon as they can. And you see the car getting up for new tires, maybe some driver change as well. Looks like F. Barada just got into the car. We'll see what their pace is later as we see them exiting pits. And Ducek Marlon is getting out of the last corner, getting on the main straight. I think it will be a bit close like it was earlier. So they are closing into it, closing down towards the Euro Masters after they've had, of course, the penalty in the beginning of the race. Seems like they have had an exciting race so far. I understand why some people, and it's really hard for some people to be commentating. My mouth is getting really dry, but yeah, I have a lot of respect for Dan and the other commentators who are helping us out with a great commentary and with a great broadcast. It goes a lot of time and work. Like me as the organization, there goes a lot of time and work into organizing this. We as stewards are the referees of the game, of the racing. We try to provide a good racing for everyone, but sometimes not everything is in our hands. Driving standards, and we try to make it as good as possible, but a lot of it is in the hands of the driver, which is unfortunate, of course. And yeah, as we see the Euro Masters go into the Schumacher S, where we've seen, of course, Lewis Hamilton go straight into the wall. And yeah, the gap has come down to 4.7. It's closing quickly from PGZ behind. It's now going to the fast left-hander, where you want to eat the curb, get your car straight and lined up for the back straight, heading towards the fast or slower chicane. We've of course chosen for the Grand Prix layout instead of the best weg to make it a bit more safe for overtaking, that people don't just put their nose into a fast corner and they get a lot of damage. Here they're going into the last corner, getting some traffic ahead. This might cost him some time, but he already gained a second last lap. And he's still gaining and gaining. It seems like the Mercedes in front is a bit helping with slipstream, of course. And the gap has come down to 4.1. And a lap time of 1:54.9. Let's see how much he can gain this lap with a LMP2 in front of him from Schenkstoop. Some of the new entries, Schenkstoop, of course, having a good result so far. I think they are in P3 at the moment. Don't have the live timing in front of me. Schenkstoop is currently in P8 in the LMP2s. It seems that they have had some kind of incident, or maybe they are off with the pit strategy, or they are on and the other teams are off. There's still a long way to go. 2.5 hours left. We are at 3 hours and 30 minutes so far.
They're a little bit off sequence in P8. I'm back, everyone. Back here at the track. Back in the commentary booth. I closed the door, Marnix, because as we all know, it's getting towards winter
Getting colder
time
and
now.
colder.
Indeed, it's getting colder and colder. I think tomorrow there's 1 degree expected when we are in the carts.
Yeah, it's
So,
amazing.
it's gonna be cold. It's gonna be cold.
I'll take 2 couple of pants with me, an extra pair of socks, and let's take a look at the weather. The broadcast said was, or the forecast was that it was raining during our race, but it seems like it's dry at start. The 11% chance of rain, and then after we finish, exactly when we finish.
505 around. 505 had a spin.
Like I was saying, as
505
soon
had a
as we
spinner.
are done with the race, it starts raining, and the skies are breaking open with rain.
Here we go. We're gonna see if it works. Tempest now. It's happening a little bit early on. Is Tempest gonna put the nose in? Yeah, of course they are.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Well, Marnix being a steward, who
I think
is
that was the
looking
fault
likely-
on Tempest. Yeah, there was no gap. There was no way to go there. I'll leave it up to the stewards, of course, who are there now. I'm proud to have a steward team. I'm really thankful for them to help us out. And without them, without the volunteers, of course, of the stewarding team, we would not have the league that we have now. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the 505 livery. Always when I take pictures for the league, I take a lot of pictures for everyone who wants them, of course. I'm a really big fan of the 505. That really comes good on the camera's lens. So.
Yeah. Is that because it's white, or why is that? Marnix?
Sorry, yeah, it's white and of course the blue. It's a bit glossy. The livery is a bit glossy, so it reflects really good with the light. You don't want to have too much light because I put some filters on it that it makes good. But if there's too much light, it looks like some kind of chemical went over it. So the light we currently have today, with the bit of a cloudy situation, I think the screenshots and the photos that come out of the lens will be amazing, and I'm really looking forward to the screenshots and the photos, of course.
Well, Marnix. Of course, we know you take pictures. I'm tempted to show one on stream, but I don't think I can because I'm not.
Everyone can head into our Discord, of course, and take a look there. And some of them are on our Instagram page, where you can take a look. I'll post the Instagram page right here, right now. There you go. And feel free to take a look. Give us a follow. We're almost on 300 followers. Make sure to give us a subscription on YouTube. We are currently at 325 followers as well. So looks like we're going strong.
Yeah, Marnix. We have now had 3.5 hours. Coming up to what will be almost another hourly update. The gaps are still quite small in the LMP2 field. GT field, though, they are a little bit bigger, although this is a battle for overall position, not a position in class, an overall position. The gap, though, to the number 474, the YS Motorsport 01, has gone up little by little for the 318, the Platinum Racing Team Red BMW. So that gap has gone up. 50 seconds is the gap now to P2. That was once, I think, about 38 seconds. So slowly but surely, that gap is going up. 2 seconds, though, is the gap only at the front of the field. And I don't think it has been bigger than 5 seconds the last couple of laps, or the last couple hours. And I think YS Motorsports has had a spell in the lead. Right. Of course, Octopus Racing Team Black now has a spell in the lead, of course. They're both switching the lead all the time. Last lap time from the YS Motorsports Europe 1 car, a 1:57.97, and this is how close they are to each other. A 1:57.98 for the Octopus Racing Team Black, so 100th only in it over a lap there between those two teams. So that's absolutely tremendous pace from both of them. The 474, of course, the one who is chasing the 3-2-4 down. Monix, can you tell us more now, because we are into a little bit of a quieter phase of the race? Can you tell us now how you did go about letting teams choose their number? Because it seems like there's a reoccurring trend in every class. Marnix? Okay, it seems like we've lost Marnix for a second. Okay, Marnix is in the, I think Marnix is in the steward's booth. That's what I can see. Yeah, Marnix is in the steward's booth. So Mirko Bortolotti, of course. Oh, he's talking to Mirko Bortolotti. Maybe he can drag Mirko Bortolotti into the broadcast room. Maybe we can have an interview with Mirko Bortolotti. That would be nice. I'm gonna ask him if you can ask him to do an interview. See if we can get Mirko Bortolotti into the commentary booth. This is the battle we're looking at then. 1.6 seconds is the gap there. Mercedes off. I think the Chicane Online Racing Red has to get out of the way. I think there we can see the Octopus Racing Team car. The Octopus Racing Team BMW. Rafa Campos still in that car. The LMP2's now coming through as we have Marnix back into the commentary booth. Marnix, did you ask him for an interview?
But he's busy, and they are trying to figure out the strategy. He had a question about the driver share. Of course, as an organization, I have to know the rulebook out of my head, and I just had to help him out. And he's going back to Martin Stadtmann, who's currently in the car. I think he'll be communicating with him. Oh, it's so close already!
0.4 of a second between the lead of the GT3 Pro class. PGZ Motorsports back with a chance to take the lead. After a drive-through, they've overcome the deficit of the drive-through. And now they're back up into P2, 2 tenths behind the Euromasters Esports car. Now from Parada in the Euromasters. There he goes down the inside. Marlon Ducek, can he make it stick? Yes, he can. The first opportunity he gets, and he immediately takes it. And now it's tough for him to try and get away from him. Already gap up to almost half a second. Marlon Ducek looks quicker here than from Parada. The 1-2-2 from Euromasters Esports. Slower at the moment than the PGZ Motorsports Porsche. Can you think from Parada now stick to the back of the PGZ Motorsport car and try to hang in that slipstream?
I think maybe it can make some changes in the strategy, save some fuel, get an extra lap in, but as it seems the gap is increasing already, and it seems like Marlon Ducek is already increasing the gap and is getting away from the Euromasters. Amazing comeback, I should say. It's the luck hasn't been on their side. They have been involved in a couple of incidents, and of course the drive-through we've spoken about, but they've made their way back up, and I think they were 10th at some time or 11th, and they are now all the way back up to P1. Very good job of them.
I don't know if you can ask maybe anyone from the Platinum Racing team into the commentary booth, maybe from Platinum Racing Team Blue. They seem to be going around again. Vincent Aussems, I don't know if Vincent Eckel is going to be able to get into the commentary booth. I don't know if he's busy. Of course, I think he started that car before.
I can maybe hop in and ask them if they can come with me, but
go ahead.
All right, then I'll be back.
Marnix is off down the pit lane asking if they want to have an interview. This is the gap already up to 1.6 seconds, I think. I have a feeling that this PGZ Motorsports team now is going to try and increase that lead slightly. Every lap, the gap, of course, has gone up by 1.8 seconds over one lap. Fran Parada not as quick as maybe his teammates were. Carlos Moreira de la Chica is in P3 for the Astro Racing Agenza Moderna. The gap to them though, 19 seconds. And that gap to PGZ also increasing every time. 2 seconds though is the gap though between P6 and P5. Harry Gale for the Chicane Online Racing Red Porsche.
Right, so I've taken Winston with me from his pit box all the way to our commentary booth. It's been a big walk up in the stairs, but there you have him. Winston, welcome to the commentary booth.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
How was your race so far? It doesn't seem to be the best of races after the incident with Perry. It looks like a hardware issue. Can you tell us more about it?
Yeah, we had it wasn't a good race until that still, but yeah, we had a hardware issue on Perry's side of the sim. Yeah, you had a disconnect on the last back straight, and we went into the wall with 250 plus, and therefore we had 12 minutes of damage. We tried to do the required damage, but the car wasn't drivable, so we need to add like 3 minutes tow extra as well. But now still we're driving. The car is straight, so that's the most important. So we can just drive without a bending steering wheel. Yeah, for the rest now it's just getting all the rest points for the championship as well, and trying to yeah, just drive on.
Seems about right. You of course have to make 90% of the respective leader of your class.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must have been really pity to see the incident. I've saw some couple of incidents as well at the starting of the race. So can you walk us through the couple of incidents you've had?
Oh, walk us through the instance. Well, I was driving in the first stint, and also did the qualifying. The qualifying wasn't that good for us, but still we were in the mix. We were in P8, so everything was good. And then we had like a very good start. Also, of course, with the VS, with the safety car, we also well, we're quite fortunate in that situation. So we had a good
Can you
start.
tell us why? Because you gained some spots, or?
Yeah, no, we not gained some spots. We still were in the mix, and I don't know, kind of like also the drivers all were like very, how do you say it, respectful to each other during that whole procedure. It was quite difficult, so that was for me quite a positive thing. Of course, with I heard there was a massive crash in the LMP2 field, so yeah, I really hope that has been cleared, and I think the procedure was quite well executed, so that was nice.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, it was good to hear. And then what is it, in lap 10 or something, an LMP2 tried to pass me into turn 3, I think, and yeah, he was a little bit too far back, hit me on the rear, and then we lost 7 positions. We didn't have much damage with that, unfortunately, then, that we were driving on. And then in, what was it, I had an accident with a backmarker GT3 car with a Mercedes, and yeah, he spun me around in the Schumacher SS, and I was very lucky that I didn't have much damage from that either. But still, I ended the stint in P10, and Perry was just driving and getting into his rhythm. And yeah, we had some small, we had a small accident with the ASR yellow car, unfortunately, but that was still not big damage, and then we had a disconnect on the wheel. So for us it's not the best race, but still we're learning from this.
Exactly, and hopefully your luck will increase tomorrow. Can you tell us more about what you're planning on doing tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow with you, with Dan and with Vincent at the moment in the car, we are doing the karting event in the Netherlands, in Lelystad. So we're doing 1 hour race. So I really hope that tomorrow our luck is going to be better. But yeah, still it's interesting, and still we're trying to finish the laps now. So
can you tell us more about the plan tomorrow? Because of course we explained a bit of our plan, that I'll be starting the race and then Dan will be getting in. Can you tell us a bit more about your strategy? Who's starting the race? Who's qualifying?
Yeah, I haven't talked all the strategy with Vincent. I haven't talked on very much detail, but for the pit stops we're doing the same things that you guys are doing with waving the flag and putting the numbers in.
Ticking on your head whenever you want to pit or to confirm it. Yeah, nice.
Absolutely true. But yeah, for the starting and all this, we haven't really talked about it that much. But I think I want to start. I want to qualify at least, and maybe also to having the start, and then Vincent is going to take over. But we will see tomorrow. I don't know what the weather will be. We don't know how cold it will be. So we'll see with that. And I'm looking very forward to tomorrow. But still, we need to finish this race. So I'm going, still staying with the team and doing some things with the strategy as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Of course, it will be early. Vincent, once again, thanks for joining the commentary booth, and I'd like to wish you the remainder of the race. Good luck. And
Yeah,
see you
thank you
tomorrow.
very much, mate, and good luck with commentary.
Cheers.
Good luck, Winston.
Yes, good luck, Dan.
Well, Monix, good to hear from Winston. Of course, excited for tomorrow as we are. But yeah, not the greatest of races that they have had. They were looking good, or good. They were looking to pick up another consistent result. Let's say it like that, or at least another points finish. But yeah, something, of course, out of their hand. A disconnect for Vincent. Well, ruined their race. Of course, they had the required repairs that they did. And I think if you have 12 minutes of optionals, you should always take them. I think those 12 minutes of optionals, you're definitely going to feel them.
I mean, it eventually depends on how long your race is left, right? So if you have 1 hour left and you're taking 12 hours, that's practically like 10 laps that you lose. So the thing is, you really have to look on what's left on the table. If you're dead last, you just take the repairs. You're going to finish dead last anyways. But if there's still a chance on the podium or whatever, you just want to try to continue and maybe defend your position on track instead of letting them pass and having to be able or having to push your way back and maybe get the chance of being taken out or crashing out because you're over pushing the car.
Yeah, here we are then. Battle for 7th on track, or 6th on track. Magalhaes is in the Tempest car. Behind that, though, is the Skankstorp Racing Koopmans LMP2.
Oh, both
Both
going
going
into
into the
pits.
pit lane.
Let's see how that will turn out.
It's going to be a race to pit lane. You can overtake here, of course. Who's going to break the latest? They're going to break
That's
onto the
really
back of them.
close.
They're going to break into the back of them. And now, Nathan Elo is going to try for a Dutch team. That is Skankstorp Racing Koopmans.
It's great to see, of course, multinational teams here. So
Exactly.
it's amazing that we see that we can tell that the series has grown so big that we almost have 1,000 members. That we're still growing and growing, and see that there are multiple nationalities in there. It's really amazing, and that's why we also have the different kind of time zones that we have to take in count. And I'm glad that we are so big and people have interest in our series.
Yeah, Monis, it's going to be a very interesting end to this race, of course. 2 hours still to go. And I have a feeling that also, not only this, or not only this car is going to be one of the quickers, but ahead of this as well, we have the Tempest Simsport. We've seen them. A purple sector last time round. This is why I'm pointing on this. The Gazex Racing team with a green sector last time round as well. They've just overtaken Michael Vesta in the 046 Racing LMP2. That gap, though, did grow quite quickly after Mirko Botsot got out of that car.
Of course, like I said, as driver, you are hoping that once you're behind a team that's the second driver is a bit slower, that you can get it closer and closer because it's a different pace. There's a difference within the drivers, and that you as the second driver can get closer to their second driver. So yeah, it's the gap is still big, 18 seconds as it seems. So they're still hanging on their lead. Very good job of them to start having their incident and damage. I think they have had quite some damage because they have to spin around. Unfortunately, we cannot look at that anymore. But yeah, great to see that they're in the lead. I know them for a bit, and yeah, happy to see them in first position. And of course, our last season champions.
Oh, around goes Keksloop,
And they get the position back.
That's well avoided by both the Octopus Racing Team car, the AM car that is, and the number 1 from Tempest Simsport.
Last season champion.
Yeah, well avoided, I think we can say, by both of them. And I think just a little bit too hot, a little bit of rear locking for the number 17. And I think that just, well, that is what they've been dealing with the whole race. Just those small incidents. At the moment, it's costing them quite a lot. Because of that. They are now back down into 9th and 8 seconds behind the car they were ahead of. What was it a minute ago? So they won't be too happy. Of course, darkness is descending over the Nürburgring. Lights on the car becoming more apparent as every lap goes on. The 046 though, here it is. Gap to the leader, Martin Stottmann. Only 25, 26 seconds. So I have a feeling, Marnix, that once Martin Stottmann enters the pit lane, he's not even going to be able to do a drive-through or he will be overtaken. So with a pit stop, it's going to be quite painful for them, I think. Marnix?
All right, we've had a complaint. Well, I've had a complaint. There was a team, DS Racing, who've been wrecking some people intentionally, and yeah, we as managers have to make sure everything is done administrative, looking at the admin side of it, and we have to make sure that they yeah, it's been taken care of. We don't want any intentional wreckers in here. We don't want anyone to rectify them or brake test anyone else. It's just very pity to see that people are wrecking intentionally whenever they feel they have the right to, because you never have the right to do so. And yeah,
Never,
it's
ever.
no, so that's not the way, and they expect them to get the full refund. I'm sorry, but you've already competed in more than half of the season, and then you've been taking some people out. As if you don't enjoy the series and you've been racing clean, yes, you are allowed to get your money back. But as soon as you do something like that and you crash people out on purpose, you spam
You
people.
don't deserve it
Yeah,
either,
we
right?
don't.
Because, well,
We as an organization
yeah.
provide the series, and we as stewarding try to be as a referee, trying to guide the race or game or match in this situation in good rules and good guidance. And we are not always able to do the best or as to someone's likings, but we do our absolute best. So it's unfortunate that some people act in rage or yeah, try call your names or whatever. It's sometimes unfortunate, but it's also
It happens in the heat of the moment sometimes.
yes, but it's not the way you should be doing it. Never.
Not at all. Well, I think I've had it a couple of times as well, where you not intentionally wreck someone, but maybe go into a battle a little bit hot-headed, and coming out of it, maybe with a crash for yourself or the other guy, and you getting a 4X, which you really can't have. And at the moment, you think, you know, what a, and I'm not going to say the word because we're live, but, and if you give it a minute to review, you get out of the car, because if from inside the car, it always looks different than from an outside perspective. So
Yeah, eventually,
if you
yes.
give
You
it
don't
the
have the
time,
insight. Yeah.
if you give it the time and you review it yourself, sometimes you find yourself wrong in that way. So yeah, it's not always good, and I know it's difficult for some people, but it's not always good to immediately after an incident start commenting. Yeah, just start commenting about it or start shouting about it, because, well, you could just be completely wrong, but it looked that way for you in the cars. We have a battle now on track. This is for the lead at the moment. Number 44 losing it to the number 46. Or number 48 is going to try it around the outside. This is not for the lead, excuse me. This is not the battle for the lead. I thought it was the number 46. The number 46, though, is further back. That's the 046 Racing. This is the car at the moment in the lead. And Aaron says your stewarding is really good. So I think
Love for
that
that,
is
man.
exactly. That means a lot to us to hear that, and I think to the stewarding team as well. Of
I
course,
mean,
they're
nothing
doing their
is always
absolute best.
perfect. Nothing is always
Never.
perfect, and we try to improve our series. We are a startup league, and we've just started. I took over Next Level almost a year ago. That's in December, where our first league started in January, and we always try to improve. It's a voluntary work, and people get into it and try to help us out, and that's just the way it goes. And I'm really grateful for it. And yeah, I can tell that our stewarding is getting better and better. but we are also depending on the driving standards on track, and that's where we have to base our overall stewarding on, of course.
Well, at
And
the end of the day, Monix, let's say if everyone can just drive fairly and not crash with someone else on your own, yes, nothing you can do about it. But with someone else, then you wouldn't need stewards. So at the end of the day, it all depends on what happens on track, and if a lot
off track
happens,
as well, I think.
well,
I mean,
if a lot happens on track, Marnix, you're gonna have to take more decisions. So you're gonna displease people more, and you're gonna please more people. But the only thing you're gonna hear, because the people that are pleased with your decision are 9 out of 10 times not gonna say anything. It's not all day that we're gonna get your stewarding is really good in the chat. 9 out of 10 times, if we get something about the stewarding in the chat, it's negative, and you have to kind of.
So you always have the people complaining, having the biggest mouth, and when people are satisfied, you will not hear them less, or because of course people and humans are more focused on the negative aspect than the positive aspect.
Well, it depends. I think every person is different in that. I, for example, and you know that I'm a really positive person. You will never catch me crying or something. I'm always laughing. It doesn't matter what happens. Yes, I can cry. Yes, I can stress. I've done it before this stream started because, well, there's been so much work going into this. But even at that point, if someone makes a joke, you will never catch me not laughing. So I will. Oh, that was a big snap from Michael Vesta. Late switching from lines there from the BWT Audi. And he works his way around it safely, but it's properly getting dark now. Like I said, I'm, for example, a really happy person, but I can also get hot-headed in the car. And I can also say some, well, bad words about someone if I'm in the car. But it's just the heat of the moment. We're all racers. We all want to win. And at the end of the day, it sometimes gets a bit heated in the moment. So I don't think we have to, we have to be too disheartened about that. Down the inside he goes on the MRP. MRP didn't see that coming. I think it was a little bit too far back from the 046 as well. But in chat now we have Yato Gordon says, good luck. Walrus Down says, I'm very excited to be participating in the upcoming PRL series. Watching this is building the hype. Big love, I think, from everyone here at PRL, because that's lovely to hear, of course. That stream will also be live streamed by me as well. So you will also hear me there as well. Of course, if you're watching a live stream here on the Platinum Racing League channel, 99 out of 100 times you will be hearing me. And if not, it's probably an endurance race where I will take my time off. Because I've done it last season in Season 1 where I commentated 10 hours straight. Let me tell you, everyone, it's not a good thing to do. Not good for your body. So, yeah, I have to get time off as well. So there is a team behind this as well to help me out. We're looking at Danny Vogel now, who's going to try and go down the inside of the Randale Racing car. The number 36 is the number 34. The Randale Racing carries it around the outside, though. That's a beautiful move around the outside. Not allowing the Lithium Motorsports car to get the better exit. Now they're maybe down the inside of turn 3. Not quite able to do so. And turn 5 or turn 4. That is, I think, a little bit of a cut from the Lithium Motorsports team. That might be an off-track or a slowdown. Number 36, though, keeping them behind Monix. And this is a battle that is as fierce as it was at the beginning of the race.
I mean, yeah, it's great to see some battlings all the way after 4 hours into the race. Just 50 seconds left until we're 4 hours into the race. It's great to see some battles still going on the track. Lithium Motorsports, one of the teams that have been racing in the TCR series of ours. Great to see them in our endurance series. And yeah, hopefully they'll be with us a long time with the other PEC series. And as we see Walrus Down, awesome. I'll be steering my friends to the stream for sure. That's great to hear. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure to subscribe. And make sure to give us a like. Yeah, welcome to the stream, everyone. Just 2 hours left into the race, as we see. Maybe have an hourly update from you and me.
Well, I think we're going to wait with that a little bit, because at the moment it's time for the pit stop cycle for some teams. I think we're going to wait about 20 minutes with that. As Daniel Marquez says in chat, oh, that's a spin! That's a spin for Danny Vogel!
keeps it
nobody
just.
wanted- He keeps it though, but that was the Vanity Black car getting involved in that as well. Of course, not what he wanted, and I think just maybe outbreaking himself with Danny Vogel trying to get past the Mercedes of the Vanity Black car. But Daniel Marquez says in chat, all get heated, but only some pay the price. Can't agree, sorry. Well, first of all, you don't have to say sorry if you cannot agree. Of course, everyone can have his own opinion. But yeah, all get heated. You have no. Some people, trust me, there are some people on this earth who can just take everything. They can take everything that's coming at them and stay just calm no matter what. But there is a point at where it gets ridiculous. So yes, then I do agree that some people, or that everyone gets heated. At some point, Marnix, we both know it gets ridiculous. If you get punted off the track, or if you get crashed out on purpose, I think we would both be very angry to the guy who did it. Because, well, why should you do it? Why would you do it? But yeah, of course, you don't have to say sorry if you do not agree with us. You can have your own opinion, and we love to share our opinions in the chat. Of course, if you have your own opinion about that, of course, make sure to share it with us in chat, and we'll have a chat with it or about it. So yeah, of course, never say sorry because you disagree. But the only thing that I would say, always try and say it in a respectful manner, as we all do.
100% agree.
It's never nice to hear bad words about you, and then after that, I do not agree, you are, and start calling people names, because that's never good. We all know that there's already too much hate in this world. We've seen it in Formula 1, we've seen it in all kinds of motorsports, and we all know that there's no place for hate and racism or any kind in this sport. So yeah, let's just try and keep that to a minimum. But I have to say, I've seen nothing of that so far. So yeah, it's absolutely amazing to see that. Now, Daytona Elo has caught up to the back of the Tempa Simsport car again. He has got that 8 or 9 second deficit down to 0.2. So he can now work, maybe Monix, on an overtake to try and get up into P6.
I mean, it's unfortunate to see the last season champions all the way back into P7. I think they're over P6. I think there must have been something going on for the last couple of hours to their car. Maybe some kind of damage. Floor damage is also a thing in iRacing. But it's also good to see the new entries of Schenkstoop Racing Koopmans getting the fight towards the last season champion. That's great to see. Hopefully the American Dayton Lowe, or Lowe, sorry if I pronounce your name incorrectly, get the fight and get past to Tempa since we're going to get into P6. For now he's back up the rear of that LMP2 of the Tempa Simsport. As we go on board towards the corner where you want to be eating the curb, he misses a little bit of the apex where there's a bit of traffic. Hopefully it will play out good for them as the G3 lets them through. He gets a way better exit as they go 3 wide, and he goes, seems like it's true. They're still side by side, going into the right-hander, going towards the chicane, and he pulls in front, and it seems like the Tempa Simsport is giving up the fight. So maybe he wants to be saving some fuel as they follow through the last corner towards the straight finish straight. And that's job done for Schenkstoop Racing Koopmans up to P6. Great job from them, and this is their first race into our series. I'd like to welcome you all to the Platinum Endurance Championship with just 2 hours to go into this 6 hours of Nürburgring. As we see the Austrian sim racers yellow heading their way into turn 1. Seems like it's all a bit stretched out now with also the GT3 Pro and the PGZ 18 seconds clear of the Euro Masters with F Parada in P2.
The leaders have got quite a bit of a gap in every class at the moment.
Seems like it, yes.
We are in a pit stop cycle, so it could differ a bit from what you're seeing now to about 20 minutes. Euromasters, though, that gap is genuine, 18 seconds. They've been quicker once they got ahead, and they've been quicker catching up to the back of that car. Norbert Winholz, though, got past the car you see behind him. That is Thomas Burling, the skin on the Racing Red. That is an AM car overtaking a Pro car. We've seen that a couple of times earlier this race. The gap though now from P2 in the AM class to P1, 15 seconds exact. And the gap down to P3 though has come down a little bit. Miles Owens has taken out about 10 seconds in his last stint. And he is going to be looking to come into the pit lane, I think, in a little bit or in a few moments' time. As you see now, Bastian Heisig into the pit lane for the Mad Sim Sport 111 BMW. That is in the Pro class. And like we said, that Pro class is still led by this man, Marlon Ducek. He's been in that car for quite some time now. So it's looking like a really, really, really good result for him, if they can keep it like this.
Hope they are able to keep it up like this. Of course, the track's getting darker and darker. Lights are brighter and brighter of the car, and the cars on track are less and less able to see their braking marks. There might be a chance that they are getting a bit of trouble with braking. Of course, let's hope they are not having any troubles with braking or accelerating out of the corner. Sometimes they get on the gas way earlier than expected, and they get on the exit. Here, as the Crips car on the left, that's the PGZ of Marlon Ducek pass. Unfortunately, the Crips Racing doesn't seem to be performing that well on the Nürburgring, so it seems like Miles Owens in the G3 AM class in the BMW will be scoring them out today and getting P1 in the G3 AM Championship. Let's hope that because of course I'm the Platinum Endurance team manager, but yeah, let's hope they'll
contribute Marnix.
Oh shit!
Absolutely non-biased, and Marnix language as well. We have to kind of discipline him because he's not used to being in a commentary booth so long. But no,
getting a bit of nasty.
Yeah, well, 2 hours only left. We're into proper darkness now. See the headlights of the cars properly illuminating the track. Michael Vester, though, for the 046 car. Michael Vester, that reminds me of a rail racer as well. Of course, he's not Dutch. But Michael Vester that we have here in the Platinum Endurance Championship is, of course, in the 046 Racing LMP2. The gap 20 seconds to Martin Stadtmann. Gap has come down a little bit since we last took a look at that. Now this is going to lose them a further couple of tenths, maybe a second. Doctor's Racing team not getting out of the way. Of course, they don't have to. They're just driving their line. And the 046 decided to hang back a little and not to push it. They are, of course, in the lead. They don't want to take too much risk at the moment. And I think they're managing it quite well at the moment.
I think they're alright with 18 seconds to P2. The gap has been a bit consistent on the same 18 seconds. And hopefully, I think Mirko will be getting into the car again. So there might be a change in pace, of course, since we know that Mirko's really fast. And there might be a bit of a shake towards the end of the race. Let's hope for that, so that we have a little bit of a talk going to the end of the race. But still 2 hours to go. A lot can happen, a lot can be done. So so there will be a good fight towards the end of the race.
Well, this is then the overall battle. Here we go. You can see the overall battle between the Thomas for 6th place overall. The AMS Monix not doing too bad. P1 of the AM class in 7th overall in the GT class. That's not too bad, I think.
No, I think I can't say anything else about it. It's really good that they are all the way up there. But it also says something about that some of the pro teams might have been, had some incidents where they had some damage or they had to tow back to the pit lane. You never know what really happens because we have a big grid. A lot can happen. So yeah.
Well, a lot of cars also not making it to the finish line, it seems like. 38 cars still on track driving. The cars that are at the moment out of this race. The Right Engineering Esports LMP2, the Arvaro Orange GT3 Pro, the Digital Spirit DS Racing LMP2, the Daniel Weber Platinum Racing Team LMP2, Sebastian Houtgraaf in the DLR Road Industry Orange LMP2, the Octopus Racing Team LMP2 car, and the Trackside Esports LMP2 car as well. Then there are also GTs, of course, out of the race. The Arvaro Orange, like I just said, in the GT3 Pro field, out of this race. Then we have a Platinum Racing Team Orange. They seem to be out of this race as well. At the moment, they're still in the pit lane. Stephen Bird in that car, not continuing. Then we have MV Skin Lab, DS Racing, also out of this race, and GTS Racing Team also out of this race. Those are all GT3 Pro cars. In the GT Ab class though, only 2 cars have exited this race. The DSA Silver Motorsports car has exited, and the Manatee Racing Yellow BMW has sadly had to put the car in the garage as well. So all garage doors are down there. Like I said, 38 cars still out on the track, and 12 cars out of this race. So there's a battle here between Martin Stadtmann, who's gone off. Martin Stadtmann, that doesn't look great.
That's something with steering. Ah, no.
Let's see if we can take a look what happened there.
Oh, hopefully there was no contact.
Here it is. Martin Stadtmann gonna look on board. That's back to life. There we go. Oh, that's too late. Oh no!
There was a car.
No.
No way.
That is gutting for Martin Stadtmann. That is not what they would have wanted. Skankstrup, of course, had nothing to do with that, the number 17. Well, that must be gutting for the number 63, LMP2. They were on such a good roll. They were in P2, so the car at P2 with damage. Michael Vester into the pit lane as well. Here they are. We're down the inside of the PGZ car. They won't go into them. Was quite close under braking there. But into the pit lane they go. It was towards their pit stop cycle though. So that's the only good thing about it. They're now on terms if they come out of the pit lane where the team had it in the 046 Racing Team, but they have probably some big damage to contend with now. Here we are. Here's the number 18 from Skankstrup Racing. Gonna take a look at the number 17. They're also into the pit lane, of course, with big damage from that side hit. And he just couldn't see him, could he? Otherwise, he would have, of course, braked, but he just couldn't see him in time, Monix.
No, I don't think there was any way. The big BMW, of course, BMW known as one of the biggest GT3 cars, just was covering the Skankstrup Racing #17 there, and yeah, I think that was quite unfortunate for the GasX Racing. But fuck, I wanted them to be scoring some points this race.
Monix,
it's really unfortunate. Yeah.
Language, Monix. We cannot do that here, Monix. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to throw you out of the booth. I'm gonna have to throw you out of the window here. But no, just keep an eye on the language, Monix.
Will do.
And we all, of course, want people to finish as well. In the commentary booth, though, Monix, we're all unbiased. So for us, it doesn't matter who finishes first, as long as we have a good fight. That's all we want here in the commentary booth. That's all the spectators want as well. A good fight and an entertaining race. An entertaining race is what we have here for P6 in the Pro class. This is for P7 overall. This Skankstrup Racing. LMP2 on the outside coming through. That was quite tight there.
I think that was the NCR of MSI. Was it?
Let's take a look at the Skankstrup Racing. And you
see
were
there all the way.
right.
Yeah, thank you.
The TSR Racing, that was no the
NCR MSI.
Yeah, the NCR Esports. There we have him. Of course, two very similar liveries in the dark. That was quite late there, I have to say. Don't know if there was an off-track message for that car, so we could take a look maybe at how he did it. No, there was no. Martin Stadtmann has though already left the pit lane, so if you take a look at the gap between the teams, he is a lap down though, but he's the first car that is a lap down. Back to this battle. Niels Koor in the Chicane Online Racing Red Mercedes.
The only Audi down.
Well, the only Audi in the field, there's probably a good reason for that. The Audi not the strongest overall car at every track. At some tracks though, the Audi is quite good, but at some tracks the Audi is absolutely useless. I think that is why most of the people haven't chosen the Audi. The thing though that I do want to touch on is the fact that Daniel Thomas is driving that Audi in P6 overall, or in P7 overall and P6 in the Pro class. So he's not doing too bad in that car, isn't he?
I think he's doing an absolutely good job. I think the Audi is known for its that it's a bit slippery and sliding all over the place, but it seems to be sticking quite good on the ground. And yeah, it's doing a great job keeping the Chicane Online Racing Red Mercedes behind so far. But would you look at Dan? Look at the top right. I think they've done something within their livery. Now it's a bit. Now you can see it a little bit. A guy with his glasses on. You can see it on the top right whenever there's a car behind. That's I know some of the drivers from stories, and they also have the dog with the gun behind. But maybe when there's some lighting on the correct way, you can see something in their cockpit.
You're gonna have to overtake the BWT Audi for us then if you want light shining into the car from behind. But yeah, you can see it maybe a little bit on the top right. You're having to gonna look to where normally the rear view mirror is.
Yeah, it's like above the rear mirrors. And there you can see someone's eyes, glasses, and he's well, we're gonna have to wait a little bit. Maybe there's an NP2 coming up behind us for a second. We're gonna stay on board for a second here then with the Chicane Online Racing Red car, because this is the closest battle we have on track for you. All other battles are outside of a second. Here, I think maybe in the stadium section where there might be a little bit of light. Coming up at the Mercedes grandstand. Heading towards turn 1. As you see Stadman in the pit still. Still not really close enough to make a move down the inside of the PWT Audi. Well, of course, he doesn't have to force the issue. He has still an hour and 45 minutes left. I'd be saving fuel maybe. Make some a chance in strategy-wise. Well, it depends. Do you want to hunt down the car in front of that in P5 as well? Do you think you can see the teeth on the top right? Oh no, a car going slow there. There you go. Look on the top right. Yeah, there we have it. Well, I do think we have a car going slowly. David Omisi was the car going slowly. He's back up to speed. There you see the cars in front of us. Maybe he has had a little bit of an off-track or a little bit of an off-track excursion. Not from what I can see. Oh no. Onyx. You can see you were on board with, this is not looking too great. He spun. What happened? I don't think that their car was fully fixed. I think it's all over, unfortunately, for the GasX drivers. That's really unfortunate. Don't think they expected their car to be there. I can see on the stream though that it didn't go too well with that replay, so I'm sorry for that. But it was a replay of the GasX Racing team, which, well, let's just say it went off track again. Not hit a wall, but I think the car just wasn't straight anymore. So once again, apologies for the stream. That's really odd. I don't think it's the same thing as I think Pattern Racing team did in the BMW, not taking the optional repairs. Might be, but sometimes iRacing engineers are not always able to fix it, and I think that's just part of the deficit of iRacing. It's part of it's coming. It's part of the racing. Everyone has to deal with it. And if you don't crash, they don't have to fix it now, maybe. Following through the traffic. Not quite able to do so, though. A very good exit from the BWT Audi. On the exit, though, that car seems to be mighty, but Chicane Online Racing Red car doing
a good job to try and, well, stick as closely behind BWT Audi as possible. Welcome once again everyone to the stream. If you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Down the inside he tries to go though. Not quite able to do so. Make sure you drop us a like and share this stream with friends and family to come over and watch as well. That would be absolutely appreciated by everyone. Of course, the work that has gone into it is absolutely massive. Of course, the work that went into this just before, because of course my computer said no to itself for the first 2 hours. So all the work that has gone in today, I think deserves that, and definitely from the whole crew, from Joshua, from Biggles, from Marnix, and of course from Audrey, who we borrow his PC from. A big thank you to them. So I think that definitely deserves a like if you have the possibility to do so. Thank you very much. Gap now does open up a little bit, Marnix. They're both gonna overtake the car in P6. There he is, Rafa Campos, Louis Geronimo, or is it Louis Geronimo? That's quite a well-known name, I think. We have to add him though to the team because he isn't in the team yet. The Octopus Racing Team Black. We also know that Skankstorp Racing, powered by Van Gils, has a new driver in Justin Hayes. Is into that car. So both drivers knew they're into the pits quite for a long while here. Losing quite a lot of time here. This, of course, was the car in the lead. And they're going to go, I think, every possible second. 3, 2, 1. They're going to go now. There they go.
There
Drop
you go.
Ground. And back out on track. They're going to be in a second. We're going to stay on board with them. There we go. Coming on to the circuit out once again into traffic, but luckily for them it's all passed. Now Miles Owens has taken second place from them. 3 seconds is the gap only though, so quite close between those after the pit stop, but we all know that this man Miles Owens still has to make his pit stop. He's gonna do that, I think, next lap or the lap after. And then 2 laps after that, I expect the car in the lead, the YS Motorsport Europe 1 car, into the pit lane as well. Harmonix will wait as there's a big battle for first in the LMP2 field. This has nothing to do with pit laps because they've both pitted on the same lap. This is on merit. This is on pace, on merit.
Oh, it's close. And the GT.
He's around. He's around again, and I think something has happened to that team because
goes
where
deep
they lost
in
so much
motorsports.
time. Michael Vesta, what has happened to him? Has he gone off before this? Not that I can see. We're gonna go and do it again. Michael Vesta here. We're gonna look at the replay. This is maybe where he's crashed. No, this is the exact crash we just saw. Oh, just a little bit too hot. And once again, not to their own fault, it is the 101 of MRP Fields Academies involved in it. And this time nothing to do with it, but of course they had to brake for the 101. And that is not the 101's fault. Don't get me wrong here. But again, it happens close to them. So the 101 seems at the moment, Marnix, to be kind of a crash magnet.
It seems like it. They've had some spins and they have some off tracks, and really unfortunate. Hopefully they can stick to the position that they are in now in P3. But yeah, hopefully they can get their act together and try to keep the car on track and maybe get back to P2.
Yeah, well, I have to clear up, I think, for a lot of people. Get their act together is not like drive better. Maybe find some more pace is what Marnix means with that, of course.
Yeah, or keep it on track, because you lose more time than staying a bit more cautious than
Yeah.
pushing too much. Because
Yeah, of course.
eventually you lose more time. Oh, there they almost go again, having a little moment getting out of turn 2 with the loose screw, I think that is.
No, that's 046.
046. So I'm so sorry. There are so many teams, and
We all make mistakes, Monix, and there are a lot of teams in here, like you said. So we all make those mistakes. This team, though, the gap, Monix, from a crash in the beginning, from a drive-through I think they've had as well. The DLR rotary industry wide after a lot of unfortunate.
Oh, no way.
And again, this is what I said. When it turns dark, this is going to be absolutely
madness.
difficult.
Yeah.
Another touch, that was Skangstorp Racing number 17, because the number 18 is down in P4, just behind that. So not too far behind. They go 3-1 up to the Schumacher S.
They were all the way into P9, and they're all the way back to P3 with the dealer wide.
Yeah, this is absolutely amazing. Of course, the team that they are fighting in the championship, the Loose Screw Racing, they are down in P8, very close contention with the Tempest Sim Sport car. Of course, that car is losing some pace time and time again. So we don't really exactly know what happened to them, but they don't seem to be up to the pace at the moment. Olivier Conert.
I think this race could be really good for the championship, shaking up the order again and making it very exciting for the last couple of races. Fuji 8 hours and the 10 hours of Road America. Really looking forward to those races.
In the GT3 Pro field. We
as
have
the Euro Masters as well in the P3 into the pits.
Yeah, but I think Louis Grabier is now going to exit. There we go. And MRP Battlefields Academy, as they disappear for a second, of course, change drivers. They are going to be standing here for a little bit longer because, well, their pit lane time at the moment, 33 seconds. The pit lane time from PGZ, 1 minute and 14 seconds. So the gap there about, well, we're going to see it in a bit, but about 40 seconds from MRP Battlefields Academy to the PGZ Motorsports car. About 30 seconds, I apologize. Euromasters, though, really quick. They've gone a couple of laps longer, so this could be big towards the last stint, maybe, Marnix, where, excuse me, they have to pit later, and they have to put less fuel in.
That you just have a quick dash of fuel. You have a little splash of dash fuel within the car.
The less fuel you put in, the less time you're standing still on pit lane, and the less time you're standing still on pit lane, the less time you're losing to competitors.
Exactly.
That's the strategy they're going for. PGZ Motorsport, though, compared to that, are just full on pace. For them it is, we're going to beat them on pace and nothing else. We're going to see at the end of the race what comes through victorious. Louis Grabier, of course, still in that car. They've had a driver change, I think. Fran Prada still in the Euromasters esports car. I do think that we will see a driver change coming into their pit stop now.
Same as Thijs Merckx back in the Planner Race Team Red. See what kind of laps he can do to try and get back to the front of the grid of the AM class. Maybe he can make some time up for the last 1.5 hours of the race.
Well, Octopus Racing Team Black in the lead of the GT3 AM class. They, though, have made their pit stop 17 laps ago. Marnix, I think it is time for us now to do our usual race rundown. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, sponsored by Apex Tech Racing Supplies. Marnix, why don't you start with the LMP2 field?
Right, so in the LMP2 field, we've had some amazing, exciting races. Of course, Bazinga Motorsport currently in P1, leading the LMP2 field with Oliver Connert in P1. Then going down, we see 046 Racing in P2, only 9 seconds behind after the incident we've just noticed 10 minutes ago, where we saw the 046 Racing have a little bit of a spin, and we saw Bazinga Motorsport going through. Then in P3, after an exciting race must have been for them, they were in P9 only 1 hour ago, and they are up to P3 is DLR Rotary Industry White. As we can see your screen down, thank you. Then moving up to P4, we see the new entries who've entered the Platinum Endurance just this second half of the season, which is Schenkstroop Racing powered by Koopmans in P4, just 18 seconds behind last lap. Then we have TSR Racing 42 seconds behind the P1 in P5, and in P6 we have the 505 Endurance with one of my favorite liveries in P6. As we see the Bazinga Motorsport, who was just leading, heading into the pits. There must be a pit cycle as well for them. Then last season champions Tempo Simsport in P7, Lewis Crew Racing in P8, Rendell Racing also as well in P9. Probably will lose it to Lithium Motorsports as we see a driver change for Rendell Racing. ETRS Esports, our sponsor this season, are in P11. DLR Rotary Industry Red in P12. NCR Esports by MZ Gaming, who've entered our series since the beginning of the season but were unable to race and compete, are in P12. P13, good to see them back on track. DSW Racing dash back in P14. Schenkstroop Racing powered by Van Gielsen in P15, and Gazix unfortunately out but still in P16 due to the lap safe driven. Other teams that are out from the LMP2 feed are Ryder Engineering Esports, Digital Spirit DS Racing, DLR Rotary Industry Orange, Trackside Esports Endurance LMP2, Octopus Racing LMP2, and Platinum Racing Team Blue out as well, unfortunately. Then moving up to the GT3 Pro class, where we see currently also still a mix-up of positions, but that's for sure due to the pit stops. For now it's the Euro Masters in P1. In P2 we see the PGZ Motorsport Louis Rabier in P2. Also Racing Moderna in P3. MRP by Fields Academy, our last season champions, in P4. Then we see the Chicane Online Racing in P5. P6 we have the Austrian Sim Racers CN. P7 we have the Octopus Team Racing Black. They are in first position of the AM. Now it's getting a bit difficult for me to understand, of course, the mix-up in AM and Pro. But then we have the Met Simsport BWT and the Audi, of course. The YS Motorsport BMW. The Astro Racing Cellular Mode. Military Racing Black. Plan Racing Team Red in P3 of the AM class. Then we have the Octopus Racing Team, the Pro Team, because they of course have 2 entries. AVL Racetech Sim Racing Team, SR Technic, which have had a couple of unfortunate incidents, unfortunately, in P13 of the Pro. Then we have in P4 of the AM class the Austrian Sim Racers Yellow. P5 of the AM class you have Nick Harrison's in the Ferrari for Trackside Esports Endurance Orange. And then in P6 we have the Chicane Online Racing Orange. Then we have Rune Bobars currently driving the 399 BMW for Trackside Endurance Blue. Then the racing team is back on track for the Blue, that's currently running last of the GT3 Pros. And overall we have the last driving is at Crips Racing, our current championship leaders for the AM class. Unfortunately they are back at the back of the grid, and other teams that are out of the race are RFO RO Orange, Glen Racing Team Orange, Silver Motorsport, MV Skin Lab DS Racing, Minity Racing Yellow, and GTS Racing Team, who never had the chance to start due to wrong entries and missing the mandatory 20 laps.
Well, look at who cycled through to the front of the pit lane or to the front of the field. Before we do that though, we're going to thank you for listening once again to the hourly update by Apex Tech Racing Supplies.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro Sim Rig aluminium race rigs and monitor stands. Base performance simulator cockpits. VPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. ApexTechRacing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning sim racer.
Welcome back then, here at the Nürburgring for what will be the last 1.5 hours. This will of course be brought to you by me and Monix in the commentary booth.
Good evening, everyone.
Monix, we've been here now for quite a while. We've seen almost everything. We've just had our hourly update. Malte Stadtmann dropping back to the order. Kazak's racing team is done. Too much damage on that LMP2. Not drivable anymore, sadly. Maybe you can go in and ask for an interview. I don't know if that's possible to do for you.
Take a look at if they are still there. It doesn't seem like they are still there, unfortunately. No, they are out and not even in the Gas X team racing channels, that's unfortunately. But yeah, that's about it. Maybe we can ask the viewers to hop in the waiting room and we can have a little chat about the race or the upcoming races, or maybe even about the upcoming iRacing officials or whatever. And then we can spend some time having that interview.
Well, 1.5 hours to go. The DLR Road Industry Wide now leader of this race by 34 seconds. Their pit lap exactly the same as everyone else, though the 046 Racing team has already pitted. But with a pit lane time of 56 seconds, DLR Road Industry Wide car, it's going to be close for them on pit exit if they are going to be able to get out ahead of Michael Vesta. The gap to them, 48 seconds. At this point, Marnix, I have a feeling that this is the net race leader, even though they have to still make that pit stop.
There could be a chance, maybe because of another tire change or a different kind of strategy on fuel. But yeah, hopefully for them they can keep this up in P1 and they'll be able to extend or get back to the lead of the championship. It would be amazing to see a new entry getting to the top of the table. Because currently, of course, we have the Loose Screw Racing on 80
Also
points,
a
and
new entry.
also no, the Loose Screw has been here, I think, already for a season.
Nope.
Season 1. Oh,
Nope.
My bad.
Not a new entry.
Anyways, yeah, they're only 8 points behind on Loose Screw Racing DLR, so it would be cool to see them heading towards them and spicing up the fights for the last couple of races. It'd be amazing.
Well, towards the end of the season now, well, everything is shaking up. This really seems to be a race of shaking up the championship at the moment. If DLR Road Industry Wide now decide to, for some reason, retire from this race, or something happens, we will have the 505 Endurance maybe leading, or the 046. If the 046 starts leading or wins this race, that's a massive shake-up for the championship, because we are going to do it again here. We're going to go over the championships really quickly. There we go, the championship in the LMP2 class. There we go. Here you can see the 046 is in P6, well, 36 points behind the Loose Screw Racing LMP2. So with that, they're not going to gain too much, of course. Loose Screw Racing is going to gain positions as well. But everyone just ekes a little bit closer towards the leader of the championship, which makes it all the more exciting towards the end. So there we go, that's the championship standings in the LMP2 class. Loose Screw Racing leading ahead of the DLR Road Industry Wide, the DCW Racing Pack car. They are in third, the DCW Racing Pack car. Where are they on the road at the moment? They have retired, if I'm correct, DCW. I am not correct with that, because the DCW is in P14. Here we had on DCW, we're on board with them right now. So the top three is still in this race, as we have now, or as we head now over to the GT3 AM Championship. Oh, the top three there quickly as well. The Crips Racing there in the GT3. They are down at the moment in P38 overall. They're the last driving car. So not a great evening for the Crips Racing Team. Platinum Racing Team Red, though, for example, is in P3. And Octopus Racing Team Black, they are in the lead. So both of them, I think Platinum Racing Team Red is gonna go ahead of Crips Racing. And Octopus Racing Team Black is going to get even closer to Grips Racing, if not ahead of them with that win. So the championship is shaking up after this race, if it of course stays this way until the end. Because at the moment it's looking to be a really, really exciting one and going into the last 2 races of the season. In the Pro class though, we have the MRP by Fields Academy of course leading. They are at the moment in a P4 in the Pro class. Behind the Euromasters, the Agenza and the PGZ Motorsports car, the PGZ down on P9. If they win, they are going to get closer, of course, only 25 points from P1 to P9 there. So that championship, really, really competitive. Only 27 points in it from P1 to P10. So that is, well, if everyone ahead of P20 or P10 now, well, just exits the race, retire, the Manatee Racing Black team could still take, or the No Limits Sim Race team could still take the lead of that championship at the end of this race. That's how close this is, Marnix. So absolutely amazing. Chicane Online Racing Red in second on 55 points. 51 points to the Austrian Sim Racers Cyan. So for them, it's very, very close. And, well, let's just say that it's shaking up to be a good one. Also the Euromaster Esports, who are 4th on the same points as the Austrian Sim Racers Cyan car. So Monix heading back then to the live action. We're almost entering the last hour. It's properly dark now. What are these guys, drivers going to be looking for in the dark? I don't think Marnix is here anymore. Take a quick look where Marnix is. No, Marnix is not here at the moment. He is of course needed in... No, he is here. Marnix is here. But he has just made himself unhearable. Okay, no, he's gone off to eat, so I'm on my own right now for the next couple of minutes. So yeah, until I think the start of the last hour, I will be on my own. Here we go then into the last hour. And that is a bit deep from the Loose Screw Racing. Not, I think, expecting them to dive down the inside. Of course, Loose Screw in P6 at the moment. And they let them through. They let the number 48 through, the DCW, the Doc Cat and Wine Racing LMP2. They let them through. Well, let me know, everyone. What do you think is going to happen in the closing stages of this race? Let us know in the chat what you think is going to happen, and we'll see if someone is correct, because of course we know that as it stands right now, a lot of things can still happen. Still 1 hour 15 minutes to go. We know how long that is. So yeah, I think at some point you have to say, okay, now it's getting towards the end, now you have to start to push. But I think in a 6-hour race, it's all or nothing really. Take a look on board with the leaders though. The 046 Racing has got ahead of the industry-wide car because they're off sequence. They took tires in their last stop, and 046 Racing LMP2 did not. So that is why they are down now in P4. Their pit stop time 24 seconds longer than the 046 Racing machine. So that's of course where that deficit comes from. If we take back that 24 second deficit, then they would be ahead by a second or 5. So that means then that, well, let's just say they're in with a good chance. They're in with a good chance at the victory here maybe, because, well, they have now done maybe their last tire stop. I have a suspicion that 046 Racing still has a tire stop to go. They are stopping on the 1 hour 20 minute mark, so they only have to stop once. So I have a suspicion that this car, the DLR Road Industry white car, is actually a dark horse here for a victory. They're in 4th overall right now. They're always cycling through to the front of the field. So I have a feeling, everyone, that the car in P4 is going to be in with a very good shot at the end of the race to win this, if all goes well for them, and if they keep up the pace they have at the moment. Matthijs Weten in that car right now, so he's going to try and put, well, blistering pace in for that team. Last lap time for Michael Vesta, a 1:47 in the lead. The lap for this DLR Road Industry white car, a 1:45.5. So 2.5 seconds gained there last lap. I don't know what exactly happened to the 046, maybe a little bit of traffic involved in that, of course. Can always be the case here in multi-class racing, but yeah, that's what happened there. The Bazinga Motorsports car, though, has gained also 2.5 seconds of them, so they are now right up behind them in the slipstream, in the tow. 0.8 of a second is the gap. This is the battle for the lead. They both pitted. Well, Bazinga Motorsport pitted a lap earlier, but they've both pitted. So this now is a fight on merit. This is the battle for the lead on merit. And 4 hours and 46 minutes into this race with almost 1 hour to go. This is the battle between P1, and this is the gap. Half a second. And I have a feeling that this Bazinga Motorsports car has blistering pace and is absolutely quicker than Michael Vesta. Don't know, maybe Michael Vesta has a little bit of damage. I'm gonna see them come onto the straight now, and maybe there's gonna be a chance for the Bazinga Motorsports LMP2. Here we go then, tucking into the slipstream, pulling out of it. He's gonna be able to send it up the inside. The answer for you is, yes he is, he's still there though. So he's gonna have to keep an eye out for him. There we go, we're side by side, and in single file we have a lead change, everyone. We have a new leader, and it is the Bazinga Motorsports LMP2. The number 69 leads the way here ahead of the number 46. Let's see if Michael Vesta can stick with him in the slipstream. At the moment, it doesn't seem like it. Another 46er from, or another 47 from Michael Vesta, and a 46.5 for Leonhard Ziegler. At the moment, I have this car, the DLR Road Industry White, written down as the winner of this race with the pace they have at the moment. The Skankstrop Racing Koopmans, though, in with a shot at the podium if they keep up the pace they have. And that would be an absolutely amazing result, or their debut race, of course. Remember, they haven't had a race in this season or in this series yet. They've come in for both Reiter GT teams, so 2 GT teams have come in for 2 LMP2 teams, or have left the building for 2 LMP2 teams, so that's why there are now two more LMP2s in the field. So that's why they, of course, got the opportunity to get through. And Skankstrop Racing now is the one who will be looking to, well, keep up what they're doing at the moment, and they're closing them down. Of course, last lap time for them, 154 or 145.33, 145.58 though for the DLR Road Industry Wide. So both of those cars on pace at the moment with the car in the lead. Coming through now this time around then. What is the DLR Road Industry Wide gonna do? We won't see that yet. The Koopmans though, a 144.12 and a 144.4 for Matthijs Weten, but also a 147.3, and I'm gonna have to correct myself on that. A 145 for the leader, a 145.6 for the leader to be exact, a 145.3 for P3, and a 146.1 for the DLR Road Industry Wide. So losing a little bit of time again there, but they have a beautiful pit stop cycle. Hergot, yeah, of course you can. There we go. There we have it. That is the battle in the classes. Closest battle on track at the moment is this one. The Ryan Moltz is trying to overtake Luis Geronimo in the Octopus Racing Team Black Card. This is not a battle, and this is why I had that overall standings up. This is not a battle for the or in class. This is a battle for overall position. So I'm gonna take a look if this is gonna work.
Looks like Thijs Merckx is also closing up to P2, because first the gap was 40 seconds, so it come down to 18 seconds.
That's big.
That's absolutely big.
Hergot says go Octopus Racing Team Black. Here we have our
currently
leaders
leading
in
the
class.
8 AM class. They're doing an absolutely good job.
They're behind, I think, the BMW from trackside. Oh, the LMP2 from Tempest threatening the needle there. That's amazing to see, losing as less time as possible. I do think that it's maybe better for Geronimo to give up that place, not fight the BWT Audi too much, because this is a pro car. This is not a car for class position, so it doesn't matter too much, really, does it, Mornix, to fight this one. The only thing you're going to do is slow both of your races down,
Yes,
and
correct.
they can't really have that at the moment.
You can better fuel save or have some kind of other strategy that you want to follow them, because they have maybe some more pace and you can follow them through their slipstream. And like I said, maybe save some fuel, but like you say, it's slowing them more down than gaining some time of it.
Well, Mornix, what did you have for dinner?
I'm not even done with my dinner. The pizza's in the oven.
Oh!
So, it will be done in 8 minutes.
Pizza!
Exactly. But it's not really Italian. It's with Hawaii, with pineapple on
Oh no, how can you do something like that? Get this man out of the commentary booth. Get this man out of here.
Why do people see it like something bad? No, I think it's yeah, something.
You cannot put fruit.
It puts
on a pizza.
flavor. It puts flavor
No,
and a bit of
it
juice
puts the wrong
on
flavor.
it. No,
Mornix, no matter what you're saying, this is wrong.
but why do you
Get out
put
of here.
apple? Apple and pineapple are in the same category of fruit, right?
Yes.
And why are they both put like a pineapple pie into an oven? They're both put into an oven, but why is a pineapple pie allowed in a pizza Hawaii pizza on me?
Because it's pizza, and
Put the same in the same oven.
yeah, still, you cannot compare a pizza to an apple pie. You've just made the biggest mistake of your life. Go Platinum Racing Team Red says Milo. Of course, Milo just came out of that car.
Merckx, come on, push, push.
As Merckx is in this car. The gap, though, 14 seconds only now. That gap is coming down rapidly. And also to the leader, maybe that gap is coming down.
Maybe
But
Miles
yeah.
wants to hop into our commentary booth and have a little chat about your strategy. What is the plan?
I don't think he wants to let anything loose about the strategy they have at the moment.
But maybe
Because
they
that
can
seems
have
to be a
some
really
words
good
about
one.
it.
But Boris, I do want to chat about that with you. How can you compare an apple pie with a pizza? You've just made the biggest mistakes, and all the Italians are going to come from you now. For you now. If you have any Italians in the league, they're probably not going to want to drive anymore if they hear this.
Shit. I mean,
Morning's language.
I've always loved Hawaii, so there's nothing there to be changed. I will always keep my pineapple on my pizza. Yeah, we can see the LMP2 standings for sure. Currently leading is Alusco Racing with 80 points, followed by, or I think it was Bazinga. Can you put the standings up for me, please? Down
You
there?
have it.
Through
You have
it.
it on the left-hand side.
The actual standings, I mean, for the point standings, I think he means.
No, the standing for just a second.
Ah, well there you have it. Bazinga currently leading the current race, and then followed by 046 Racing with more than 6 seconds at the moment. Then thanks to the new entry in P3, followed by DLR Rotary in white. In P4 we had, I think, an eventful race. We got to see them in P4, then followed by 505 Endurance. Luke Racing in P6, Tempest, Team Sport, LP2, last season champions in P7, followed by TSR Racing with over 36 seconds. Then we have Randall Racing in P9. Fortunately, one of our sponsors and partners, ATRS Esports, hashtag 13 in P10. Lithium Motorsport, one of our main friends that have competed in TCR in P11, and then NCR Esports in P12. Followed by DLR Rotary Industry Red, who are currently in the pits, close to be out in P13. DW
I
Racing
don't know what
back.
you've done with your mic, Marnix, but it all of a sudden sounds. Well,
Shit.
Yes. I don't know what you did.
We just fixed it.
There you are again.
Alright, there we go.
Go on.
Then we have DCW in P13, just overtook DLR Rotary Industry Red. I think they'll just continue to score points. Of course, you need to finish 90% of your respective championship or field driver who finished first. You need to finish 19 laps compared to them in order to score points. Otherwise, you are not classified.
A little bit easier with that. You have to finish 90% of the distance that the lead car or the winning car is driven in order to score points.
Exactly. So that's why they're probably continuing to score just points. Very good of them. And then we move on to the GT3 Pro class, or overall, because there's a little. No, this is the Pro class. PGZ leading after an eventful race for them. They've been awarded a drive-through at the start of the race, make their way back to the top of the current standings. Then we have Euromasters Esports in P2, followed by Astra Racing Moderna. And before we have the current onboard team MRP by Fuels Academy, last season champions. That's why they have the 101 on their car. Chicane on Racing Red in P5, followed by Austrian Sim Racer C in P6. P7 we have Mad Sim Sports hashtag 111, followed by the PWT Motorsport Audi car. Then we have the 9 Astra Racing Cellular Mode in P9, Manatee Racing Black in P10, followed by Octopus Racing Team. Their little sister team leads the AM class. We'll go into that after we finish this one. Then we have SR Technic, who has a rough day at the office, being hit by a couple of cars. One of them, unfortunately, intentionally. Something we'll go into maybe later. And then we have AVL Sim Racing, who currently is in the pits and doesn't seem to be continuing their race. And then we have the rest of the teams that are out. Then moving on to the GT3 AM class.
There we go.
We have Octopus Racing Team Black currently in P1, followed by YS Motorsport Europe 1 in P2, followed by Platinum Race Team Red, who has decreased a 40 seconds gap to 8 seconds. They're closing very rapidly to YS Motorsport Europe 1. And then we have P4 Austria Sim Race Yellow, followed by Trackside Endurance Team Orange. Then in P6 we have the Chicane Online Racing Orange, followed by Trackside Endurance Blue. Crips Racing in P8, the last of the grid, and just continuing their laps and getting their points in. Unfortunately, it seems like they'll be losing the championship lead to the Platinum Racing Team Red, who is currently in P3, chasing down the YS Motorsport Europe 1 with just a gap of 8 seconds. And yeah, that sums up the grid for the current standings. And then we have the correct time. We have Miles Owens in the waiting room. Miles Owens, welcome to the commentary booth.
Well, we are doing fine, Miles. How's your team doing?
Well, yeah, we're doing all right. Spot on. Well, at the beginning, when we was in the safety car, we managed to save a lot of fuel. So, no strategy, just flat out, let's go.
Right, so it seems that you maybe have just 2 pit stops left, or seeing the time that you might have only 1 pit stop left. Ty seems to be closing in rapidly towards the YS Motorsport. Is it just completely pace, or is the YS Motorsport maybe saving some fuel, or?
Well, we've gone fastest driver first. That I am obviously the slowest of the driver, so I went middle, and then Merck's gone, so he's pretty quick as well. So obviously I think they've gone quickest first, and then they've gone slowest last. So our fastest driver is now catching their slowest driver.
Ah, all right. And it doesn't seem like they'll be switching drivers, nor you guys, because I think Thijs will be finishing the race, won't he?
Yeah, I believe so. Tice is gonna bring it home for us, and I'm guessing it's gonna be the same for them.
And it seems like that you'll be taking over the top position of the AM Championships, which would be really nice, of course, to see a platinum name on top of the AM standings. I think you guys really deserved it after the time, and of course everyone deserves it who puts in the time. And but yeah, just wanted to say congrats on that. If you manage to finish, of course, and there's still a long way to go, 2 races to go. How do you think getting into the 8 hours of Fuji and the 10 hours of Road America? Do you think you can stick on to it?
Fuji is one of my favorite tracks. I love it. So,
But are you fast?
No, I'm never fast anyway, mate. So I just consistent. So, yeah, basically, the plan is to not go fast, just to be consistent, try and keep clean. And so far, it's been good. We've finished the podium every race so far, so just yeah, just don't try and push, try and be consistent. Really, that's the thing, isn't it? I guess.
All right, seems good. So how was your experience on track? How was the driving? How was the competitiveness within the GT3 AM class? Because now you're all a bit stretched out and you're getting closer to the P2. But how was it in the beginning of the race? Because did you start, or who started the race in your team?
John Sylvester started with us, so we've noticed in the AMs there's like one fast driver for the AMs, and then it fizzles down from there. So, but when the AMs fastest driver in, they're all as fast as the pros, and then obviously the slowest driver gets in, and that's the difference between the AMs and the pros. But
yeah,
it's really competitive. All the pros are and the AMs been some great racing this season so far.
Is it difficult to keep an eye on the driver fair share? Of course, PEC knows has their own driver fair share rule, where it says that pro drivers need to drive a maximum, all the drivers combined, a maximum of 40%. Is it difficult with John? Because I know he's a gold driver. Is it difficult to notice it?
We've got 2 gold drivers on our team, so we have to share it between them 2. So
it is difficult to manage throughout the race because it also changes through the race is going on, of course.
Sorry, can you repeat? Sorry.
And the driver fair share, of course, changes throughout the race because of the pace the driver has. Is it difficult to manage and think about what's the maximum he can drive? Or is it easy to manage?
Oh, at the minute, just basically just find out what the maximum is, and then if one driver wants it, they can have it. But if the second driver wants it, we've got to split that in half again. So,
all right.
At the minute, Ivan Bremer's computers, it's been not working, so it's been quite easy so far. John does
I think Dan can place himself into the Iman's situation. But it seems like you guys are catching up. You can see the other teams up in front, going into the stadium section. I'd like to thank you for the conversation so far, and wish Thijs good luck and say hi from me. And hopefully you guys are able to catch up in time to the YS Motorsport in P2.
Perfect. Yeah, love it always, and hopefully we bring it home in P2. So, see you later. Bye.
All right, bye. Thanks.
Bye.
All right, anyways, Dan, my pizza is ready with pineapple on it.
I heard the alarm.
And I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Enjoy your dinner. Well then, we are here for the last hour. Hopefully, Marnix will be back in time to make the end of the last hour. Welcome all. If you have joined us here, we're still looking at this card, this battle which is brewing between the Platinum Racing Team Red GT3 and the YS Motorsports Europe GT3. Thijs makes this car catching up really, really quickly towards, well, the YS Motorsports car that is being driven by Thomas Leerkes, both Dutch drivers. So it's going to be a Dutch affair here in this last couple, these last couple of minutes of this race. 5 hours and 5 minutes already done of the 6-hour race. It's been a very competitive race. You can't let anything slip here, otherwise you will lose that. So you will lose that then, so that is not possible. So the teams that have done so have paid the price for it. Singer Motorsports in P1, they've stayed clean for quite a while industry-wide though, with the pace they have. Also a battle brewing here between P3 and P2, but we're going to take a look back though at the Thijs Merckx battle between Thijs Merckx and Thomas Leerkes. So for him that is not possible to maybe lose too much time here. He has caught up to P1 as well, not as much as he thought he would. He's not gonna go for it just yet. Of course, he wants to bide his time, get a good exit. And of course, the Wise Motorsports Europe 1 car will know that Thijs Merckx is faster. They're probably not gonna fight it. There we go, here goes the Wise Motorsports car. They lift off. Oh, they're back in. They go to the back of the Platinum Racing Team car. They miss their braking zone. Going behind them, lifting off. And that maybe was a bit early from Thijs Merckx, but he managed to keep it in a straight line, not spin, doesn't lose too much time with it. But that was a, well, hard-in-mouth moment for Thijs Merckx, who's been doing such a good job to catch up to the Wise Motorsports Europe 1 car. They, of course, don't want to lose too much time because their main competitor, Crips Racing, is down on P8 in the AM class. And they are only about 2 points, I think, behind this car, so they could have a, well, tremendous day at the office if they do manage to come through in P2. But it's not settled yet. We go to the front of the field, though, because Daytona Low is going to try and overtake Michael Vesta in the 046 LMP2. This is the battle between the Schankstrup Racing Koopmans team and the 046 Racing team. A good exit, trying to overtake the traffic, gets pinched there to the outside of the track, not allowed any room. Did find a little bit of exit there, but not quite able to, well, put his car alongside because he saw the gap, but the gap was closing, so he decided not to go for it into, which will be the Michelin Kere, I think this is, if I am correct. Yes, this is the Goodyear Kere. Almost. Close enough, close enough. Also the tire supplier. The gap though, 110. Now on the outside, he's going to probably box him in. No, he's not. He's going to get boxed in. He's probably going to go down the inside now. No, lifts off. Takes a look down the inside. Pressurized the 046, maybe into a mistake. And is now going to get to try and get the good exit out on this long straight. He's well and truly up into the slipstream of the 046 Racing team. Going to have to try and carry down the outside of the Ad van Bogen. Now around the outside of the chicane. The Vidal chicane, can't really do it. Doesn't have enough room to carry it around the outside. But this is the battle for P2 we have here. Of course, Bazinga Motorsports really quick. This is allowing the DLR Road Industry Wide to get closer to this as well. They have lost about 3 seconds since their last pit stop. And those are 3 seconds that they do need if they do want to finish well in the last standings. Of course, they don't have to change tires anymore. All the other teams do, I have a feeling. Schankstrup Racing Koopmans, though, they have just had, oh, that's a big snap. They're past now, but can they try and create that gap? They're in second in their first race in this league. This could be absolutely massive for this team if they can keep this pace up. The 046 Racing team immediately with a gap of a second. And now we immediately go back to P4. Matthijs Retzenau is going to probably have a go at the 046 Racing team, so they could lose 2 positions here while they were looking so good. Very, very early on. After their pit stop, down the inside, goes to the DLR Road Industry Wide. Of course, they had a difficult start of this race. They've come through once again to P4. They could jump up into the podium just on merit. Because remember, all these cars need to still pit in a couple of laps' time. I do remember that this white car, this DLR Road Industry white car, is the last of the pitters. He's not going to get a better exit than the 046 Racing Team. This is the Platinum Racing Team car, the AM car, the 318, the car that is second in that class. 55 seconds the gap there to the leader. That is looking a bit too big to catch up on pace in this last hour. So something has to happen to the leader there in order for them to make it, to have a chance at winning this. 40 seconds is the gap in the Pro class as well in the GT3s. PGZ ahead of the Euromaster Esports car. The gap to second there is 31 seconds by the MRP by Fields Academy. They are doing as much as they can not to lose too much points here. This is pretty much an off day for them. They've had a couple of unfortunate incidents happen to them, and that is late braking from the Industry White though. With that late braking, he closes himself all the way up to the back of the DLR Industry White car. Loose Crew Racing losing another position to the Tempest Sim Sport LMP2 car. There's fighting all across the LMP2 field now in these closing stages of this race. 50 minutes left of this 6-hour race, and it's all kicking off. Of course, we're not into the last pit stop period yet. There's the wiper, there's no rain forecasted, of course. There isn't any rain in this game, sadly, as of yet. That is a great switch back there, side by side now. Can he make it stick? No, they're side by side into the Dunlop Kere. Right? Have I got it right this time? No, the Goodyear Kere. Well, we've had almost every tire supplier now, so the Goodyear Kere, and that is the Rody Industry White car up into P3. And the Tempest Sim Sport car up to P6. That is exactly what you want to see here from these guys. This is what you're watching it for. As I got a beautiful picture from Marnix eating his pizza. With pineapple on it. And I don't know if you guys agree with me. Aaron says again, your stewarding is really good. Thank you for that, of course. Big thank you. LMP2 with 8 cars out, says Jorge Santos. Yeah, a lot of cars in it, but also a lot of cars out of it at the moment. The Road Industry right now trying to create that gap of bigger than a second. And if you want to know how loud we exactly are, well, I've just got a notification from my Apple Watch, which tells me the sound levels hit 95 decibels. Just 10 minutes at this level can cause temporary hearing loss. Repeated too long-term exposure can lead to permanent damage. Consider using hearing protection or moving to a quieter area. So anything who's in this building, put in hearing protection, because you don't want to lose, of course, the ability to hear my beautiful voice shouting over these races. So everyone just don't turn the volume up too high. And as you can see at the moment, it is of course hitting 95 decibels much more often than you expect, really. 95 decibels though, quite a lot, I have to say. But yeah, we sometimes do go to the 105 decibels, so it can get quite loud in here. And then we're not screaming yet. So yeah, that's just how great the racing is. Down the inside goes the Dealer Road Industry White on the trackside esports doers blue BMW. The closest battle out on track is the one we're looking at right now. The gap from them to Skanksorp Racing Koopmans is 3.6 seconds. Indeed, Milo, indeed. Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. And that's exactly what I said as well. But he would... And you know what he did after that, Milo? He started comparing pizza to apple pie. You both put it in the oven. Why is apple allowed in the oven and pineapple not? Well, pineapple is on pizza and apple pie is its own pie. You want to taste apple, not anything else. Pizza, you want to taste pizza, not pineapple and pizza. So, yeah, exactly that. But, yeah, you're joining me here for the last 45 minutes of this race. Of course, the first 2 hours of this race and the qualifying covered by Joshua Maya and Dean Biggles. So a big thank you to those boys, of course, for jumping in again. 45 minutes left here in this race, and well, it's closer as it has ever been. And it's almost time for another hourly update, powered by, of course, the one and only Apex Tech Racing Supplies. We're gonna get to that in a bit, though. We're gonna give it another 15 minutes maybe until Marlix maybe is back, so he can go over that again. Of course, he did such a tremendous job of that last time around. Bazinga Motorsports into the pit lane. They were the first out, pitting last time around as well. So they're into the pit lane. Is Kingstorp Racing going to follow them in? That's the question. They are not. They're going to continue for another lap. Dealer you see why they're going to continue as well. 046 Racing. They, though, are going to go into the pit lane. They're going to follow them in. So they might lose a couple of positions here. What? Anti-pineapple on pizza talk? Unsubscribed. Lol. Yeah, well, everyone can have his own opinion about that. I hope you didn't really unsubscribe because of it, because we're a racing channel, and I don't know if you unsubscribe because of a pineapple on pizza discussion. You're really in the right place here, but of course, maybe you need to go to an eating channel, but of course, you can watch whatever you want, but I don't know if it's the right channel for you to subscribe to them. But of course, we of course appreciate every single one of you who is subscribed. 325 of you legends who are, so a big thank you for that. And, well, working towards those 400, maybe half a K, 500, and maybe one day we can celebrate the 1K subscribers. Maybe one day we can all dream, right? But yeah, I am anti-pineapple on pizza. I don't eat fruit that much. The only fruit I do like, though, is apple, a banana, and that is basically it. That's the only fruit I really like. He says, no. Lol, I'm teasing. Luckily, good, because we do respect all of you, and we don't want to lose any of you. 046 Racing back out of the pit lanes. Kingstorp Racing now into the lead of this race for the first time, actually, I think, into the lead of this race. Let's see if there's anyone into the waiting room or waiting to be interviewed. I don't think there actually is. No, there's not. There's no one in there to do that with us. Of course, we want to say a big thank you to Adrie Kerstens, who's let us use his stream PC, of course, as a PC to stream on. 29 legends here at the moment of view. If you haven't subscribed yet, guys, please consider doing it. It would help us out a lot. And if you haven't yet, be sure to smash that like button. It doesn't cost you anything. You only have to press that button, and it does help us being put out there with the YouTube algorithm. So if you do, a big thank you to you. At the moment, though, we do have, let me quickly take a look. We have 13 likes. If we can get to 20, maybe, that would be absolutely amazing. 28 of you watching, and we're on 13 likes. So we could, in theory, get to 28, of course. Not everyone has to like. You don't have to like. It's free to do. And if you want, you can, because it's absolutely free, like I said. So if you haven't done so yet, please consider doing so. It would help us out massively. Dayton Elo is the one leading the way at the moment in this race. 4.1 seconds over DLR Road Industry White. They, of course, have a shorter last pit stop, so they could pip them for P2 here. Although P1 is looking a little bit unlikely with Bazinga Motorsports as quick as they are right now. The gap to Bazinga Motorsports is about 36 seconds or 26 seconds as Kingstorp Racing now goes into the pit lane. And DLR Road Industry Wide, they are going to continue another lap. So they're going to go for another lap. And they're now going to take over the lead. So we have another lead change here. Not the first one here this evening. 505 Endurance. The Australian squad in P2. They, of course, had a spinner at the beginning of this race. But they fought back really well. 4 seconds behind the DLR Road Industry White car, which is looking promising at the moment. Their last pit lap, the same lap as the DLR Road Industry White car. So they're actually pressurizing that DLR Rotary Industry White car. which is yeah, amazing to see. Of course, 4 seconds is the gap there to the lead, and so yeah, big well, how do you call it? Big pressure on the DLR Industry Wide to perform well, but also to get through the traffic as quickly as possible. I am going to take a quick sip of my water because, of course, we do have to stay hydrated. Remember, everyone, to stay hydrated as well. It's very, very important to drink during those races to well help us all out. Well, here we are then. We have had a sip from water, we have rehydrated. We're almost into the last hour, half an hour of this 6 hours of the Nürburgring. And maybe we can get someone in for an interview. Maybe we have a real racing driver into the booth in a second. Depends on if he's up to it, of course. 30 people of you here. Thank you all for watching. Does mean a lot to us. GT3 Pro Field is at the moment led by the one, the only Euromasters. Of course, they haven't made their pit stop yet. And PGZ Motorsports did. So they've already made their last pit stop. We might see him jumping into the waiting room. It depends if he's up to it, of course. But he's sadly crashed out, the man who we're going to interview in a second. He's crashed out, or not he, his teammate crashed out. Mark Stockman crashed out, sadly, for that team. But welcome all, of course. If you haven't yet, make sure to smash that like button. Make sure you subscribe as well to the channel. Yeah. Show some support to these drivers. They've been out there for 5 hours and 22 minutes, thrashing around this track, doing their absolute best. The Lithium Motorsports, though, out of the pit lane they come. They've had a difficult evening as of yet and as of late, so it's going to be difficult for them to well, get to the top. There they go. That is the DCW Racing Team in P13, the Dog Cat and Wine Racing Team. Matthijs Weijten leading the way for DLR Road Industry Wide. I do expect to see them in next lap or the lap after. Rafa Campos says pineapple and pizza cannot go together in the same sentence. I agree with that. I'm gonna ask the man who's gonna come in a second as well. I'm just gonna tell him to join the waiting room. But yeah, I agree. Pineapple and pizza cannot go in the same sentence. I absolutely agree with that. And I don't seem to be the only one agreeing to that. So yeah. Monix, pineapple does not belong on pizza. Monix is at the moment eating a pineapple pizza, so yeah. Pat on him there, I would say. 3.3 seconds the gap now from the 505 endurance car to the DLR Rotary Industry Wide. They're doing a tremendous job at the moment, keeping them up to date. Let's see where they are. This battle on track. Is this battle Tempest Simsport behind the 046 Racing Team? This, of course, has to do with pit stops and everything. So pit stops have to be made yet by the Tempest Simsport LMP2 car. That's why they are as far down as they are right now in the field. 5 minutes left until your hourly update, of course. We'd love to have you all here, of course, with us. And let us know your opinion about pineapple on pizza. Can it go together in the same sentence? I don't think so. Can it go together on pizza? No, I don't think so either. So yeah, that's my opinion on that. You can of course have a different opinion. But yeah, I think the Italian that is gonna come in. I'm teasing a little bit, but I'm gonna get into the commentary booth here. The Italian, who was in the lead a little bit early on, I think is gonna disagree with that as well. But yeah, the Euromaster Esports in the lead at the GT3 field. They at the moment have a 3.3 second lead. As I've been served food as well. So Marnus of course is off eating his pizza. If Marnus comes back, I can start eating mine as well. But yeah, it's looking unlikely that PGZ Motorsport is going to lose the lead. They have 3.2 seconds and the Euromasters still have to make their last pit stop. Down the inside though goes the Tempest Sims for LMP2 car, an absolute launch and a half. But it does manage to get past. The 046 of course doesn't want to lose too much time. He's still on the outside. So still there to create his own room. As we've seen yet. Michael Vesta is the one who's going to have to try and keep up with the Tempest Sim Sport. Of course, Tempest Sim Sport, their last pit lap was on a lap. No, this is on merit. This is on merit. This is a change on merit. I am very sorry. This is a change on merit. I didn't see it. And this is a change for position. They both pitted on the same lap. Pit lap for Bazinga Motorsports 5 laps earlier. So now, the next pit stop is going to be the last pit stops for these teams. But I think it's about time for us to go to an hourly update, sponsored by, of course, Apex Tech Racing Supplies.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro Sim Rig aluminium race rigs and monitor stands. Base performance simulator cockpits. VPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning sim racer.
Well then, welcome back here at the circuit of the Nürburgring. The 6 hours of the Nürburgring, your last hourly update, sponsored by Apex Tech Racing Supplies. Of course, we start with the LMP2 field. Bazinga Motorsports leading the way there, ahead of the DLR Rotary Industry white car, which is in second, of course. I do expect this car to pit in a couple of laps, together with all the other cars. This is on merit that this car is in P2, so they have done a tremendous job here. And with a shorter last pit stop, this could be on with the Bazinga Motorsports team. Ben Dutton, though, is in P3 for the 505 Endurance. The Australian sim racing squad, of course. And the P4 is Chris Scar. P5, Rui Quaros for the Tempest Sim Sport LMP2 are champions from last year. In the GT3 Pro field, we have Euromasters leading the way at the moment, ahead of the PGZ Motorsports team. They still have to pit though. But their last pit stop will be a lot shorter than the one from MRP and PGZ. Like I said, PGZ in second. MRP by Fields Academy in P3. Martin Ray at the moment in that car. Astro Racing Agenza Moderna in P4. And P5 for Niels Core. Then we move on to the GT3 Amfield. 44 seconds is the gap there from the Octopus Racing Team Black to the YS Motorsports car. They, of course, have to make their pit stop yet. The car behind this, Thijs Max, is done already. So they are going to drop out of P2 probably and going to fall back down to P3. Thijs Max is in P3 at the moment overall. In P4 then there, we have the Austin Sim Racers yellow. Norbert Windholz driving that Mercedes at the moment. And in the pit lane, in the pit lane, changing drivers now is the Trackside Endurance Team Orange. Nick Kers is at the moment in that car. They make their last pit stop right now, and I do expect them to not pit anymore. That was your hourly update, sponsored by the one and only Apex Tech Racing Supplies.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro Sim Rig aluminium race rigs and monitor stands, base performance simulator cockpits, VPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning sim racer.
Well, then here we are again at the Nürburgring for the last half an hour of this race. Of course, we are still expecting the LMP2s to pit ahead of Matthijs Weijten. Ben Dutton in P3 for the 505 Endurance and Tempest Simsport. Look at this battle. They're behind the Skankstorm Racing Coldmans, of course. They have pitted already. Skankstorm Racing around, though. Number 18 around. There was a touch between those two, and that might now allow the 046 pass as well. They're on their way again. But there was a touch there, I'm sure of it, between the Tempest Simsport and the Skankstorm Racing Coldmans. That could lead to them dropping out of the P2 they had and allowing the Yellow Road Industry wide up into, which will be P2. Bazinga Motorsport back into the lead. 11 seconds though is this gap, and remember though, this car pits 5 laps later, so has to take 5 laps less fuel on board, and that could be big at the end of this race because the gap is now 11 seconds. With half an hour to go, that definitely seems like a gap that is doable as we switch back to Michael Vesta. Try and do something up the inside, maybe not quite. He is there if something happens, of course, once again with the Skankstorm Racing Coldmans team. Don't know how long Mornings will be eating for. I'm gonna tell him to hurry up. Well then, there are some things going on behind the screen which I'm not going to let anything loose about, but that's where Mornings is at the moment, busy with that. It could have at least let me something though, because now I was like, how long is he going to be able to, or for how longer, or for how much longer is he going to eat? But at the moment it seems like he's busy with something that shouldn't be happening really. Mornings is at the moment in race control. So he'll be back. So I'm asking him to, or I'm kindly asking him to come back. Of course, everyone who is here for this last half an hour, a big thank you to everyone. Bazinga Motorsports is still in the lead, ahead of the DLR Road Industry wide. So we're gonna watch on that battle. The closest battle we have on track though at the moment is this battle for you. This is in the GT3 field. This is the BWT Audi trying to overtake the Mad Sim Sport 111. BMW ahead of them. Well, we're properly into the night hours now. And Pascal Haas is the one who will be looking to try and catch up to the back of the Online Racing Red team. Battle though at the front of the field. Louis Grabier. The longer this team can go, the better it will be for the Euromasters Esports team. Of course, their last pit stop lap 1:38. They almost have a complete pit stop over the PGZ team. With saving as much as they do. So this 2-second gap might be on merit. This might be a gap on pace, but I don't think so. From lap 1:38 pitting then, it's going to be almost impossible. So I do expect them into the pits right about now. There we go, into the pits goes the Euromaster Esports, the leader in the pro class. Their last pit stop, and that will now hand PGZ back the lead, of course. A switch in the GT3 AM class as well. Platinum Race Team Red back into P2. Behind the Octopus Racing Team Black car. That car now 30 seconds over P3. And Miles Owen says, let's go P2, of course. Very happy with that, I can imagine. Louis Craig is the last car driving at the moment. The Auto Industry Red, they are out of this race. Not looking too kindly here for them. Should we go back with Louis Craig? I'm gonna just let you guys enjoy a lap with the leader here in the darkness of the Nürburgring. Let's just say a lap, 1.5 laps this is. Here we go on board with Leonard Ziegler for the Bazinga Motorsports team. Just have a listen to how the car sounds and how he works his way through the traffic. Well, then that was a lap around this beautiful circuit. In the darkness, of course, very different than it is in daylight. Breaking points switch to different things. Sometimes you can break a little bit later, especially in iRacing. We know, as we've had a big upset, the Wise Motorsports Europe 1 car out of this race. I don't exactly know what has happened to them, but they are out of this race. At least that's what it said to me. Here we go, out of the race. Thomas Leek is out of this race. Don't know what has happened to him. This team is, of course, going to try and catch up to them now. Because as we know from this team, they will keep going until the race is done. And not until their car is done. Because they will push the car over the finish. That's the spirit of this team. But yeah, they're 6 minutes behind. They're going to catch that up. What is that then? 1 lap behind. So they're going to catch that up in no time, basically. And they're going to head back ahead of them. But the Wise Motorsports Europe 1, I don't know why. No idea. It's a shame. We were battling them a good part of the race. And the driver suddenly disconnected. Probably connection problem. Oh no. Are you able to get back in, Rafa Campos? Is the team able to get back in? That's my question. Well then, we're back. I don't know, they are not my team, he says. You're still connected, but I guess towing won't be short. Oh, hold on. They have been disqualified. That could be the case, you know. I don't know if you have any information on that. Stewart's announcements. League ban for something, for the leaderboard, intentional wrecking multiple cars. Okay then. That message we got, well, 2 hours ago almost. The most recent is under investigation, brake checking another car to be investigated after the race. Oh no! For 60 incident points, wow! That's not what you want to see. 60 incident points. So no stewards announcement on that indeed. So that must be done by iRacing standards. That is really weird. We're into the last 15 minutes now. We're gonna focus on Leonard Ziegler in the Bazinga Motorsports car. 10 seconds is the gap to the DLR Road Industry wide. They still, I have a feeling, have to make their last pit stop. Or have they done so already? They have done so already, I think. The DLR Road Industry wide, though, is the car we are going to go on board with. 2.2 seconds is the gap to the 505 Endurance. This is the battle brewing. And I'm excited to see if they can catch up to the DLR Road Industry wide car. So then 2.1 seconds is the gap. 10 seconds is the gap from DLR Road Industry wide to Bazinga Motorsports. And I'm getting confirmation now that the stewards have not given anything, so it's probably the incident limit by iRacing, which is really unfortunate for them to, well, to encounter. But 60 incident points in a 6-hour race, that would be 240 in a 24. And even more, because they haven't been able to make it to which will eventually be the end of the 6-hour race. So that they would have had more than 24 or 240 incident points by the end of a 24-hour race. That's way too much. So I think a DQ might be well, in the right place there. As I hear that my fellow companion Marnix is back.
There you go. Only 10 minutes remaining in this 6-hour race.
As we've just seen, the 505 Endurance close up. There's a touch, maybe.
Oh, there you go. Spin. Waiting for the correct time to rejoin.
Gonna take a look back at that. And we're gonna go off board. Here we go. To see if there was a touch with the car that came out of the pit lane. There was, I think, a car coming out of the pit lane. There you see it on the right-hand side. Was there a touch, though? There was no touch. It was just a spin on their own. So that's how that happened. And they now lost, well, all the time that they gained over the last few hours on DLR Road Industry wide. They've all made their last pit stop. So it's going to be one straight sprint to the finish. Skynstorm Racing, though, they were looking quick. At some point in this race, they've dropped back down to P7 with all the unfortunate incidents happening to them. Marco Vanella, I don't think that the YouTube chat is the place to discuss that.
There you go.
Well, I don't think that is the place to discuss this, guys. Let's just keep this to the Discord, of course. We don't want this happening to anyone else, of course. Well, you can't do things that have been done, otherwise you don't get a ban. You don't get a ban for nothing. That's how I look at it. And if you do stuff repeatedly, or if you do something that's really not allowed, then, well, it's not allowed. So let's just keep this discussion away from the YouTube chat, please, guys. I understand, of course, everyone's frustration, but yeah, things were done that shouldn't have been done by I don't know who, and of course don't know anything about it, so I'm not going to comment on it. But let's just keep this away from the YouTube chat, please, guys. The 505 Endurance now has a 10-second gap back to the DLR Road Industry Wide. We are going to talk maybe about it after the race, not now, because we are into the last 7 minutes of this race, into the last 7 minutes of the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. Louis Grabier is still in the PGZ car, 45 seconds ahead of Juan Manuel Frey Games. Of course, they had a drive-through in the beginning. That's of course why that happened. Octopus Racing Team Black in the lead of the GT3 AM team, of the GT3 AM class. His Merckx, of course, overtook the YS Motorsports team and inherited P2 after which they were disqualified. I think because of limits, the incident limits, I think. But they have been disqualified from the race. Crips Racing in 8th. Now getting close to overtaking them as well. So they will once again be the last car running. Monix, we're getting close now to the last 5 minutes of this race. What are your thoughts?
Racing has been really good, besides from a few incidents, which I think the stewards taking good care of. And yeah, like you said, we're getting towards the end of a long 6-hour race, only 6 minutes remaining. I'm really happy with the overall battles we've seen. Just a few incidents, but that's part of the racing as well. People put a lot of pressure on themselves, trying to get them lap times out. And sometimes a spin is part of it because you over push the car. But yeah, as we can see, Thijs Merckx in P2, fighting the car back there, gaining over a minute already. If you look at the Austrian Sim Racers yellow, of course, first it was YS Motorsport, unfortunately, who lost the race due to the incident limit, which has been a bug within iRacing. I've set it to 70, and I think iRacing messed up a little. Of course, iRacing messes up sometimes. That's unfortunately. But nothing we can do there. It was, like you said at the beginning of the stream, it's for everyone the same, the incident limit. And yeah, just 4.5 minutes remaining as Jan Rijf goes past one of the Austrian Sim Racers cars, heading towards the start-finish straight, heading to turn 1 in currently P9 with Rendell Racing 36 car. And then, yeah, we're getting close towards the end.
Yeah, 4 minutes left only here. We're gonna look. There are no close battles in the field anymore, and that is what I am surprised about. The closest battle is 9 seconds, and that's the battle for the LMP2 lead. That's the closest battle we have on track, and I'm quite surprised by that. Because while there were battles within seconds of each other, I think half an hour ago. So the pit stop cycle really has thrown a lot on its head. We're going to stay on board with the Bazinga Motorsports car. I think they deserve that as well. They, of course, have been the quickest team as of yet. Of course, nothing is for certain here. This is still 4 minutes left of a 6-hour race. A lot has happened in those, 5 hours and 56 minutes. But still a lot can happen. I think we have about 3 laps left at this point. maybe 2. Depends on when they're going to cross the line. If they cross the line with 57 or with no, I think we have 2 laps to go now. So it's the next one and then one after that. And then we will see the checkered flag for the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. Leonard Ziegler in the Bazinga Motorsports car. Not under threat anymore, is not going to take any risks, I suppose. So yeah, it's looking
Bit
unlikely.
settled down, yeah, and I think this is where the teams will finish unless there some kind of disqualification due to the limit that's being reached, the incident limit, of course. And it seems like PG Bazinga, of course, in P1 for the LMP2s and the rotary industry wide, and 505 in P3 for GT3. The top 3 is PGZ Motorsports, Euromasters Esports, and MRP by Fuels Academy. I think they've got their way back on the field after a few incidents. I think they can be happy with a P3. And in GT3 AM we can see the Octopus Racing Team Black, followed by the Platinum Racing Team Black. Team Red, yeah, they seem to be not having any mistakes. And Loic Rabier momentarily behind the wheel for PGZ. Doing an amazing job. Also the other drivers, of course, of PGZ, after they've had the drive-through at the beginning of the race, fighting their way back up into P1. And then looking at Octopus Racing Team Black, doing a great job at keeping the car into P1. Seem to be no mistakes at all from those drivers. Just cruising like it's nothing to P1 with only 2 minutes remaining.
Bazinga Motorsports are going to take a look back at them industry-wide though. What a tremendous job they've done to come back after that. Because, well, they were down into what was it, 11, 12 after the first couple of laps. And they're back up into P2. Tremendous job done by those guys. 10 seconds only back from the lead. Just think about what it could have been if they, of course, didn't have that incident. We're gonna go on to the last lap right now. On the right hand side you can see the tower. No, you can't. Here he is, waving the flag. The white flag is out. This is the white flag lap for these guys. Leonard Ziegler. What a race they have driven, Bazinga Motorsports. And I think they can be proud of what they've done. It was a tremendous 6 hours on a track that punishes you very, very hard if you go off track. We've seen that a couple of times. At the moment, there are 35 cars driving from the 50. That means that 15 cars in a 6 hour race have retired. So that's quite a lot. And I have a feeling that it is one of the most percentages that we will see in the 6 hour period of the season. Because while this track is absolutely punishing on your off tracks, it's punishing on the mistakes you make, and especially at night it's very, very difficult. But as you can see, the gap is coming down to P2, not taking any risks anymore is this man in P1. Of course, still keeps the car going at a reasonable pace, of course. The DLR Rotor Industry wide are almost 8 seconds behind. But I don't think they're gonna be able to get close enough into the chicane for one last time for Leonard Ziegler. And then we'll round off the Hyundai N-Kurve. And he is in the end gonna come across the line to win the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. What a drive from them. A little bit further back in P2 to the Rotor Industry wide, who will come through to finish second in their class. A little bit further back though, there is the Octopus Racing Team. We're gonna catch them. They're gonna round off the last corner to win in the AM class. There they go, and what a drive from them it was. Octopus Racing Team Black win in the AM class, ahead of Thijs Merckx and Platinum Racing Team Red. PGZ though still have quite a long way to go. MRP by Fields Academy though, they are gonna come through to finish third in the GT3 Pro class. Ahead of them though, the Euromaster Sim Sport team, or the Euromaster Esports team, finishes in P2. In P2 in the GT3 AM class, of course. They are right behind the leaders in the GT3 Pro Class. We're going to go on board with them for a second. Because what a drive it is from these guys. Of course, a drive-through at the beginning of the race. PGZ Motorsports. As always, they've never given up. And, well, here we go. They're going to come through the final chicane for one last time. The 119 from PGZ Motorsports will be victorious in the GT3 Pro Class. Congratulations to PGZ across the line. They take first in the GT3 Pro Class, and then we're going to quickly switch to Thijs Merckx, who's going to come across the line for Platinum Race Team Red to finish second in the GT3 AM class. A tremendous drive from those guys as well. And, well, let's just say, Monix, it has been an absolutely amazing event. And what a race this was.
There you go. It's been amazing to see all these people and all these drivers fight their way up to the end of the race. So 6 hours event, it's long enough. And yeah, it's been amazing so far.
Yeah, what a tremendous event.
And there you go, the donuts from the respective teams that have finished, of course, on the podium. Louis Rabier doing their laps, or their donuts. I saw Thijs Merckx, of course, doing their donuts. Congratulations on the winners, podiums, finishes, and of course the regular finishes. Congrats on getting your points. Yeah, expect the final results, of course, and official results after the end of this week. And it's been amazing so far, Dan, eh? After breaking down the PC to actually being there at the end.
Yeah, well, what a couple of hours it has been. This day has been absolutely amazing, of course. The checkered flag has finally dropped there for these drivers. 198 laps completed. And there you can see Louis Grabier. What a drive from these guys. 47 seconds in the end, I think it is. Here we go. Results are out on screen for you. I'm going to read through them quickly for you. Bazinga Motorsports wins ahead of DLR Road Industry Wide. A good drive from these guys. DLR Road Industry Wide will now, I suspect, take over the lead in the championship at a 505 Endurance in third. Tempest Sim Sport in fourth. Fifth, the Loose Crew Racing Team. Sixth, the 046 Racing LMP2. Schankstrom Racing, powered by Koopmans, of course, in their debut race in P7 out of the ATRS Esports number 13. Randall Racing in P9 out of the TSR Racing Team. Lithium Motorsports in P11 ahead of the number 93 from the NCR Esports by MSI Gaming Team. DCW Racing PEC finishes in 13th, and 14th, the Schankstrom Racing powered by Van Geelse in their debut race in 14th. Then we move on to the GT field, where PGZ Motorsports 119 finished in first. Of course, what a drive from them after a drive-through at the beginning to winning by a lap over the Euromaster Esports guys in 16th. MRP by Fields Academy in 17th, then the Astro Racing Agenza Moderna team in 4th. Then we move on, of course, to P number 19, Chicane Online Racing Red. Finishes in 5th there. 6th is the Austin Sim Racing Science team ahead of the BWT Motorsports car. In 21st overall and 7th in the Pro Class. And 8th in the Pro Class is the Mad Sim Sport 111. And 22nd overall. Winner then in the AM class, the Octopus Racing Team Black, ahead of Astro Racing Cellular Mode in the Pro Class. Manatee Racing Black in 25th, 26th, and 2nd in the AM class. Platinum Racing Team Red. SR Technic in 27th overall. Octopus Racing Team in 28th. 29th is for the Austin Sim Racers Yellow, and a podium for them after, of course, the disqualification from the Wise Motorsports 01 car after reaching the incident limit. Trackside Esports Endurance Orange in P4 ahead of Chicane Online Racing Orange in 31st. In 5th, Trackside Esports Endurance Blue in 6th ahead of AVL's Race Tech Sim Racing Team in 33rd overall. 34th overall, Platinum's Racing Team Blue and Crips Racing Team in 35th overall. Wise Motorsports 01 after that disqualification, 30 laps down in P36. P37 for DLR Road Industry Red. Kazakh's team LMP. We're now onto the non-finishers, so we're just gonna go over them. Kazakh's racing team LMP, Weitzer Engineering Esports, RFRO Orange, Platinum Racing Team Orange, DLR Road Industry Orange, Digital Spirit DS Racing, Sylvan Motorsports, MV Skin Lab DS Racing, Trackside Esports, Endurance LMP2, Manatee Racing Yellow, and Octopus Racing Team LMP2, and Platinum Racing Team LMP2 and GTS Racing Team. They are the non-finishers. Monix,
We have someone in the waiting room, so I think we can interview our first of the drivers and getting
Here we go.
the LMP1 or LMP2 winner.
Leonard Siegler is in the commentary booth with us. Leonard, welcome.
Hi, hello.
Well,
Congratulations.
Congratulations,
Thank
first
you.
of all. How are you feeling after that drive? Of course, I think 4 hours into the race, it looked nowhere near as good as it did while going into the last hour.
Yeah, it was very difficult. We struggled sometimes, and yeah, we haven't been sure how this works out. But yeah, last hour was incredible. I need to save fuel, and I had 39 incidents of 40, so I was so close to a drive-through, but I managed the last hour without the incident. So yeah, P1.
Yeah, absolutely amazing and well driven from the whole team, of course. It looked like the DLR Road Industry White had a couple of laps over you in terms of fuel saving strategy. How was that? How did you manage that? Of course, they did get in the last pit stop, but not enough to, of course, overtake in the end.
Yeah, at the moment I jumped in the car. We were pretty sure that we have to pit again, 2 times, not only once.
Especially in the end, you mean?
Yeah, and then it worked out to save the fuel that it was, yeah, so close to not make it. And I was a little bit confused that they haven't been faster at the end, because I was sure that they have a shorter pit stop, because they didn't need to fill up so much, but they didn't gain time at the end, not much. So I I could manage it. I didn't believe it until the last 10 hours at 10 laps, last 10 laps. I thought that wouldn't be the end, but then I realized it goes to this way.
Yeah. Well, those were all my questions, Marnix. Do you have anything to add to it?
Yeah. How are you looking forward to the 8 hours of Fuji? Of course, a little bit of a new track. Might be a bit of an unknown. Don't know if you have any experience there yet.
No, I have no experience at all there. I know the track, how it goes, but I have never driven there. And yeah, let's see how it works out. I need to say a big thank you to my team. It's incredible to drive with these guys, and this great effort. I think we deserve that, and big thank you to everybody in my team.
Yes, there you go. All right, I would like to wish you good luck for the upcoming race. I don't know if Dan has anything else to say.
No, I think that was it from us, Leonard. A big congratulations on the overall victory of the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. Go out there and enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there you go. And then we have the next person, Ben Dutton from the 505. Welcome, Ben. Congratulations on your position. Of course, third position into the 6 hours of Nürburgring. How did your race go? What was your experience of the race?
Hello, thank you. Yeah, not bad, I guess. It's pretty happy with P3 in the end. The first couple of stints were pretty rough. Just a few, like lots of incidents, pretty much, and yeah, not great. But from there on, it was pretty good, and really nailed the strategy to get back up, and yeah, quite happy with P3.
Yeah, well, my first question is, aren't you tired yet? Because I've just looked up the time, and it's almost 4 a.m. for you. So how was it managing that? Of course, having an all Australian crew.
Yeah, we're pretty dead. It's actually 5 a.m. But
Okay.
yeah,
Jesus.
it's
How
rough.
do you hang on it?
Energy drinks. Lots of Red Bull.
Yeah, a lot of coffee and Red Bull. Yeah, sure do believe
Oh
so.
yeah.
How did you? I'm curious now because we don't have a lot of Aussies nor Americans in here. How did you find out about the Platinum Endurance Championship?
That you'll have to ask my teammate Dennis.
Ah,
I
Dennis
think
Show.
he DM'd it to me. Yeah, Dennis Show. Yeah.
All right. Then
I think
I'll
it's
ask
possibly off the
him.
forum.
All right, I'll ask him whenever we of course have the time. But yeah, I'd like to thank you for joining, of course, Peck, and I'd like to congratulate on P3, and hopefully the other 2 last races will go as something like this and maybe even better.
Brilliant. Cheers. Thanks.
Well, then that was Ben Dutton from the 505 Endurance crew. We are now going to get our last interview in. This is Rafa Campos from the 324. Of course, he's been active in the chat, so he wasn't driving the last stint.
Yeah, hello.
But yeah, Rafa, welcome to the commentary booth. Tell us how was the race from the winning Octopus Racing Team Black Car?
Yeah, thank you. It's been a good race actually. In the first half of the racing, we were fighting UIS, I think it was US Europe, and the team for the PEC as well. And it was a great fight. We were kind of together for some time, and they had an amazing pace. And I would like also to thank you to my both teammates, Luis and Jordi, who did an amazing work. Jordi fighting with the starting, so in the starting laps, the mess with the safety car, it was a little bit confusing, but in the end we managed that, and it's been a good race. It's been a good race.
Well, tell us how did you go about the strategy? What was the strategy for your race? Of course, the safety car threw everything on its head in the beginning. You of course could save more. After the safety car, were you flat out attack or were you fuel saving?
No, we did not any fuel save at all during the race. Actually, we were really surprised that most of the people was stopping after us, like 1 or 2 laps. So we were always the first car to stop. But it was more about tire management that fuel saving for us.
Okay, so the tires were the problem for you guys.
At least for me, that usually tend to consume like 10% more than my teammates. So I had to change my driving style here just to make it through the end.
Okay, wow, that's big. Monix, do you have anything to add to it? Do you have anything to ask to Rafa?
No.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. Now that I just wanted to thank you, the organization and everybody. But please go ahead, Marnix.
It's all right. And yeah, how are you looking forward to the last couple of races of the season? Of course, PEC Season 3 has been announced. Do you guys know if you might be competing? Might be a bit early to ask, but yeah, how are you looking forward to PEC Season 3? Maybe competing in it or not?
Well, I really would like to compete there, but I'm waiting a song, so I don't know if I will be able to to make it. But I guess that the team will compete. I don't know if we will be able to make it with 3 cars as this time, but I guess that very likely there will be some Octopus teams around.
Okay.
All right, seems good. Looking forward to it.
Amazing to hear. Well, Rafa, it's been amazing to speak to you once again. We're going to wish you good luck for the races upcoming, and a big congratulations to the team. And yeah, go and enjoy it with them. Thank
you. The last comment for me is that please don't add pineapple to the pizza. That I saw that in the chat.
It's nice. It's very good.
Don't add pineapple to pizza. I fully agree with Rafa there.
Bye. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Well, that was Rafa saying that Marnix shouldn't put pineapple on pizza, and I fully agree with him. It's not the best. It's the absolute worst. It cannot even go together in one sentence. Well, Marnix, I'm going to thank you. I'm going to thank the whole team who was behind this. I'm going to thank, of course, the stewards who were in it. They did once again a tremendous job. They had it very busy in the first 2 hours. You were one of them, Marnix. So a big thank you to everyone. And I'm going to thank the viewers for, of course, staying with us here. Of course, we deeply respect you, and we really can't thank you enough for subscribing. If you haven't done so yet, be sure you do so if you think it's worth it. And of course, smash that like button because it does help us put this stream out there for the drivers as well and create a bigger podium for the drivers. I think this has been it for us, Monix. This has been the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. A tremendous race it was. Winners in the end, Bazinga Motorsports, PGZ Motorsports, and Octopus Racing PEC. Those were your winners this race. I'm going to thank you for watching for now. From the whole PEC team, from all the crew behind, and then from all the drivers. A big thank you for watching, and stay safe. Bye-bye.
Bye.